right, here we got table 97, and we were just talking about. Obviously, we've been watching a lot of matches this weekend, but man, that second anniversary Omnimat is quite popular.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about how, you know, it has a memory gauge. It is actually one of the first standard size playmats, so it's not miniature like the floral playmat, which is a little rough when you're playing Crossheart.
Yeah, it sure is. And so let me get these names for you guys too. So I believe it is, yeah, it is Devin on the top there. And this is a 50-minute tournament. We do have a best of 3, or 50-minute rounds, best of 3 for today, just the same as yesterday. So, you know, about an hour long after overtime and everything. So, you know, 8 rounds means 8 hours. So,
since Bandai is doing mulligans now for the Digimon trading card game that are similar to One Piece, do you think at some point Digimon might even go to best of ones?
I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Japan and a lot of like the Asian tournaments are best of 1. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and so I think there's definitely discussion, right? Not from us, but I know Bandai is probably thinking, okay, you know, this is now our longest card game in the fact that like Dragon Ball has normalized best of 1 35 minutes. One Piece is normalized best of 1 35 minutes. Can we do the same for Digimon, right? And my only issue with that is that Digimon can end in like 5 minutes, like 5 or 10 minutes. It's crazy how quick the games can go.
Very true. Like if we were to take that one game that we saw at Nationals, again, I'm going to bring this game up in particular because we saw Blue Flare literally defeat a Blackboard Greymon player by turn 2.
Yeah, and that's just crazy, like how quick those decks can go off. And again, there's just too much variety in like game length that yeah, sometimes you just do lose in 5 minutes in this game, and it stinks. And so you would want that best of 3, but then you also have some of our more control decks, right? Like we have like security controls, like the epitome of it, and they kind of do play the best of 1 game because if they normally don't have time to they don't consistently have time to play 3 games in 50 minutes, right?
Correct. And looking at some of the lists for today, there were quite a bit more security control decks that I am a little scared for some of these players.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what the outcome is today. But I don't know. I would be okay with best of 1, but also here's the thing: as someone who does the content side of it as well, we have to find matches, and all of them are pretty much going to have to skew to like the longer games because, you know, if we play against like a Grandis and Grandis wins on like turn 3, we spend all this time in setup for like a 5-minute match, and then it's just like 30 minutes of like dead air time, right? So, but it looks like we are starting our first round here.
Both players deciding not to mulligan, so they must each have a really good hand to start off their turns.
All right, and we do see the Digitama there going into our Solarmon.
Really huge against a DarkKnight deck. I don't know if Wes knows quite yet.
Yeah, it probably doesn't know. All right, so going into the Montemon there, looking at the top 4.
Monedamon. And then that's a Chumon on top, right?
I believe that's the Chumon on the back, yeah. And so able to find both the Tamer and also the Dark Knight. That Dark Knightmon is so good.
Digivolve is a very powerful mechanic in the game.
Yeah, it's a lot of like there's not a lot of protection for it, and especially decks like Crossheart just despise being Digivolved, especially like their cross 3s, their cross 4s. You lose all your materials for it, and you get to do it pretty cheap and flexibly with Dark Knight as well.
Solarmon digivolves into the Bao Huckmon, and then a Huckmon comes down to reveal a couple cards, and I believe they added the Sistermon Blanc and another Bao Huck?
Okay.
There's the promote. As a Dark Knightmon player, are you scared, or do you want to just go aggressively into security here?
It's kind of rough because you do have some potential for being like more defensive, and I think like more capabilities, especially compared to Jesmon, where you can give your stuff blocker with your tamer, the fact that you can interact with your opponent's board and make it tricky for them. But at the same time, like I don't know if you have a lot of defensive of just Jesmon going tall, being able to do their big play and play a bunch of Sistermons, and then just kind of have a hard to remove board afterwards.
Another option is you could play the Nene on mono. I'm gonna have to become a little more well versed in these cards. I am not well versed with DarkKnight Mon.
Yeah. So I'll bring that up as well. So, Nene gets to all your Digimon with DarkKnight Mon in their name are Twilight, and their traits gain blocker, and then also has like a on deletion. It's a really interesting tamer because it has like a lot of just weird things. It has an on deletion effect, which most tamers do not either. So
correct.
If you're able to establish that, but it looks like it went into the DarkKnightmon for the Digicross, which does get a deletion of the Huckmon there and pass 2 memory back.
I do love Digimon cards that de-digivolve and also delete at the same time.
Yeah.
It provides you kind of dual utility versus other Digimon that are kind of like, I de-digivolve you, but nothing happens.
Yeah, so it's a really good card. I mean, we see this with Metal Greymon, obviously being like the Digivolution version of that, but being able to just say on play for 4, as long as I have my setup, which isn't too hard for this deck. I get to play a body, I get to de-digivolve something, I get to pop something, and then also has like a pretty good like floating effect as well.
What?
Okay, yeah, samesies.
What?
Excuse me? Okay, I have no idea what TK is doing in there. I mean, it does get a card from your security, and if it's yellow, you get the recovery. But
that's a risky move right there because TK does add a card, but unless it's yellow, you don't get the recovery, which means this attack was basically a security check +1.
Yeah.
+2 actually.
yeah, because there is the +1 inheritable off there, so you do get the deletion based on the check there. You're down to 2 cards in security, which is quite few. You do get to use the all turns when this Digimon would be deleted by returning 1 level 4 lower black Digimon from this devolution cards to its owner's hand. You can play 1 Skull Knightmon or Deadly Axe from this devolution cards without paying its cost. So played the Mighty Axe mode, which looks top 3 for more of your pieces, and yeah, that's a really interesting tech choice.
So at this point, though, there's almost a game on board.
Yeah.
Right here. The Chumon can freely attack.
Yep, hits into a Sistermon, so gets the on deletion, gets a Grumblemon. Okay.
Pagu effect. Grab that black hybrid.
Hits into a Jesmon GX, and then, yeah, probably just play your Nene. And then now that you know that you have a Grumblemon in hand, you are feeling pretty safe to just say, I can hybrid for game next turn too.
Exactly, because any amount of memory that he gives, it could be 4, could be 5, especially typically Jesmon players will digivolve, they'll play a Sistermon, then digivolve again depending on the Sistermon, and then they could be paying another 5 memory for the GX.
Yeah. So really really interesting choice for that TK, because I feel like it's harming you more than it's helping you right now. All right, but you do have a level 5. Yeah, definitely going the raise here.
3 memory is nice though.
Mm-hmm. All right.
What is the best play here?
I don't know. I think the best play is not run TK, but I don't know. That could just be a wild thought. But I'm sure there has to be reasons for it. And I mean, I guess we could jump through the deck list if we really wanted to maybe expose those reasons. But it's just a very curious choice.
Jesmons typically don't even play tamers right now because they've abandoned Tai Kamiya at this point to utilize the 4 copies of From Master to Disciple.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it's just strictly, what? I usually don't care about how much cards are left in my security. The fact that TK can let me use the effect to draw a card, which is somewhat rare in Red Tamers, so at least in this archetype. So, but we're going into the Genku.
Plays back a Sistermon for blockers, so now you'll have 2 blockers. Because Sistermon Blanc only needs a Digimon that's either Jesmon, Huckmon, I believe, or Royal Knight as well.
Yeah, that is correct. So both of these are. What is he? Is the Genku blocker?
Genku is now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because I know that he added it earlier with the TK.
Yeah, he sure did. So, all right.
3 blockers, and they cannot be DP reduced or returned to the hand or deck.
Yeah. So yeah, with the when Digivolving for Genku, which you get to Digivolve for 1 off of. Wait, shouldn't it have been for 1? So because you gain memory off the seal. That's right.
Seal, correct. Yeah. Oh no.
All right.
Are you going to GX?
You definitely could. So, this is a really interesting line for this one. Obviously, seeing the TK, you would have to be playing something different, and it looks more like this is just kind of like a Royal Knights with the Genku as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and just hard playing another block. So you have essentially 5 blockers out now.
Correct.
And 2 of them are given by 2 blocks, but you do have a lot of ways to get rid of these blockers with your effects for DarkKnightmon as well. Especially if you have like another, just one of those in your hand, you can do a Digivolve off the Genku, which isn't as strong since it is on top of a level 6. But then you also get the pop.
If they can Digivolve all the way down to the Solar.
True. Which, if you're running, you could be running like Ultimate Flare in this build too, as Dark Knight. There are just options in black to get you there.
What play cost does Dark Knight delete again after Digivolving?
I believe it's a cost of 5
6.
or less.
Is it 5 or 6?
I think it's 5. Let me check. Yeah, one of your opponents with a play cost of 5 or less.
Is Bowhawk 5 or 6?
Bowhawk, I believe, is 5.
I wouldn't say it's 5 too. It's been a hot while.
Yeah.
Like, memorizing play cost is one thing. Memorizing effects is another.
Yeah, and normally it's like we know what the effect does. It's just like the specific number is always the thing.
So there is the DarkKnightmon, the Digivolve. You only Digivolve. Oh wait, no, that's not a DarkKnightmon. That is a. Man, I am literally out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, so this is Mighty Axe, which does let you do a Digicross here. Yeah, I would too. Like if I didn't like this deck, I would not have invested as much time for it. But you get some really cool things. So Mighty Axe mode, you get to reveal top 3, and then if you Digicross with 2 cards, you get to KO something with cost of 4 or less. So you got rid of one of the things. And since it counts as itself as either one of the targets for it, it's really flexible for the deck. It's a really great card for it. You don't get any inheritables for it, but the on play is great. The fact you get to play it for 2, the fact that it lets you search something and pop something for 2 is great.
Oh, here we go, Immortal Ruler. While you have Nene and Mono in play, you may use this card without meeting its color requirements.
Yeah, and so you get to essentially Digicross from your trash, which will get like the Digivolve probably on the Genku, and then you'll probably get the deletion on the other Sistermon Blanc that gives the effect of there. So yeah, let me get Immortal Ruler as well.
Man, we're pulling back some oldies for this regionals. Like, there are a lot of decks coming out of the woodworks.
I mean, like it's just like it's a tiny like format in the sense it didn't last very long, but we do have just a lot of room for experimentation and everything. So Immortal Ruler, yep, being able to get the Digicross there. Let's see, trash 3, and then for its play cost. So you would have to pay for this. So this would be 4 with the double. and I think they're asking a judge question. So Digivolving there, and then you get to pop something with cost 5 or less. So there's no blockers on board. There's 3 memory, and also all of your Twilight cards. So both of these should have blocker too.
Mm-hmm.
And the nice thing about the Dark Knight mod having the blockers, that even if you have to use it as a blocker, if it gets popped, you're able to, or gets deleted, you're able to play another body from underneath it, which then also will have blocker. Which also, like if it's the Deadly Axe, lets you look at the top 3, and you can digicross to like get rid of. It's really flexible what you get to do a lot of the time.
Very, yeah. I think he also promoted the Chumon because he wanted to stop any memory gain shenanigans from the Sistermons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Chimeramon here is pretty strong for what it is. So you are able to do your DNA devolution on top of your Sistermons, and then you will only have 1 color. Well, you get 2 colors. Actually, if you get... No, you can't get the Jesmon GX, unfortunately.
No, you can't. It has to be level 5 or lower, unfortunately, yeah.
But you will have 2 colors, which gives everything minus 2k, which will be enough to get rid of this Chumon for free.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, this does also lock out those Sistermons that are now under Chimeramon, so... Ooh.
And Crimson Blaze. Okay, that is the card to beat this deck. If you do not want this deck to be able to do its thing, that is the way you do it. Especially because this now puts everything in range, which also means you don't get any of the recycle effects anymore. That is incredibly strong for you.
That costs 3 though, so turn has not passed yet.
Yeah, because you would need 1 extra memory if you wanted a hybrid for game. There's no blockers up right now, so you would have to either establish a blocker right here or pass less than 2 memory.
It looks like, though, everything on board, like if he Digivolves in a level 6, it'll cost at minimum 3. If he Digivolves in a level 4, it's going to cost 2.
I mean, if he's got sword. All right, so attacking there. I wonder if there is a yellow option that they want to play. Okay, so attacking, being able to play the Sistermon Seal, and then using the effect to Digivolve for 5 into a Jesmon GX.
Ooh, that's a lot of memory, though.
It's a lot of memory. And do you have blocker on this board?
So once he tucks the Ganku X underneath, he'll be able to play another Sistermon from either the trash or hand.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll likely play the Blanc. And then he'll have 1, 2, 3 blockers with GX, I think.
Also, the Jesmon GX will gain piercing, blocker, and security attack +1. I just don't think it will have it won't have reboot. Yeah.
I don't know if that does that Sistermon right there have the reboot?
I don't think so. Oh,
Ooh.
hidden to... You have the buffs there.
Yep.
Yeah, Jesmon GX is pretty complicated, especially in the sense of like you have to know what's in your stack, and there's a lot of it's a very particular card.
So at this point, it will have blocker. That Sistermon doesn't give reboot. It's the other Sistermon that we would need.
Yeah, so but you can't play any cards from effects for free. You only have 3 memory to work with, and you just lose next turn, unfortunately. So I think that Crimson Blaze is just deletes what this deck wants to do. Unfortunately, it's a really good polarizing card for a matchup like this.
Mm-hmm. A Death X would also be kind of interesting.
Death X would. It would cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would cost 5, and then it would get rid of almost the entire board. But then also you still have 2 attacks on board.
It would clear the board for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the issue is, you don't have a blocker. The red card under Chimera should be a Huckmon.
Mm-hmm.
Starter deck, I believe. Because it has an inheritable.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, I don't immediately think of any card that could help you get out of the situation. I think it might be time for game number 2 here.
Yeah, this is a. We talked about this yesterday though too though, like scoop it up, and then it's like, oh no, he actually was okay.
That was like a 1%. All right, I will say I was wrong in that scenario, 110%. However, all right, so you get the 3 there, but you don't get to get rid of anything because you didn't digicross with enough materials. And I mean, sure, Death X gets around. It gets everything besides the Jesmon, but
Yes.
you know,
So
there could be something in security that could rectify the situation.
So the major thing here is the reason why he had to do it that way was because he needed a blocker. So that skull, that's a Mighty Axemon, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. You're right. The Nene does give that blocker as well.
So now there's a chump block. Death X will delete whatever's left on board.
But you also have 5 memory to work with for Jesmon.
True, but we also saw earlier that 1 GX was already in trash, and then 2 were revealed off the search. So my guess is the one that we just saw get de-digivolved was the only one available left.
Right. So using the effect to play a Sistermon Seal to gain an additional memory, going to 6, and then you'll get the I believe that's a block. Yeah. Just making sure there was an inheritable. No, there was not. It was able to get the pop.
There wasn't.
All right.
The bow huck.
Yeah.
There was the bow huck underneath. There was a Sistermon in play, so because there's a Sistermon in play, bow huck deletes a Digimon with 5,000 DP or less. Is it 5,000?
I believe it is. Let me see. 5,000 seems like a lot.
It is. It's big. Yeah. So because there's a Sistermon in play, they were able to delete 1 Digimon with 5,000 DP or less. So that Ganku was a lot of value right there.
Yeah, and like if you were able to digicross into something maybe a little bit bigger there, but yeah, Ganku was able to just continually get more Sistermons on board, being able to get the blockers, being able to interact with his opponent, and just made it really tricky for Devin to get any advantage. Which is crazy because he sent him all the way down to 0 security.
I don't know if Devin did that, as more so Wes did it himself.
He set him all the way down to 1 security, and Wes is like, here, I'll take the last one. Don't worry about it. Like, I'll help you out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, is TK really worth the tech in this deck? I don't really know.
I would always, I don't know. You would have to think like most decks that are faster than Jesmon would be like, oh yeah, sure, please hit the TK. I'm happy with it. So unless there's like specifically like a yellow card that you are wanting for it, but that either you need a yellow source for an option or something like that. But I offhand also can't think of something for that either.
Oh, don't tell me he runs that yellow option card.
What, Blinding Ray?
No. It's not about memory. You build wide, so it could be Spiral Masquerade.
Oh man, that's a card I haven't heard in a long time. I mean, sure, anything's possible.
But that's the thing, you know. If that is the end game for that, and now I'm going to go look at the deck profile just to see what the heck it was.
Yeah, here we do have. I don't like spoiling the deck list, especially like from a tournament fairness.
Oh no, I'm not going to say anything else. I just want to go look at it.
All right, if there's a yellow option, which I again have not checked at the deck list, immediately as soon as you say like, that's the reason right there.
There's no yellow options.
Okay, all right. So there's no Spiral Masquerade. Okay.
But it was the first thing that came to my mind when I'm like, I guess since you build wide, kind of like Lord Nightmon, you can use Spiral, but
and I'm like,
why?
Sometimes you have memory issues, and like once you set up, you sometimes have a pretty hard board to interact with. So sure, blinding Ray could maybe make sense there too, but negative for both.
So we just wanted to confirm the option card theory at least, because it was an interesting tech, and it was definitely something we were both like, what?
All right, and we'll have to see who ends up going first. Man, I think DarkKnight wants to go first. We'll see if they agree.
I feel like DarkKnight would want to go second. You don't want to give that extra card to Jesmon.
Mm-hmm.
But aha! Starting strong.
I really wanted to say second. Promise, chat, you'll have to believe me. But I was like 1 for 10 yesterday, so I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna go away from my gut instinct because it was wrong all day yesterday, and nope.
Well, so it's also interesting that Wes did not mulligan, which means that this Jesmon player rolled 2 games in a row with a hand that he felt comfortable keeping.
Mm-hmm.
And going, up the chain Solarmon to Balhuck is already pretty good, unless you had, the starter deck Huckmon that you could have digivolved into instead.
Yeah.
What did he digivolve into? Is that just a generic?
Yeah, that's a
Skull Knight.
Yeah, Skull Knight over there, and then played the Deadly Axe to without digicrossing, just to look top 3 and trash the other 2. So there's a Death X in there.
That's unfortunate.
And Master Disciple getting the Huckmon and immediately playing it and getting a couple hits in there.
Ooh, okay, so we can't get the Chimera for sure, but
everything else is free to grab, right?
Yes, you can grab any 2. So GX, I've never seen a Jesmon player run more than 3 of this card. So when you find one, you kind of have to take it.
Yeah, I think we saw all 3 last game. I think one was in security, and then he like double top deck one. So
since he already has the level 4, I think he's just cycling right now to find the level 5.
Yeah.
Promoting out Skull Knightmon. Now, none of the Twilight cards have save, right?
No, they do not. And so, but you do have. This is kind of an older card, so it does work with the newer one. Let me get it up. So essentially, you get to attack, and you can kind of digicross on the attack, and then you get like a security attack +1, and it is for free, which is nice. But you have to have both cards out. Let me bring up the Skull Knight. So it is Skull Knightmon.
Oh no!
Dang, that he's been defending that security all game.
Rough.
All right, so with this guy, you're able to attack and then digivolve without paying its memory cost, and then with the Dark Knightmon as well. All turns when this Digimon is deleted, you may play 1 Skull Knight and/or Deadly Axe from this Digivolution cards without paying their memory cost suspended. So you still get to get your pieces back, which is great, and you could potentially use Digicross on the Deadly Axe mode if you want to, deciding not to, but getting some more cards. And we are also seeing the Iron Fisted Onslaught, which could have been in that security that last game as well.
On the topic of crossing, though, I do think it's interesting that for DNA Digivolution, the Digimon is treated as a brand new Digimon and doesn't have the stun. I don't want to call it a certain other term.
Yeah.
Every time.
You're not able to attack. You're able to attack after DNA Digivolving.
Yeah, but when you cross, it's like, no, it's not the same concept. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, one's like an augmented Digivolving, and one is like an augmented playing, right? I can't imagine how different the game would be is if I Digivolved a card, I wouldn't be able to attack with it that certain turn. All right, so he's putting it in the sunspot there, but there's another Dark Knightmon here.
And that deletes the Huckmon?
Yeah. And it does also have its own recursion as well.
Value. No Nene yet, so unfortunately there are no blockers at this time.
No.
3 memory is also kind of rough to give to a Jesmon player because they can utilize that 3 memory to go into their level 5 and level 6. But because Wes isn't quite promoting out, I do have a suspicion at this point that there is no level 5.
For sure. And just thinking, so like, yeah, you can raise, and then you can digivolve, and you can even reduce the cost of one of the digivolve if you want. But especially since it looks like you're playing more defensive with the Gankus and not necessarily like Jesmons as your level 6s, you really won't be able to punish a board like this, I feel.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe there's a Crimson Blaze, but it would only delete one of the two of them. Crimson Blaze is definitely a great tech against this specific deck, but in general, I think Crimson Blaze is going to be utilized more for the remainder of these regionals because Crossheart is just so popular.
Mm-hmm.
Still thinking. He hasn't made a move yet. There's the promote. There's the delay. Oh, is he going into Chimera?
Must be. Yeah, so he doesn't have a level 5. That's really unfortunate.
Oof.
Yeah, so just deciding, you know what, I have to start doing something now. I think going into a level, into Chimera, even though it's not the level 5 I want, and even though it's a little bit not efficient for me. I mean, I do get like one more inheritable for my stack, but...
Mm-hmm. And luckily, the From Master to Disciple works on any Digivolution. It's not specifically for, you know, a Huckmon to a Savior or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So, and he has one Sistermon in the trash, so going also into the Ganku X as well.
On Digivolve, you can play one from hand, and there's the Blanc for the draw.
So, yeah, both these have blockers. But man, they really, I don't know, that this just feels, if you're able to out this Ganku, you probably win this game.
If you de-Digivolve it even once, then the Sistermon Blanc is turned off, because Chimera is not a Huckmon Digimon, nor is it Royal Knight.
Yeah, and you do have, I mean, you do have 5 security this game still, unless there's maybe another TK in there again. So you probably aren't too afraid of losing this turn. All right, so going for the attack, and this could be some bait as well. All right, so
no.
Hits a Jesmon GX, but I think this is what he wants because he's able to play the Deadly Axe, which means he's able to Digicross with it, which means he's able to get rid of the Sistermon and maybe get some more value off it too.
Now, when you Digicross into the Dark Knight, does it have to be the same target? De-Digivolve and delete, or is it just de-Digivolve one and then delete?
Yeah, you can de-Digivolve one and delete the other, I believe.
All right, cool. Because yeah, that would be
same as Metal Gray kind of effect.
There is some hesitation. I can feel like there's something stopping both players. I'm not quite sure what though.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't decide to Digicross on the play. You don't get any reduction for it since you play it for free, but you would be able to get the deletion on the Sistermon.
Oh, there is a cross right here. Not what I thought.
But it's another Deadly Axe. Yeah, so it's for 2. You get to delete the Sistermon and then look top 3 again. Oh, there's the Dark Knight. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah. So now you can do it again.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty strong for you.
Now there's 3 security left, so far we've seen just level 6s and 7s from West's security. Now, if we do happen to run into a TK, that won't be too good.
No, No. So again, we do have the blocker on the Genku, but and it would take honestly a lot of resources for you to be able to do another Digicross, but I think it's the right play. And you can cross with stuff on board too if you really want to.
This will be 4 memory?
Yeah, so
Wes would go to 2, have his Genku XD Digivolved.
Yeah.
And puts him at 2 memory. That's really rough because we know he has the Jesmon GX that he added from earlier.
Yeah.
And at this point, he can't. He needs another level 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Side comment: if this were a blue matchup, it'd be really funny if like Sorai got hit, because then that Chimeramon would just be purely white.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Is if you removed all those sources, you'd be in a really tough spot.
I've had it done to me before, so that's why I know the pain.
Yeah, because then you wouldn't be able to digivolve it into anything.
Correct, unless it's white.
Yeah. So Master Disciple there again, and finding not a lot.
No.
You can get Huckmon and trash the other two. Sister in trash is good. It's fine.
Sister or Huck, yeah. Sisters are always better in the trash.
And hard playing the card. Dang.
Finds the level 6 and finds the Jesmon X.
Yep. So my guess is he may have been missing out on any level 6s that could have gone. So now he's got one and he's got the seal, but this is so much advantage now for DarkKnight to potentially just win here. There's 5 attacks.
Crimson Blaze though is
Crimson Blaze is a card. You are correct on that.
I feel like you'd want to cross into something bigger first, but
yeah, it's hard to say. You do have Security Attack +1 with your Dark Knightmon, so that is potential for you there.
I'd probably attack with Chew first.
Yeah, attacking with the Chew. Oh my gosh. That is so unfortunate.
We're so good at our job.
And didn't even get Pogumon. Man, that is absurd. Crimson Blaze is so good against this deck.
Okay, so you can't play anything by card effects now.
Yeah. And wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No!
All right. Okay. Never mind. All right. Here we go. Game 3.
No, not like this.
That's pretty good.
No.
Man.
I was like, I had a feeling there was a TK and there was a Crimson Blaze in that security, but I was like, hopefully not both. And then it's like, nope, both sounds good.
Yeah, live by the blade, die by the blade, I guess. I mean, that is great. You get your best and worst card in security. That's so funny. Oh boys. Man. Yeah, so we got game number 3. We got 15 minutes. This has been a heck of a fun match to just get on our first one. I'm happy we got to this one.
To be fair, did he actually look at the last security?
I don't believe so. I think he just scooped it on up.
Okay, because if he happened to have a yellow card,
sure, but that
he would have recovered 1.
I mean, okay. How many? Okay, I'm gonna guess he runs more than 1 TK, right?
Correct.
That's the out, baby.
Yeah, but he didn't check it, so I was like, I mean, you could have had another TK.
You 100%
like
could have.
It's like,
Man, that's just so funny.
We were just talking about Crimson Blaze, happens, and then we were talking about TK, happens. It's like, okay, cool. Game 3, let's go. But Jesmon is definitely one of those decks where you live by the blade, die by the blade.
Yeah. All right, well, we got game number 3 here. Jesmon's going to be able to choose who goes first. I just need a roll of dice. I need a roll of dice to see what he wants. All right.
I think Jesmon would go second because they want that extra card.
All right, I'll take the other. I'll take the opposite stance.
Interesting. Huzzah! Going into Monidamon off Pagu and then Nene. 3 Monita, Dark Knight,
Yeah, I think you take the DarkKnight, right? Yeah, it's been. Oh,
Is that
okay.
Pride Memory Boost and Immortal Ruler.
Yeah. So deciding to not take the DarkKnight, instead taking the Monimon, maybe getting a little bit greedy with that one.
Wes going off into I think he runs the Sukamon from BT4, and then he has a Huckmon from Stardeck 14, drops the From Master Disciple, and adds the Jesmon GX.
All right. Oh, another.
Again.
Okay. He's wanting to find every card in his deck.
What are the advantages of using Ganku? Oh, Ganku has the D Digivolve. That's why he's adding that instead over the Jesmon X. Which I kind of agree, because Gankumon can prevent crossing, which makes it a lot harder for your opponent to maintain resources. But against a Dark Knightmon deck, I feel like the Ganku isn't as useful. Because there's no materials saved.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm just attacking into it. No, I think the Digivolve has its own merits. So Monidamon comes back out. 3 from Masters.
Yeah, you're gonna be a master in no time. Like you, that is like a free devolution for 3. That is absurd.
Adding the Huck, interesting. So he passes the Savior. Is he just missing a level 4? No, he has. No, he has 4.
It. I'm curious to see what this hand looks like, because that is, a lot of cycling for him for sure.
There's the Chikuri, and that's an interesting card that we see now, because we also know that Devin probably has security. So Chikurimon, I like it, but I also don't like it because it's never in security.
Yeah.
Monita hits into Bao Huck from BT6. And wow. Devin's seen 3 Monitas, and Wes has seen 3 from Master to Disciples.
So obviously a slower start for both players, but getting a whole lot of pieces to really go off. And again, like most builds of Jesmon I've seen are more like they just hit your face, like play a bunch of Sistermons, and then just try to get that one more damage or two the next turn. But that's definitely not the playstyle that Wes is aiming for this game.
I feel like Wes is definitely building up to the perfect stack. He wants to probably Digivolve into the level 5 next, and then next turn utilize all 3 from Master Disciples.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Like you've been able to stack them quite nicely, and you just why not use them?
It is arguably one of the best cards in the deck because it can even search itself.
And its security effect is pretty great too.
Isn't it the same?
Yeah, which is why it's good.
It's interesting because this is like the precursor option card that we're going to see in the future, because Japan just released the new promos.
Yeah, the new delay, the training promos, maybe. Yeah. Better word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, they're really interesting, and I think delay is probably just boom them away.
Just done.
And you can now attack over the Monitamon, right?
You can attack unsuspended Digimon, yes.
Yeah. Honestly, I rarely find that comes up in the deck. Like, you normally raise your level 5 up to then go to a level 6 or whatnot. But looks like he's going into the Ganku, then playing a Seal from the trash, which means you get to Digivolve into a Ganku X if you happen to have it in your hand, or Jesmon GX.
He has the GX. The question is, will he do the GX? And luckily, Jesmon decks don't need the X Antibody option card because they have the need for Sistermons instead. Which is something that it's interesting that Bandai has done, because, previously it was required to have the X Antibody for some Digimon, and now it's more of for Jesmon, you just need a Sistermon. For Ulforce, you need just a blue Tamer.
Yeah, and I think that's that I like it being that flexible, and I also like having cards that aren't dependent on X antibody because the card is busted. Yeah.
Like Greymon X to 1, put X antibody to 1.
Yeah.
So that Jesmon GX does have Blitz.
Yeah. So you are able to attack with it, then use I believe the Huckmon effect underneath it.
No, it's the search off the sister.
Yep. Correct. Off the seal.
Because if it was starter deck, or not starter deck, BT7 Sistermon, it would have been 5 revealed off the top. That is so much stuff on the board.
Yeah, that is a pretty good. And then okay.
No.
All right, so that just gets rid of your Jesmon GX, right? There's no decoy, Correct. There's no protection. All right, well that
Correct.
is unfortunate.
Board state, nothing. If there was the Blanc from the starter deck, there would be decoy present, but as is, you got to get rid of one of those level 4 Sistermon seals.
Yeah, and these don't have blocker, right? Because you have to have they do have blocker.
There is no blocker.
Right okay, I see. Okay, yeah.
Because there's no Royal Knight or Huckmon Digimon in play.
All right, and now you're doing the Deadly Axe, which will be able to get rid of one of these as well as recycle some resources. So getting the BT, I think it's BT8. The old one comes from.
BT7.
Yeah, BT7, yeah, BT8.
BT7.
Gotcha. Yeah, the BT7 one. Wait, that Deadly Axe is. Honestly, I think this is the card that makes the deck work. Honestly, it's just as flexible as you need it.
I feel like I would have gotten rid of the seal instead because he could Chimeramon is what I wanted to avoid.
No, so he's gonna be able to do this where you're able to digivolve into the DarkKnightmon for free. You get 2 checks off security off of it.
Oh, please don't be TK.
That's 3 for 3. That is so funny.
Every time.
All right, but you could. You couldn't get rid of anything but the seal because these are both 5Ks. So.
Oh.
Yeah. But you did get. Right. Okay, but you can just go into this now, and now you can get the pop of whichever seal you hate the most.
Yes. What would have been Crimson Blaze wouldn't have been as bad.
Yeah. So going to there again. Using these 2 here for it. So you get the security attack +1, and the Deadly Axemon that you put underneath it is very good for your effects. So a weird turn, but I think again you came out ahead as Dark Knight.
Oh, right. The seals were actually 7K because of the inheritables from earlier when he slotted the Jesmon X antibody underneath.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah, but being able to since it pops based on play cost, this Dark Knight was able to do that. It also has blocker now in case you try to trade with the Deadly Axe due to the Tamer.
So what are we gambling here? Are we going to say another Crimson Blaze, or are we going to say TK?
I mean, TK's been in security for 2 games. No reason it shouldn't be. I mean, the security's been close to identical so far. We've had a Genku X both times. I think we've had a Jesmon GX both times too, and a TK both times.
Yeah,
I think all 3 of those are in the security both games. So we're missing a couple of those for this one so far.
There's the Crimson Blaze,
which is nice, but not as good as it could previously have been. Yeah. I'm just making sure. Yeah, he is at 1. You are checking for 2 here with this, but you are a little bit dissuaded to do so because if it does get deleted, you don't get the recycling effect because Crimson Blaze. But deciding,
worth it. Let's go.
All right, not afraid. Oh. Oh man. All right. TK has hit the board.
Well. Unfortunately, there's not 1 extra memory to go into the Grumble for a game. I guess you could play your own Izzy. Yeah.
Yeah, sure will. So, I mean, okay.
Ooh.
Cool. Solid. Yeah, just keeping both Death X on top, and just kind of going from there. I would probably keep. I would have put the Skull Knight or the DarkKnight X antibody on top, but
Yeah.
I think you're in a really good spot.
They can't really build wide right now, so I think going into DarkKnightmon X would have been the better play. But regardless, there's 2 Digimon coming out.
Yep. There's a Bow, and then, I mean, even if you play a Sistermon, like you have to develop 2 blockers, or you have to get rid of this this Dark Knight, which will, if you try to get it deleted, you get to play another body for free. So I think it's just a wrap here for Jesmon, unfortunately.
I think you Sistermon Blanc here if you have it or have a way to bring it back.
Oh, you could. Okay, hold up.
Oh, Chimera.
Okay.
Slotting the Savior Huck underneath.
So you will be able to, I believe, attack over this Dark Knight. Unfortunately, you still will get the... He will be able to play another body from underneath it. So you have to get rid of that body or establish 2 blockers. All right, so Ganku X.
Ganku X will bring back the Blanc, and then there will be 2 blockers in play.
Okay, so that is enough. That is enough for right now.
We are... he has a Death X, 3 cards in play, so there's not enough memory to play Death X and keep turn.
No, yeah, this is why I would have liked to see like the... I mean, he could have a Dark Knight X in hand already.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have liked to... I think that would have been a solid play.
What does Dark Knight X do again?
I'm bringing it up now, actually.
Huzzah!
All right, Dark Knight X. Return 1 black or purple Digimon card other than this to your trash your hand. Then if you get to unsuspend it, so it's just a bigger body. Which is Ganku also a 13K right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Or I think Genku's actually 14 because I think its base is 12, but you gain 2.
Mm-hmm. You could also do something if you swing with your Dark Knight and they decide to block with the sister. You'd be able to. I don't know. Like if they block with the sister on this, you'd be able to attack and restand with it and keep it your turn with the Dark Knight as well. Yeah, which is what they do. Get the block there. Yeah, so if they have Dark Knight, they probably win.
It looks like he does.
Looks like he does. All right, so Dark Knight is for 5, but then you get to, 4 on top of Dark Knightmon, you get to delete your nade to get 2 memory back. You get to restand, and then you get to get 2 attacks in. So this will get 1 block for it, but then you get another block with the Chikurumon, and that will be game. Okay. All right, we have table number 23 here, both undefeated. I don't want to show the names or anything quite yet because we got a bit of an interest. I mean, it's round 2, so we got both players 1-0 right now, but a bit of an interesting matchup for sure. You're as when you were like the one covering like the previous match, or like I was doing the Dark Knightmon. You're gonna probably have to help me with maybe half of this other one.
Yeah, I'll try because I know a lot of the effects for one deck based on the sleeves, and then the other deck, I know a little bit. I'm not an expert at it, but I played a little bit of it.
All right.
So this will be interesting. I think the viewers will definitely enjoy this matchup for the fact that both these decks aren't really typical. Well, okay, one of them is typical.
One, yeah.
But the other is not at all typical.
Yeah, we're gonna hopefully a bit of a treat for y'all. We'll end up seeing.
Looks like both players. That's a keep for one player.
And deciding to keep for our top player as well.
Cool. You know, in your mind, when you see your opponent using a specific sleeve, do you think that it is that deck?
Yeah. All right. Well, we've already there's the beans. There's
Hagumon, Digiballs, and Dichumon. So this is the Sukamon deck playing up against a Beelzemon deck.
Yep. Yeah, something we don't see, especially that like quote unquote top tables, but it's round 2, so we gotta be a little bit more flexible with it. But very interesting deck versus our new deck on the block that is the Beelzemon with the advanced deck. So
yep. So that EX2 Imon just adds a Beelzemon. Chumon unfortunately has a Digivolution cost of 1 regardless, so that's kind of the unfortunate part of it. But promotes it out, and there are a few ways you can approach this, because you can reduce the Digivolution cost into a Sukamon Digimon by 1, so this Sukamon is just 1.
Yeah, well, it looks like that was the case. Deciding to attack into security, hitting into a quite a big boy.
And then on deletion, it does play a Chumon, so from the trash, and because that Chumon will hit the trash, that's why it comes out suspended.
Yep. And you get to use those effects. Yeah.
Yep. On deletion effect of Sukamon lets you go ahead and add 1 card with Chumon, Sukamon, or Edamon and its name from among them to your hand, but then you trash the rest. So we're slowly building towards the king. Another Sukamon drops for yet another 1 memory cost. And then Chumon for the memory choke. This is actually kind of big, but also not that bad, considering there is the starter deck 14 Impmon that's being promoted out. If you trash anything right now, you will immediately delete that Digimon with the inheritable.
All right, yeah, so going into Witchmon. And getting some trashing off that as well.
Trigger effect, and that's where Chumon is deleted by card effect. The EX2 Impmon was trash, so there will be some more trashing there, and a Death Slinger was trash, meaning that's a memory gain. This deck gets crazy in BT12.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been crazy. Like we've been looking at our thoughts of what I mean. It's the pre-release right now, right? We have a bunch of people with already built their BT12 decks as it is, and the whole, like, the X antibody, not only just the top end, but the whole line that you're able to just generate more resources and make the deck a lot stronger is pretty insane.
There's BT10 Balmon. Not the starter deck, so this does have a persisting effect that when it is deleted, you do get to play Beelzemon from your trash.
And is there one in there right now?
I don't think so.
I don't think there was. I don't immediately recall seeing one.
There's a blast mode, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, so that was hit off security, but I don't think we milled one off the top of the deck yet.
So the inheritable of the Chumon is what allows you to play
the additional Chumons, yeah.
Yes. So that's where one of them gets played suspended without paying its cost.
And
so
then
now you can.
The other one was off the Sukamon on deletion, right? Itself.
The other Sukamon, I thought, on deletion. A lot of these effects are much older because we don't typically play with these cards.
Yeah.
But you play a Chumon from among them after you reveal the top 3.
So unfortunately, no Digimon in raising right now. We do have like 2 Chumons to stop any memory gain, which would include like a Death Slinger or a Wizardmon off a mill, which is quite strong. But looking like just attacking with the Bowmon.
Yeah, attacking with the Balmon here will trigger the Balmon's when attacking effect, which will trash 3 more cards, but that will also trigger the Impmon from EX2 and delete the Chumon again. So it's kind of an interesting interaction here for this specific matchup.
Yeah, and would you be able to sequence it where you get the deletion on the Chumon, and then if you did hit a Wizardmon, get the memory back?
Correct.
Okay.
Because you choose the order of effects. So 1, 2, and 3 trigger the effect there, delete Chumon.
And then now you get your 2 memory back. That's
correct. As you mentioned, yes.
Yeah.
Security check.
It was Death Slinger and Wizardmon. It should be 1 extra memory, right?
1 for each one. So there's 2 memory total.
Okay. Yeah, but he should be at 3 right now, yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
Maki Himakawa, I didn't see what the ad was, but it reveals the top 3, adds 1 multicolor black card. Very utilizable in some multicolored decks moving forward. You could even utilize it even in the Black War Greymon or the War Greymon decks in BT12. But it does reduce cost, so that it does give it some value.
All right, and deciding to digivolve into the EX2 Beelzemon.
This will delete the Sukamon.
Yep, and gets a Death Axe and Tamer off the top of the deck. Gets the deletion there, which means you do get to, again, look at the top cards of your deck. Oh, and an Omnizort. And
there's the tech.
There's the Bagra.
Yep, this is Sukabagra.
I'm not updating the thing.
It's still an interesting deck, nonetheless.
100%.
One issue I have with the Sukamon deck in general is that the consistency is the problem for me.
Yeah.
So King Sukamon does drop down at this point. I don't know how many Sukamons are in trash.
I think at least
I think there's enough.
There's at least 3, 100%.
Yeah. So King Sukamon, if your opponent has 16 or more cards in their trash, which I'm pretty sure that's the actual trigger of what's causing this, or you have 3 or more cards with Sukamon in their names, you can change one of your opponent's Digimon into a Digimon that's white with 3000 DP, and its name is Sukamon.
Yeah, but it still has all of its effects, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
And then also this gains Cure Tech +1 for each Sukamon.
Correct.
Which means that if this was able to attack, you'd be able to do that. And you do kind of like the protection effects for it too.
Impmon goes in first at 1k.
Okay. Gets the
doesn't matter.
The trade there. So 1, 2, 3 off the deletion there. You get the additional mill off the X2 Impmon. You also have the Pokemon Digi-Egg trash as well. Bunch of cards.
But you can also play an Impmon off the EX2 Beelzemon. Now, keep in mind, the Beelzemon is all May effects. They are not mandatory.
Yeah, you get a Rivals Barrage. And then another EX3, so 3 more. And now an Impmon and a Wizardmon.
So was the mill from... It was the trashing of that EX2 Impmon?
It's from the egg. It's from the egg.
Okay. Yeah.
That's actually like a concerning amount of cards left in deck though. That is probably less than 10 at this point.
The thing about it though is that there is there should be a Beelzemon that was added to hand.
Off of which?
The search of the EX2 Impmon from like turn 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, it was the starter deck Beelzemon. So but there isn't a Beelzemon, so you can go ahead and warp into that. Just so much memory to give. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards left in deck. You have to... Ooh, down to 6. There's the Bow.
It's tempting. All right, deciding to use that as well. And I mean, sequencing the cards on your deck is a little important because that Deathslinger will probably get hit again.
Oh, if you go 6 cards, if you Digivolve into the Bowmon, that Bowmon effect is mandatory.
It is, yeah. All right, but this is a pretty solid board, especially with the Psychemon as well. Not that I think you have a lot of reductions there, but all right, Chumon for 1. I mean, Death X, right?
I don't think does he have it?
I'm not sure if he does have it. It's a card that you could have though.
Yeah.
All right, Rivals Barrage getting there. All right,
another one.
Another one, which is not really doing anything.
Oh, okay. So it does do something because it does prevent your opponent from digivolving the Beelzemon into a Beelzemon Blast mode.
That's fair. Yep, that is important.
I do think he can take game this turn, though.
I agree, yeah. So using the Ayamako effect to top deck something and
trash the Beelzemon that you added from way long ago.
Yeah, and 2 cards left in deck though, so you do have to be super careful with this.
You attack here, you'll Digivolve into the Warp Beelzemon. You'll trash the rest of your deck. And then...
All right, Breath of the Gods for the win, please.
So the Digivolution cost will be 3, but then you'll gain 3 memory back. So, wait, you need to pay 3 memory first. I don't think it matters, particularly for this match, but this game, but...
do agree with that.
Because you can just Rivals Barrage for a Blast mode if you were like, oh no.
Yeah, but then you can just... You'll be good there, so...
Yeah.
Itmon swims in, and that is going to be game number 1 for Zach on Beelzemon.
I think this matchup is a little more difficult because you're trying to maintain certain Digimon, and the starter deck 14, Itmon is definitely your MVP of, getting rid of the smaller bodies, the anti-memory gainers, the anti-cost reductions, whatever it may be.
Yeah. So we're going to be jumping into game number 2 here, and I need to have a counter like how many times I'm wrong today on just who goes first, but who do you think? I'll always just take the contrarian position where you're
at. Let's see. So as the Beelzemon player, you'd want to go first to set up aggression quickly. With Sukamon, now Sukamon is a little different because you kind of play more to what your opponent does. Honestly, I think going first is better in the Sukamon's case because then your opponent draws cards because Beelzemon wants those cards to get trashed. So if you draw them, they have less value.
Okay. I can agree with that. I don't have much experience with Sukamon, so definitely leaning on that, but I can see where going first for Suka just gives you a little bit more advantage than your opponent, and deciding to keep the hand for Brandon and Zach deciding he wants another go at it. So again, this is going to go into game number 2. Sukamon deciding who gets to go first since they did lose this. So Zach is ahead with Beelzemon 1-0 in this round.
Beelzemon truly RNGing it here.
Yeah. All right, 5-5, and we'll see. How do you think the... Sorry, this is a quick aside. What do you think about the sleeves we got from the Advanced Starter deck?
I like the design. I don't like the quality.
Yeah, most of these graphic sleeves, you have to double sleeve them, which I'm okay with doing. But I think the design's really nice.
Oh, interesting. So we went from Pagu to looks like, I think that's a Junkmon?
I believe that is Junkmon. It's, again, using a lot of older cards, keeping us on our toes today. It's kind of good.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it otherwise, but kind of good.
Oh, that's unfortunate because there's the EX, there's Psychmon, and then you just bottom deck one of your starter deck 14 Imon, so that Floodgate is actually going to really hurt you this time around.
Yeah, because what Psychmon, he prevents you playing stuff for cheaper, right?
Play cost reduction. So it would affect cards like DNA Digivolution, Stingmon, XVmon, stuff like that.
Yeah, but that doesn't really affect Sukamon, does it?
Correct. It doesn't affect anything there from my knowledge, because nothing is play cost reduced. Everything is reduced in Digivolution cost. That's why you run the Maki Himakawas. Your Chumons can reduce the Digivolution cost up into a Sukamon. Wow, Junkmon just going right in. No!
Well, I mean, I think you're okay with that in the sense that Junkmon does live. It does have a nice inheritable. I'd say like this was a really good inheritable for like the first year of the game for like a protection where if you gain another memory or if you try to delete one of your opponent's cards, like you don't get to keep turn anymore. But it's been we're a bit far removed from there.
Interesting that he took the Beelstarmon instead of the Balmon. I'm not familiar with why people like to use the Beelstarmon right now, but it's beyond me a little bit. And then, oh, what's his name? Genmamon? Gotta look this up again.
Yeah.
Oh. Wrong set. Suka came in the last set. It was...
Jerrymon.
Yeah. I don't know if it's Jerry, Gary, or Gara. I'm like, pfft. You're an odd one, sir. The off-brand Numamon.
It is. It's weird that they have like an off-brand of itself, you know what I mean, in its own card game.
And it's very interesting that in this card game, there are a lot of cards that are recolors of other Digimon. Psychmon, for example, is kind of an off-color Gabumon.
And we have like specifically like black Agumon, and then like also like there's toy Agumon, clear Agumon, and isn't there like a third one? Is it like block
not
Agumon?
to my knowledge.
Okay, so it's just toy and clear.
Yes, and one thing that I was joking with people the other day was, why don't we have like a toy Greymon or like toy or brick Greymon?
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Like they start off with the like, oh, Agumon can kind of look like it, and then with Greymon they're like, nah, that's too complicated. We'll just one and done.
So Digivolving into the Wizard on top of the Psychmon after attacking into another Junkmon, using the Iron Mako to put a card on top. You don't have to reveal it. That's the good thing here, to gain 1 memory. And then Digivolving into a, I'm guessing, Bal.
Yeah, another Bal.
Odd sequencing. I feel like you would have sequenced it the other way.
Yeah, because I don't think you don't have enough. Do you have enough cards in trash to get the effect right now?
When it gets deleted, yes.
Yeah, that's true, because it will fill with its own sources underneath there.
Right. What I was referring to was he Digivolved into Wizard and then used the Iron Mako effect, placing a card on top. But then you Digivolve into Balmon, and you're going to draw that card back anyway. So why not wait until you Digivolve into the Balmon to sequence it? That Chumon is definitely doing work, though, for this matchup right now.
Yeah, without having the Saradek Itmon effect to get the easy pops of level 3s, you're in a way different spot.
So Jerrymon goes in, another Iron Mako. That is huge.
Yeah, that's a lot of memory now available for you. So looking at top 4.
He's going to add that Itmon. It has to be the Itmon.
It's either the Itmon or the Wizard, which you could put back on top. But yeah, he definitely agreed with you there.
Well, he needs to get rid of that Chumon. The Chumon is the problem right now. If the Chumon keeps staying, it's going to just continue being the problem. But so far, it is kind of a memory choke game with a lot of the cards he has.
And he technically has a potential game this next turn. We do have 4 bodies able to swing right now with 3 cards left in security, so we do have to be a little bit careful.
I'd probably argue that there's going to be probably a Death Slinger or a Rival's Barrage that's in the security.
Sure.
But Beelzemon will be able to delete the Chumon here if he has it. I love your comments sometimes.
We got some smart boys and girls in this chat, 100%.
Oh, just attacking. So there's no Beelzemon from EX2 to play either. It's really rough when you don't get like the level 6 or the level 3 that can really remove the floodgate.
Yeah, so it doesn't have the on deletion effect anymore. Deciding to put a Death Slinger on top.
Attacking over Jerrymon, so that is going to remove it. There isn't lethal presented on board now.
And then Witchmon, you get
I'm so confused.
Draw your Death Slinger back, and then use both effects to put 2 cards back on top of the deck to reduce or to make it essentially a free Digivolution. And and go from there. But with Deathslinger, you won't get the memory back with that Chumon.
Correct. What? Oh, there's the blast. Okay, so blast mode can delete it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, this Chumon? You sure? All right, crazy. All right, and still has 2 memory to work with this turn. Was able to do enough clearing. Yeah, just passing to 1 seems pretty good.
That's pretty good.
All right, and we do have the Star Deck Impmon in the raising area as well, which will help you get rid of potential further issues with the deck, but we'll see.
Warp Digivolving is going to be huge here. So down to 2 security now. Reveals a Witchmon. Nothing too problematic there. Reveal the top. It's Maki. It's not a black Digimon. So goodbye.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah, I know that you Tentomon and Mimi Tachikawa have a very fond memory.
Mm-hmm. So attacking.
Shumon goes in. Is that another Witchmon?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Playing another Chumon, even though it's going to get a pretty free deletion.
Yes. It's potential game on board right now.
For Beels, 100%.
Yeah, because Beelzemon can potentially warp into a starter deck 14 Beelzemon for 2 checks, and then that will gain you enough memory to potentially. I don't know how many blast modes he runs, to be honest, but you would need the Beelzemon from starter deck in trash.
Yeah.
And also the blast mode.
All right, so going into Beal Star. Reducing it by 2, putting 2 cards back on top of deck. I want a Beal Star matchup, so I guess we got one.
Yeah, kind of. That is the deletion, so there will be a trash through right there. There's another blast mode right there, another Death Slinger, and Balmon. Chumon is deleted. And because a card was trashed, we do get an Impmon played, right?
Yes, we do.
And I'm going to do it again.
Yep, so attacking with the Impmon, finding another Chumon, so you're getting another top 3.
Playing Impmon back.
Playing Impmon back. Probably, yep, just convenience right there.
Now it's once per turn, right?
Yeah. It's not anything crazy. All right, you have 3 more attacks on the board, but you're just going to be conservative and just pass back 1 again.
Doesn't want to give too much resources. Drew a Cooties Kick. But the other unfortunate thing go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, like, Death X would be really, really good here.
But scooping it up.
None available to you.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so Zach takes it 2-0. All right, we do have table number 38 for you guys today for round number 3. Let me get the names correct. We have Joshua versus Skylar. Joshua on the top here and Skylar on the bottom.
People always have the most hesitance. Sure.
Yeah. Like, yeah. That's fine. It's even like I haven't done like a lot of in-person events this year, but when I was in Peoria this last weekend, like having to go up to people, be like, "Hey, do you mind like physically moving all your stuff? You get to play on a fancy playmat. Does that entice you a little bit?" Like people are like, "Oh man," and like, "Nah, I don't know." Like it's a little bit trickier in person in a lot of ways.
I remember for Nats, it was like, "Oh, go run and find this person at table, blah blah blah," and be like, "All right, run. Hey, you're the VIP table. Come on."
Yeah. I need to use the phrase VIP. That should definitely have like some ritzy water to give them and like the whole thing.
Take them to an elevator, then bring them down the elevator, then bring them up.
Yeah. This is just for show. All right, I think we are good to go time wise as well.
both players keeping their hands, no mulligans. It's been good so far, and looks like 5 eggs for one player. I cannot tell how many eggs for the other player. There's the flip of a Upamon. I'm guessing, yep, there's the Vmon. Full art participation. No, it's the winner, actually. And then a Davis.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, losing out on the Ice Wall, only finding the Magna X. But, yeah, obviously seeing an armor list here for Joshua.
On the other end, we got Wanya into a Stravimon. So we're seeing some blue hybrid versus Armor Rush.
Yeah, I haven't seen this matchup in a long time. You know, it was a viable, like, you know, this is a throwback to summer of 2022, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We did get some card loss for blue hybrid, and but armor pretty much has everything all the same.
Mm-hmm. And you're very familiar at this point also with Tommy Himi.
Mm-hmm. Now Tommy is a pretty good card against some of these. For example, the armor purge doesn't really do anything if you have nothing underneath your Digimon, so
correct.
That's important.
Going straight into it.
Straight on into it.
At 4 memory, you better have the Kuma. The Kuma here would be so strong. Like Kuma on top of Strawberry, Stravimon. Take out the bottom Digivolution source and then attack to strip the other 2 sources. So good.
Yeah, so deciding to start with the Sworjo, removing 2 sources there, and you will get the redirect for free still, but if you get that last source removed, you no longer get the redirect.
The other bad thing here is that going up to this level 6 already makes it really difficult then to remove it off your field, because then that Magnamon X is just sitting there to give that 2 memory every turn.
Yeah.
Oh, the howling. Yo. It's also possible that the Davis is out in the middle, because maybe Joshua plays a lot of One Piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that's the now that we have another card game where the zones are familiar but different. You know, there's obviously like a lot of there, but ooh, every time you cannot be playing armor without having at least one copy of Megadeth in your security. It is a requirement for the deck.
I'm honestly okay with it though, because then you just play it again to the one of Tommy. Let's go.
All right, so seeing the pieces you want and getting the bad security hits at the good time. So a lot of momentum already here for blue hybrid.
There's a Vmon in the Rays, and the thing is, this Magnamon X is just sitting there now. Unless he happens to play the Jesmon variant with Jesmon GX, it is going to sit there.
All right.
That's awkward.
Well, you got Sukamon, and your opponent gets to know that you're probably not playing a Death X.
Yep. I don't think it'd really do anything in this particular matchup because blue hybrid just hybrids up for you know, the end of turn game status.
Mm-hmm. All right, and just playing a Vmon out, so you know that you're going to have to give 2 memory from Sworjo as it is, and that's a lot of memory.
Just the way hybrid players love it. An oldie but a goodie. While I do see the relevance of Magnamon X, I do think that I feel like you'd want to tech 1 copy of X Antibody in case you do run up against a blue hybrid matchup. There's the Kuma. Are we getting Corey?
Yeah, Corey could start getting the stuns down. And, oh, just a Beowulf, which is still pretty good. You do get to attack to put the Vmon back to hand, which means you also have another Tamer available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Or hybrid available for... Oh. Do you even care to return the Beowulf to hand, though?
I would not return the Beowulf to hand, but at the same time, you've given so much memory at this point that...
Because if you do that, you give back Sworjo, right?
No, Sworjo just goes to trash.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because it's not a DDG Evolve. Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we've been doing so many Digivolves today, like it's or this weekend in general.
I feel like I would have kept Sora and Joe in play because you're gonna get so much value off of it, off of that Magnamon X.
Yeah, I think it was a little peculiar to get that out there. I think you would have gained like just an extra 2 memory every turn for the rest of the game. Seems really enticing.
Mm-hmm. There's a Hammer Spark going to 3. Is Tommy coming down already, or?
It seems a little early for Tommy, and like not even like a good board state, but deciding, you know, this is when I want to play Tommy, for really no effect besides just maybe getting a Korikaku later.
A Jerry.
Interesting.
Yo, and then Leomon coming down.
I would have liked to just see the Jerry come down instead, and I don't see what's in the hand, but that Tommy seems like just a waste at this point.
I agree. It didn't get the value that it would normally get by, you know, trashing the bottom 3 Digivolution sources. Is it 3? Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, it's 3, yeah, which is absurd.
Yeah.
Since we have options for 2 that get rid of 2, like
yeah,
our numbers close to that, like there's not a real surprise why this is back to 1 copy.
Sorai is 4 for 4, and then Howling Crusher is 7 for all.
Yeah. I mean, 3 and then something you can Digivolve on top of and also get extra benefits. Crazy good.
So there's the extra memory gain there. Is this Flamedramon comes down? And funny enough, we actually are getting an Adventure 2 like sequel.
Yeah, and like I think Digimon has like a weird issue where, okay, well, another tamer, super good for you.
Heck yeah.
But no hits, Oof. Super bad for you.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
And yeah, but we have so many issues where like decks and archetypes are built around specifically named cards, and when you only have like 1 or 2 of those cards and one of them has to be limited for like another reason, it really stinks.
Interesting. Why didn't he tap the Jerry when Flamedramon or Magnamon X attacked for the extra draw?
Because he probably forgot. And okay, so another one right here. You do have 2 sources deep, so you do have an armor there, so you do get a redirect with that right now.
And this is where the Tommy would have been the best time to play it.
I agreed, yeah. If you could have Tommied here to remove the bottom 3, then you don't get the redirect with that anymore. I think you would have been in a slightly better position.
Because now you have infinite redirects.
Yeah, Sorai could be in the deck. And Innocence Blizzard, what is that? How much does that remove again? Not a lot, right?
2, I believe. I believe it's 2.
Yeah, trash the bottom of all cards and then up to 3 without no devolutions can attack or block.
Yep. Yeah, Magnamon X is so good in this matchup.
Yeah, if you're able to stick it and keep the sources underneath it, it's in a really good spot.
So you're at 3 memory. Leomon attacks in. This will be an extra 2 memory and a card draw, so the redirect happens.
Yeah, and I think you still make it, even that's kind of what both players want that, right?
Yeah, there's the Hammer Spark.
Ooh, okay, that is additionally very good for you. So that is for 11.
Yep.
And you do get the D Digivolve there, but yeah, interesting there.
Oh, interestingly, he could Jesmon GX if he does run it, and then go Magnamon X underneath.
You also, I mean, we saw 2 Death X go away, but I do agree. Like armor is definitely like can be like a control deck, or at least more like a tempo deck, where if you are able to live long enough to be able to, oh my gosh, so many, 2 1-ofs already found. But yeah, Death X would be a card you'd want to run maybe even more than 2 copies in this deck specifically.
Sukamon going into security hits a Leo.
All right, so down to 1 card.
So not enough yet for a hybrid for a game, and not enough memory either.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yeah.
why was there? Oh, the Upa.
Upa, yeah.
I was like, that was delayed.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have a blue-green in case you have a Mega Death in hand, since we saw 2 of them earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And deciding just to play a Vmon will get deleted with the Death X,
Mm-hmm.
and you're only passing 3 as well, so they will kind of have to try to clear this board, or at least stun some cards down.
So we know he has Korikaku and Kumamon in hand. We also know the Bay Wolfmon got bounced back.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm double checking a few things right now because I don't remember DP of certain Digimon.
Yeah. Additionally, something that's you might have enough gas to win here. You'd need to have like a Hammer Spark for it, but with 5 attacks on board, 3 attacks on board right now, and you need 5, you can do 2 Digivolutions there if you have the memory for it.
Death X can delete the Shakua by battle.
Yeah.
Strawbies can each attack, and then you can hybrid up into Korikaku to stun the Magnamon X.
Yeah, but then you just lose to Vmon attacking in and then hybrid on top of the Davis, right?
Yeah, that's the major issue. So you have to win this turn.
Or establish a blocker, which generically you do not see a lot of in these blue hybrid lists.
Right.
All right, Lydramon getting the deletion there.
And the reason why he has 4 security is because the Shikuamon recovered one from earlier, which is kind of a Butterfingers.
It works out. It was it's working out for this position. So yeah, Korikaku here to get the stun on the Magna. Yeah.
Is he gonna Bay Wolf?
Oh, Hammer Spark. Okay.
I think that's that done.
It
has to be an.
Yeah, another Magna, but then another hybrid for games, since we know how
Kuma.
Kuma's there too. So
Yeah.
there it is. Oh, almost enough for this armor player. And,
Almost. You called it though. There was the Hammer Spark.
Yeah. Unlike Metal Guru X, which normally run like 2 or 3 copies of it max, like Blue Hybrid definitely would run like 4 copies of it, because you would have, if you start at 3, that extra Hammer Spark means you get 2 attacks off your hybrids. Yeah, no, and this is a regional, so this is with standard rules. It is with Mulligans and Greymon X to 1, so like the new April 1st rule set. But you can run any color of card in your deck in this format.
Armor Rush lost. Would you go first or second? I think you go second.
I think you go first. If you are trying to be a little bit more aggressive, which maybe you want to be in this matchup, being able to just play Vmon and then attack with jamming Vmon is it's a pretty good setup.
Right, but the average cost of Digivolution or playing something for a blue hybrid deck is 2 to 3, if not 4. It's usually 3 to 4 because your Tamers are 3 and 4 Strawberries are 3. So you get a little bit of an advantage by going second, because by getting the 3 memory, you can play your Davis and Kens to start, gaining the extra memory too.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I think
I see both points.
I see both points. Yeah, I don't think it's very. Again, I've been very wrong on this weekend, but I think there's logic for both sides, and it's not an immediate going first is better or going second is better.
If I'm down a game, it's normally less of a thinking process, but if I'm that's why I'm thinking, like, from a down a game perspective, I think I'd want to go second just because of the deck I'm playing against. The blue hybrid showing that it can still take on, some of these decks. But this is also the reason why Armor Rush had such a hard time in the later sets, because with blue hybrid, stripping those sources that you need to armor purge, That's why BT8 wasn't as strong.
Yeah, and I like Magda doesn't always get like it looks like a really strong card, right? But there's just so many ways to play around it. The Digivolving is very easy for it, and even just attacking over it, you just get like a recovery one at times. So I'd say it's a moderately outable card, and Blue Hybrid being able to strip sources is also just another way for that out.
Yep. And DP reduction is also huge too, like moving forward in later sets.
But I will say, like when we saw yesterday, we saw Martin Lee with it, and he was playing against the Merva version of the Crossheart. If you set that up, that deck really doesn't have an out to it very consistently. Like it just wins you the match a lot of the times.
So there is the Blue Hybrid going first. They go Wanya into Midoki Betamon, then Davis, giving 4 memory. That's a lot of. So you basically have 7 memory to play with on your opening turn as Armor Rush.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. 3 memory.
You do find a rookie though, so that is very good there.
It is.
No Davis and Ken, which that tamer is a little bit tricky to set up, but it carries this matchup.
Honestly, I'm surprised that with BT12, I don't think this set introduces it yet, but we're getting more and more sets that introduce ways for you to play your tamers for free when you Digivolve into them. And I don't think there's an XVmon that plays a tamer with Davis Motomiya in its name yet.
No, we do get a new Davis, and I remember like, oh man, does it help my armor decks? And I strictly don't think it does. So
no, I don't think it does. I'm checking it out real quick. Let's see.
Yeah, and I shamefully haven't spent enough time looking into this, but just the fact that there is like new DNA Digivolution stuff, and when I ran armor to get my regionals invite last year, it was running like the Imperial top, but it was running an armor bottom, so it was really cool and flexible for that, and that's why I mean, if you see like DarkKnight, the deck is really flexible for decision making. Armor has like the same thing with flexible lines and that kind of stuff. So that's definitely the play style I like in this card game.
So Midoki Betamon attacks into security, hitting Lydramon, and now what? Strawby coming in, finding your Kuma.
And another
Davis. Leo, Hammerspark, and Boko. I know a lot of people love the Leo engine, but I just can't get on board with it for some of these decks.
Yeah, it's neat when it works out, but I mean, I think a lot of people are really leaning into their memory rookies, right? And so they just don't get effects off that. And it looks like going into the Flame Dramon and going on the attack there. Getting 2 draws. Getting to a Jerry, okay, and immediately getting on board with playing that Leomon. Really good hit there for Joshua.
Convenient timing too, because he just added it too.
Timing. Yeah, you just saw it just get dunked out of hand. And Ice Wall, interesting this early in the game, and then my guess is he's playing the blue-green tamer.
It feels a little too early to play your Ice Wall right now. I probably would have waited until like.
Okay. So this is
5.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit.
So why play Ice Wall in that situation then?
Yeah, I'm not aware. What the thoughts are, unless he's just afraid of them playing like 3 hybrids next turn.
Wouldn't have felt good, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is a better card for later turn when you're kind of your back's against the wall. Yep.
Not as much happening as games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
This is game 2.
Yeah. Being able to establish the Death X though, I think, is very strong, and you know, we were joking about, like, yeah, Death X is probably one of the strongest cards that this deck got in the last little bit. Playing another Leomon off another Jerry.
Probably putting out a Strabimon as the sacrificial body.
Well, you get to... oh, okay. All right. I raise you one more. So getting the deletion off that, and then they get the deletion on the Leomon, which means you get your 2 memory back anyways.
That's pretty funny.
That's really funny. Now it's going to actually be kind of hard for Armor to establish a board so your Death X doesn't get dropped.
Death Xmon moving into BT12, do you think it'll be as used, or do you think it'll be about where it's at right now?
I don't really see it going. I mean, we have another Tamer archetype, right? We have the Hunter's archetype, right?
Correct.
And I don't think Crossheart's going anywhere. And Death X does well against both those decks, and at least in the sense that it's very cheap to be played. Mm-hmm. And honestly, like, the fact that it's also a 15k in security is impactful in a lot of matchups, and I think people will be trying All Force more. I think there's just a lot of matchups where it just conveniently does pretty good, if not very good.
Because the price for a while was in the 70s for just one copy of it, and now it's back down to like 45, 50, somewhere around there.
All right, so we see the Magnet. We also see the Jesmon GX.
Mm-hmm. You're not going to Digivolve into the Magnamon.
I mean, you could, and then you would be able to keep your Vmon on the board. And you'd also be able to get the DP buffs from it.
That's true.
But instead deciding to go for the double Tamer. This is where I thought he was going to end his last turn, so...
3 memory. You would need at least 2 Hammer Sparks to really do enough damage. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 security.
I think there is 4. Yeah.
Both players are at 4 security right now. Oh, chat.
Yeah, I've been looking. I think both players have max rarity decks. It's if not 100%, like very, very close to it.
Yeah.
We besides the Death X on the other side, on the blue hybrid side being regular art, but they're like the same price right now, right?
Rough. No, I think there's like a $20 difference.
Saying that like some decks in this game cost $20. Yeah, that's probably...
something like that. Yeah. Because you could buy basically a Crossheart deck for almost 20 for a time being.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was selling Bloomlord Cores for 20.
yeah, about a $20 difference.
Madoki Betamon going in. Let's go.
You know it. You know it has to be in there every time. I told you guys. I told you guys last round. You have to put a Mega Death in your security if you're playing Armor Rush. It is every security.
There's the Tommy, but I don't know what that really does unless you're going into the Korikaku to stun Death X.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, that seems to be the case. So getting the stun there, and you pass 3 memory, you get to pop the Betamon. But you are still feeling pretty good about this. So we do know Magna's in hand, so you're going to be able to swing with Vmon, get with jamming.
Funny enough, Madoki Betamon is a slightly different color than Betamon.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
All right.
Oh, they're the Jerrys this time.
All right, they remember. So drawing 2.
Vmon jamming in. Howling memory boost. What?
All right. Well, just 2 additional memory for you next turn, which can be impactful with the amount of swings that are currently on board as well. Let me bring up Korikaku up again because it's been a minute, and he gets the.
If you have a hybrid in the Digivolution sources or a Tamihimi, you get to stun one of your opponent's Digimon with no Digivolution sources.
Gotcha. And then so it's the Tommy that also has the inheritable, right?
Yeah. When you attack with the Korikaku, it stuns as well.
Yeah.
So there was a Hammer Spark in security.
Yeah, this is like why Blue Hybrid at its peak was so good, because you had so much advantage off your securities.
You played 4 Tommies, and if you hit them in security, they actually proc their own play effect, which was nasty.
Yeah, nasty, and then like you just get, there's just so much chance to have so much advantage hitting in your security, and also in the format where there's a lot of just like back and forth 1 or 2 hits, instead of like nowadays where it's more so just like you burst them down in 1 and 2 turns. You get a lot of advantage off those early tamers.
So Sukamon actually helps our armor player here, Nava, because that's another security recovery. But because it wasn't DNA Digivolve, there's no bounce.
Yeah, being able to bounce that Korikaku would have been great, just to even get that Tommy out of there.
Because Tommy would have gone to trash.
Yeah, gone down to 0.
4 memory, though, is quite a bit, because that's at least 2, 3... That's 4 attacks right there. Death X is stunned again. Thank you, Tommy. And deleted. Goodbye, Tommy.
3 cards left in security. I mean, with the you can win in this spot. If you have double Hammer Spark, you win.
You know Nava has the Magnamon X in hand. Like, you just know.
Yeah.
However, if Skylar can remove the Flamedramon from the Digivolution sources right now, that Magnamon X doesn't do anything.
Yep. Yeah, because you need to have something with armor and evolution sources for the redirect.
Jerry's coming up first. There's the strip. There goes Upa. It's been a while since I've seen Upamons be played too. Like, I feel like everyone's on Wanyamon now.
Yeah, Wanya's really strong, and I could even see armor. At least it's the 5th egg, right? If you're running 4 Upas, you're playing a 5th one, because you can control playing tamers a little bit more. But you also aren't running, I'd say, as many tamers consistently in a build like this.
Doing some quick math. There's the attack with Kuma.
Hits into a Giga Death. All right.
You wanted Mega Death? I give you Giga Death.
yeah. Man, just so much death in that security. Man, imagine if it's suspended tamers, though. Just GG.
That'd be so nutty.
It costs 9, so, like, you hope it did something good.
I mean, wait till BT12. That's actually a thing.
Yeah.
Because that's when we get gypped particle cannon.
And just Quartz Spawn in general.
Yeah. Everyone's going to be hating green. Davis moving up. There's another Kuma.
Yep, getting the VMon from underneath there, too.
I feel like I would go into a Bay Wolf here if I had it, so I could recycle the Kuma to guarantee to remove the Flamedramon.
Yeah, but you'd have to pop the memory boost, which would mean you would have a hard time. You need like another Hammer Spark or something to guarantee another 2 attacks the next turn. Actually, you only need 1 attack next turn, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay. All right. Being generous.
I don't know about that.
Being generous.
It was a little kind there.
All right, attacking in. Hitting into another Death X. Getting the deletion there.
This is also why Blue Hybrid at its peak was obnoxious, because if you had the Beowulf and the Kuma, you were repeatedly, source stripping. If you had the Tommies, you had multiple Tommies, you were repeatedly stunning, and you were just like, oh, this is so fun for me.
Yeah. I would say generally, also if they have a Death X, they probably just win here, I'd say. Right?
Well, they bounced it. Remember, they bounced the Death X to hand.
Oh yeah. But so like if they played it, I think they'd be in a good spot. But deciding instead to display a Sora Joe, which they know they're going to get +2 memory off that because the Death X is over there. You should be at 4 memory. So if you have double, if you have double hybrid, you can win as armor as well.
And armor decks typically run it.
Right, attacking with the Sukamon in security.
It's just a Boko.
I haven't seen a Pokemon forever. Like, they released the promos for it, but people were already off hybrid. It was rough.
Yeah. But the world champion Bokos are really expensive. I think they're like 120 a piece.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, does he have the double hybrid?
He's got a single hybrid.
Oh, no.
All right, attacking with Kumamon.
Beowulf.
All right. And another hybrid in hand, perhaps?
Show it. Show it.
You also, what? If you can Hammer Spark into a Magna X and get the restand too?
Yes, because you would be able to... Or no, I don't think you can, right?
Why not?
Does Magna X restand?
You have the Ken and...
Oh, yeah. You're right. For some reason, my mind was jumping from Magna X to Jesmon GX to slot Magnamon underneath for the restand.
Yeah, but just looking at that hand means just don't have it. Oh, wait, what?
So there's the restand, and then the redirect is live. But we know there's a Kumamon.
Okay.
Because
he didn't have a Hammer Spark. Yeah. A Hammer Spark would have won you the game. Another... Sure. Yeah, but stripping the source and then hybrid for game. There you go. Man, so close.
Indeed.
Super, super close.
How many Mega Deaths did we see in that security both games?
We saw 2 in each games and a Giga Death.
Must be nice to be blessed with a really good security.
Yeah, but that's the reason why Blue Hybrid was and still pretty much is a menace, because you really do not care about any of the cards in your opponent's security.
Like, imagine if this was like a cross-heart matchup. That's where, like, the bounce back to hands would actually really stink.
Yeah. All right, we are here on table 21. If you guys saw yesterday, we have a familiar, maybe not face, but familiar playmat. Yeah, we have Bobby Lau versus our new opponent Neil Matthews here on table 21. Should be a bit of a longer matchup, so make sure you guys are all set and comfortable for that. But we haven't really seen either. I did see the All Force that we had tracked down, and they're playing against Skylar, who we saw win our last round with Blue Hybrid. So wanted a little bit more variety for this. So unfortunately not covering the All Force for this one, but we'll go from there.
We'll also observe at this point that the playmat is actually not reversed now, because Omnimon's left arm is correct.
Yeah. I adjusted the OBS settings a little bit overnight for that. So we do have the top cut one was a little bit outdated compared to this one that I'm running. So I have a couple more fancy tools at my disposal.
Is your video a little grainy on your end too?
It sure is.
Okay.
So, but I think this is this will probably we'll see if this is who wins this one. If it's going to be Neil, Bobby, or the timer. But we are already starting this match, so they probably will want to start playing pretty soon once they realize what this matchup is.
We know. They know.
So, with Viximon and a Mimi coming down should be pretty obvious, and then Shakurimon into Analog Man. All right, if they don't know what these matchups are, they do now. It's going to be Security Control versus Machinedramon. Let's see the viewership drop, baby. Yeah. So
it's definitely a rough matchup for Machinedramon, for the fact that if you're hitting Chaos degrades long key out of stock, though, it can be a rough matchup.
Yeah, yeah, you get a lot more for that. So, and with the analog, you do have a lot more chances for. You just go through your deck a little bit faster too, right?
Yep. Trashed a Metal Tyrannomon for the analog man effect. The Chikuri was deleted.
I think I hit into a long key.
Long key, yeah. And because you were at 3 or more security, then it just does minus 12,000 DP.
All right, and yeah, just it's going to be a lot back and forth. So playing the Kari and TK, so you're probably going to get more memory every turn now.
I mean, at this point, you might as well just play the Machinedramon for the full, like, 12, and it's like, okay, I gave you 10 memory, but you don't gain more.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit grainy for the webcam here. It was not this bad yesterday. I can assure you there. Oh. Okay.
I'm seeing Metal Tyrannomon, and there's a Dorumon also in play. I'm probably going to keep his window zoomed in on.
No, it just fixed for me. I just had to complain about it enough, and it's back. Maybe I just have to, like, hit my monitor. Like, it's the old analog way to do it.
Yeah, like blowing in the cartridge. Good old Game Boy games.
All right, so played the Magna. So I believe it's 5 security each. So you're not having the TK Kari immediately online, but all right. Oh, we started moving again. Okay, we're back in the Stone Age.
Tankmon, I believe, and then also a Megadramon. Tankmon to Megadramon, and then that does delete one of the Tamers. Yeah. So goodbye, Kari.
That is like one of the nice things about this deck too, that it does have some pretty good Tamer removal. And you know, when the card first came out, I think we were just used to kind of like the 4-cost Tamers, which it really didn't hit. But now with 3 or less, there's just so many decks run Tamers that cost 3 or less. So you get so many potential for that.
Cool Boys was the big target for a while.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll pitch again with the Analog Man.
Yeah, because like if you were playing the long game, you got to recognize that pitching those cards and getting that cycle really does hurt you in the long run.
There's the Secret Metal Greymon from BT1, and then a Hagurumon comes down, memory choking at 1. Pitching a Chaosdramon, I think, to draw 2.
All right, so hack at 1.
Pitching the Chaosdramon is interesting because it is one of few Digimon that can't be bounced, while the other one can't be DP reduced. So it's kind of choose your poison.
Yeah, and there is kind of a back and forth where if you do give the Machinedramon player 5-6 memory, you can really capitalize on it. So just decided to play a Kari. So finally having a memory tamer. There's 2 Mimis on the other side, which you don't play a lot of options as the Machinedramon player, but you do play the attack of the heavy mobile Digimon as well.
Would be a bad time to play it right now, though, with those Mimis. The Mimis are going to tax you.
Yeah, but like if you're giving your opponent 10 memory anyways, you don't really get that much taxed.
True, but it's just a matter of you would need at minimum 4 memory then, because if you go to 2 memory and then you play your attack of the heavy mobile Digimon, it will cost 2 and you'll be at 0. So then you can't play anything.
Yeah.
All right. There's the Chaos.
I believe it's Chaos, yeah. Wait for the pixels to find themselves.
Second Megadramon, I believe. There's the Metal Greymon. Yeah, so there's 2 Megadramons in the sources, and then there will also be a reboot. So we are going to be deleting a couple Tamers here momentarily.
Yeah, being able to do that is quite strong, and so you just got to choose which one you dislike the most. And, you know, going into this matchup, I would say, you know, the security control probably has like a bit of the advantage, but just all the Tamer destruction that you get natively in this deck is very, very strong.
Because now purple is turned off, so you do lose the ability to play your Chaos Degradations. You Flame Hellsites if you happen to be playing them. I think I need to click and then it'll readjust. Yeah, if you click on the video, it basically cleans itself up.
Yeah, I think it's just sometimes movement and stuff, but in general, I think it's actually on Discord side. We'll see if that's true or not.
Yeah. Funny enough, the stream is actually looking like perfect.
Yeah, it gets it comes in and out.
Okay.
It's almost as if like the bit rate is just fluctuating.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Wyvern's Breath is a way around this card as well.
Oh no, I have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
I think at this point he's established that he has removed a lot of the purple tamers, so now if he does find his Machinedramon, he'll be in a better standing.
Yeah. And again, there's still just 5 security left for his opponent, so that you're not really pressed on time, and it's been just a lot of back and forth on resources, really.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been really interesting. We really haven't seen a lot of security control in the last couple of weeks, at least not on the topping tables. And obviously it wasn't really a viable, at least the yellow purple version wasn't very viable in the Ultimate Cup format either.
Mm-hmm.
Just an interesting spot.
Hagurumon hits into what, a Venusmon? Or was that a Sakuya?
Either or, it's large enough to get deleted there. And then you do play the Megadramon to get the double pop.
We've seen this before, and both you and I were pretty shocked about it yesterday because we typically don't see it being on-played.
Yeah, and it does, technically have an on-play effect, which is pretty it's like a set 1 kind of effect, right? Because set 1, we'd have cards that are costly but have some alright on-play effects, but...
Mm-hmm. Like Skull Greymon on-play could delete a blocker, or Machinedramon could on-play DDRKirby a bunch of targets, but...
Yeah, but traditionally not played in today's tournament, but the Megadramon just getting a lot of advantage there. All right, and going back into another Kaustinen. Yeah, so popping the boost and then going into it. So you get another 3 in there.
Probably going to be more aggressive at this point with the extra security, so...
Yeah.
It's only 3. Why'd you put 4?
Yeah, he added 1 too many, right? I think he added 1 too many.
He did. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. Hello? There's the Kari. And now Chaos Degradation is live again.
Yeah, so even if he added 1 too many, it doesn't really matter in that situation, so...
hopefully he doesn't do it again. Not finding the Machinedramon here kind of hurts.
Yeah, because that's what lets you kind of recycle your resources too, right?
Yeah, but not only that, it's a matter of you can what's it called? It can't be DP reduced. Bottom line.
Yeah, so that gets around like the Wyvern's Breath. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There it is. Like if you hit another Chaos Degradation with this Machinedramon, it sucks. But if you hit anything else, it's fine. Like you don't care.
Yeah. And I do like the Shikurimon in this deck specifically because like you are not a deck that you get your memory back after you play your cards, right? Like it's not a cost reduction, even though it's both of them kind of get to the same end goal a lot of the time. But it's something that really affects your opponent, not you.
Because at this point, Bobby's deck is looking very small.
Yeah. Agreed.
There's the Magna Angemon play again.
And why did he get the draw?
Neil?
Sorry. He played Flame Hellscythe to play the Magnet and then drew off the Viximon.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I'm back on board.
So now you kind of want this to get deleted.
Yeah, especially with the analog man out. Yeah. No such luck.
That will be very hard to do.
All right, and then attack of the heavy mobile Digimon.
Are we getting rid of Kari now?
Yeah, because you can use this and then you get the Megadramon underneath and then get rid of the Kari, which will get rid of another purple source for you.
And they have to be different materials, so they all have to be different.
Different card names, yeah.
Yeah, so there's Metal Mame, that'll get rid of Sala. The Megadramon will delete Kari Kamiya, there's an extra security attack right there. We'll get an additional 3,000 DP. And for the heck of it, I thought he was just going to put, we will attack your unsuspended stuff.
Yeah. Which probably won't come up. But we'll see.
I mean, if a Magna Aandroidd comes up, he's like, I don't want that there. So.
Yeah. So you get the attack. Looks like attacking.
Salamon gets deleted. Megadramon's gonna delete the Kari. It's the only target.
Mm-hmm.
Not you can't touch 4-cost tamers.
Yeah, unfortunately. And then you get the Sakuya, and it's a security attack +1, so you go down to 2, and now it's your opponent's turn.
Wait, he didn't attack the Magna Aandroidd?
He did not attack the Magna. Does he have?
Interesting.
Because I don't think he had piercing, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, if he had piercing, you definitely attack that. Yeah, and we are approaching 15 minutes into this round, which only mentioned because if you want to try to get 3 games in, you probably need to try to get each game between 15 and 20 minutes long.
I think Neil is just asking questions right now on, what happens if I delete this Digimon.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a Phanimon. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Recover 1.
So only a Digivolution for 3. Yep, with the Kari. Yep.
And now it can attack over the Machinedramon because Machinedramon is only 11,000 DP. And he's at exactly 3 security. Oh no.
That is super good. So the double removal there. Very unfortunate timing for that. That's a really great advantage there for Neil.
And he bottom decks one of the analog mans, so we know that there's actually a Machinedramon about to come out. Just trying to figure out what sources he wants instead.
All right, now we play the game of finding Lonky on.
And then he gains the 5 memory.
On the actual thing.
When you can manipulate your security like that, it is pretty good. Just sequencing things. You can only have 5 sources total, so. I'm seeing the meme. My turn, our turn.
Our turn.
Lonky out of stock, though. Definitely a really powerful card, and if you can adjust your security to play it for the double removal, it's really powerful.
Yeah. All right. A Wyvern's Breath, but you can't be DP reduced, so you're fine for that. Oh, what did he?
Purple is now active though with the Ophanimon.
What did he add to hand though?
Calling from the darkness.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That gets added to hand. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh.
Not a lot of cards left in deck though.
No,
about
he needs
8.
to end this. So the question is, do you go into the Kaustinen now? Because if you do go into the Kaustinen, you can prevent your opponent from playing purple option cards, because this could get degraded here.
It can, yeah. Again, you are potentially just one attack with the Tankdramon into an attack for, like another heavy mobile Digimon from taking this game too, though.
Mm-hmm. Attacking in. We already know what was in security, so part of me thinks you'd want to attack the Machinedramon to remove the components. Also, isn't that a Metal Tyrannomon? Doesn't this Machinedramon have reboot? Yeah, it's the EX1 Metal Tyrannomon, so I'm kind of like, wait, why is this Machinedramon suspended still? I really need to ask Bandai to get like a certificate or a degree in Digimon. No, I don't do that. I'm really bad with tests, to be honest. Accurate. Mom, look, I'm a doctor in Digimon. So there's the reinforcing, finding a Flame Hell Scythe, which won't DP reduce. I did not see what the other ad was, though. Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, I was sneaking away with I need a little bit of pep. Got a little bit of coffee in me. We'll see how that progresses throughout the day. See what a pep Eggman looks like.
Oh, you were mute?
Yeah, I was muted for stream, but not for you. Yeah. Just
I was like, wait a minute.
I took a sip from I opened up the glass for it. So.
So stream was like, who the heck is DigiPanda talking to? Oh, you are running out of cards, my dude. You gotta end this fast.
Yeah, but again, there's 4 security there. One of them hits into Flame Hell Scythe, which and he hit it at Death X. Ugh.
I mean, it's fine. It's like I would leave the reboot.
All right. Yeah, getting rid of blocker. Yeah, blocker doesn't matter. You get the Flame Hell Scythe, which you know will get the Magna, which will get another recovery.
But he's not losing that many cards, though, in retrospect, because I feel like deck-wise, our Machinedramon player is definitely on the lower end of things right now. Luckily, no purple source, though, so that's kind of nice. The other thing is, I don't know if the Sec Con player is going to... Neil is going to play like an Avenge Kidmon, because that will literally, you know, pull him out. Bobby Lau, I'm sure, has about 5 or 6 cards left, so he can't really expend the resources now to even put more cards in trash. That hand is also looking big.
Yeah, and I think we saw a Junomon being added to the hand, right? So that would let you recover cards back in your deck as security control, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that attack shouldn't happen, because... Yeah, the attack shouldn't have happened there, because the Machinedramon
should have been reboot. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's forgetting his reboot effect.
Because he would have been able to avoid the Ophanimon fall down mode attack.
Yeah, that's really peculiar, because like he chose to keep that there.
Yeah. Reboot is mandatory. That's why I'm like, hello?
And still deciding to go for it. We'll see. There's a Kaustinen.
He'll be back. But see, here's the bad thing. By Digivolving into Kaustinen, now you're going to not only draw a card, but you're also de-Digivolving the Magna Aandroidd to give it the opportunity to Digivolve back up into Juno.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. You're putting Piercing in there. So.
Yeah, if you're putting Piercing there, you're probably fine.
Oh, Kari's back. I forgot about that.
But you can, get rid of Kari.
There's the Avenge Kid.
Yeah. Just saying that. Yeah, he got rid of it with that. Okay, yeah, just clarifying there. All right, so if he has Attack of the Heavy Mobile Digimon and a card in hand to use with it, you win right here.
Did you not use the Kari?
Oh, or just Grumblemon.
Oh, the one.
No, the first Kari got popped, and then the last card in security was a Kari, and then he.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
It's a little weird for me because I'm watching the Machinedramon player on the big screen, and the Neil's board is more smaller for me to like discern.
Yeah, and a singular Kari, not in a Kari. Yeah,
it's a Kari.
Yeah. Yep. So we are one game down. We got about half the round left. So Security Control is going to have to really hoof it to get this there. And yeah, I think very good sequencing from Bobby. I think, and making sure to identify where your win condition can lie.
I think one thing that Bobby now feels a little bit more relaxed for this game too.
Yeah. So Machinedramon doesn't need to be a fast deck either, right? So like you don't have to be too greedy with it. You can just make your plays and see what happens. And going on that shuffling as well.
Do you think you'd go first or second as Neil?
I think you go first, hoping that meaning that you're really close to the deck out game. Like you're getting pretty close to that, right? So one more card means your opponent will be one card closer to decking out, and
that's true.
And we'll see if that makes a difference.
I like that logic is sound.
I don't know if that's too minor of a consideration for a game like this, but we'll have to see what they decide. Because Security Control does not cycle a lot of cards, so I can see why they would also want to have 6 cards to start the game as well.
Oh, security.
Yep. So, deciding not to keep his hand.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah, it's hard to be Security Control when you don't set up your security, huh?
Oh, look, a little lunch.
Oh, jealous. I do have a flatbread pizza that from last night that will not be part of this world in a couple minutes. Or probably in a couple rounds. Probably a couple rounds. We'll see.
So what you're telling me is I'll be doing the primary commentary?
No. I'll try to do it in between rounds if we get the luxury of 5 minutes between rounds today. We'll see.
I don't think we're getting that.
Yeah, that is asking for a lot, huh?
So Bobby going off with Pagu and then Chikurimon, passing back by going to Haguru, dropping a Metal Greymon, and draw 2. You can see Neil does... his movements make me feel he's a little rushed as well right now.
He is. He's got to win 2 games in 25 minutes at Security Control. Winning 1 game in 25 minutes in Security Control is sometimes a hard ask in itself.
There's the long key, already deleting a Chikuru. What did that... Oh, it's a Dory. I'm sorry. It's a Dory, not a Pagu.
Yeah.
Sala promotes. Reinforcing memory boost. Luckily with Kari, you get to play it for 5. What do you want? Ophani or long key at the top of your security?
Probably long. How many cards are in there right now? 4 or 5?
4, so it goes back to 5.
Okay. Yeah, still a good card there.
Yeah.
But definitely looking like a rookie rush over here as with Machinedramon. You got these 2 rookies going in. All right, yeah.
So the long key's going to get rid of the other one.
Get rid of the other one. Which means it's still a 3K, so that Salamon can't attack into it or trade over it. And then you get the pop there when they're at 4, which means they don't get the recovery either.
Correct. Patamon coming down over Viximon. The Viximon is a really good card. It's just unfortunate right now that there isn't really good enough support for Sakuyamon as like a archetype tribal deck.
Yeah, I've tried a lot to make the deck work. It's very fun, and when it goes off, you feel really cool about it. But it's a rarity, unfortunately.
It's not like Greymon.
Yeah, and like the fact like Maid mode was really great in like Yellow Hybrid when that was full force in BT9, which it was not here for North America. So, all right, and was that a Schwartz Swarmer?
Yeah, Gavalt Schwarmer. And then a Digivolve into the BT11 Machinedramon. Adds another Machinedramon to hand. No Analog Man so far.
Wait, did he trigger this Schwartz Swarmer off security?
Yes.
Isn't it just add to hand? No, it's
no, sorry,
actually
it's not. It's Schwartz Lasats.
That's what it is. That's right.
The other option card.
Yeah. Yeah, Joel Schwarmer is the black one. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, I mixed it up.
Yeah.
Because I think they're both. I'm pretty sure they're both German, right?
I believe so as well.
Yeah.
I'll get that up there.
I literally research every card that comes out that's in a different language just to make sure I pronounce it right. Because Lonky is Greek.
Yeah. Yeah, Lonky is tricky as well, and especially because like you have to put like the umlaut in like the official card list to find it, and so I just have to put like Adi and I find it. So Joel Swarmer is translated to violence enthusiast. Interesting. So if that's correct, if I trust chat, I don't know if I can trust chat. Who knows? I think I can trust DJ Cosmic.
There's the Digivolve. So now you got 2 Magnandromons just chilling.
I wonder if it was a choice of saying, you know what, we can't use violence enthusiast as a card name in English, but we can make a German that.
Excuse me, they have Megadeth and Gigadeath.
I know, but violence with guns? I don't know.
That's fair.
Google says it's Violence Crusher, which makes sense.
I mean, that's why they took away Sistermon Noir.
Yeah. That is true. So you do have, I'd say, a good amount of momentum here for security control. Did get a chaos degradation there. 3 cards on board. We do have a reinforcing memory boost. We have a couple tamers that hopefully will stick around this time, and we'll see if that happens.
The Mimi is definitely doing work, though. I know Schwartz is black. Because Weiss Schwartz literally translates to white-black.
Yeah.
And I also took basic German in like middle school.
All right, there's the Megadramon, though, so that will help get rid of some of these tamers, especially with the Machinedramon on top of it now.
There's no Analog Man, though, unfortunately, but I mean, it will do some work next turn, hopefully.
Yeah.
Digipanda's a weave confirmed. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware.
Oh no, it got confirmed just now. This was the final comment.
Commentating for a children's card game. Would you categorize Digimon as a children's card game?
I don't know. Honestly, I really haven't heard the phrase much outside of Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
That's the thing.
And probably Pokemon, right? Because of that. But I generally don't classify as that. And something else I don't have a lot of official data for this, but as time goes on, you will realize that the average age of a card game player increases over time. So like the average age right now is higher than the average age of a card game player 10 years ago.
Correct.
More or less. I don't have hard data on that. You're gonna just have to trust me on that.
No, I agree with you on that because we started playing card games when we were like 10, 8, and we grew with it. So it's kind of like, oh, like kids these days will still play it, but like if you look at other content creators who are either older, they still play it too. But no, those double Analog Man hits to stay on topic were pretty good.
Yeah. Just to wrap it. Card games are more of a generational than I would say, as in like people born in like the 90s, early 2000s, more than specifically people who are in the ages of, I'd say, like 10 to 20.
At some point, we need a card that just says delete all of your opponent's Digimon of this. And then it's like, oh, wait, we do have that. It's called Omnimon.
Yeah. All right. Well, you are able to establish your Chaosdramon.
Yep.
And get rid of all the purple sources on the board right now.
And now you have another Chaosdramon on standby. You have 2 security, and You did trash the top security, but there is no piercing. There's another analog man. What is that source right there?
Enhance.
It's under. No, it's just Doraemon.
Okay.
I'm not crazy. Yeah, the amount of searching that's happening right now is a little concerning to me.
Yeah, but you're just never. Yeah, you do get a lot of damage here, and again, not having any purple sources is quite a rough spot, especially since I'm pretty sure in Neil's list the only purple sources are tamers, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so if you're not able to out the tamers, you're in a pretty bad spot.
I feel like
to establish a tamer. Sorry.
I feel like in moving forward, some security control players will actually end up probably teching one copy of Mirai.
Yeah. All right. Well,
that is also purple.
There's something purple. All right. Immediately wrong. We did see Ophanimon too, which does take a little bit of time to establish into, but by and large, you're not running low level purple Digimon that you can just hang out in the raising area.
We did see some players yesterday who were using the purple Salamon and then crossing back with the Salamon X.
Yeah, with the which is interesting because I think it was in Mastemon, and I think it was with a purple egg. So that Salamon X literally could only go on top of the rookies. They couldn't go up the chain.
Trying to work out some math here. Dory, this is the last egg he has. So far, Neil has had a really strong security.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, he actually pitched a card and has to draw and gain a memory. I have a feeling Bobby is going to deck out, though.
Yeah, he's looking to just be a lot more aggressive with that right now compared to the previous game.
I mean, we've seen on stream already before where players will slow down.
And
kind of like
he's got enough DP. I'm going to assume to hit over that Death X.
Yeah, definitely.
And also piercing with it, or not piercing. He's got the metal Tyranno to get the trash, yeah, and then just hard playing a Metal Greymon to pass the turn.
I think he's trying to start building a little wider, just so that he has the opportunity to actually take the game here.
Yeah, because that's usually kind of how security control has an issue, and it's why I think it's not so great right now, because Crossheart is very great at doing this. Is just a wide board of weenies that can just get a lot of attacks in quickly. You normally just don't have enough time for security control to kind of have your footing. But Mimi for 2 means that Chaos Degradation would be fantastic right here.
It would cost 8 memories, so it would put Bobby to 7, but then the Mimi would bring it back to 6.
Yeah.
You could use the reinforcing memory boost to pull it back an additional 3 memory, which he probably is doing that right now.
Yeah, that looks like the case. So, Chaos Degradation there, getting rid of the Kaustinen. And giving them only 3, and it looks like trashing the top card, which was a red card.
Could have been fire. No, it's probably another. It was 7 cost, so I think it's a Megadramon.
Yeah, and I know this trash is a little confusing, but those are just the all the cards available for him in the level 5 spot. So that is not just a large Megadramon with a bunch of cards underneath it.
Promoting out the Doru. You only have like 5 or 6 cards left. 2 security. Your opponent has 3 Digimon on board, so they could win next turn. I'm leaning like this will probably be a draw.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think that there is the advantage on Bobby for this game specifically to take this one, but after that, it's going to be pretty tough.
Security hits the Sakuya, and he's out of eggs.
He is out of eggs, yeah. Generally, I think they only run 4, so you generally don't think you're going to last this long into it.
So there is the protection right there, and then oh, I think he just scooped.
I believe.
Nope.
No. So
yes.
No, because he played the Doru.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to see what's left.
Yeah. Because it's still mandatory.
It's not like Sealed, where once you run out of eggs, you can just throw it in the raise and not draw a card.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel if that came in like a standard for regular play too.
Yeah, I don't think I would like that. There's the Death X. I think in Bobby's position, I'd probably scoop at this point.
Yeah. With 12 minutes left on the clock, yeah. I think you have a better shot of winning another game. I think there's like 4 cards left in deck. Yeah, I think he is doing the scoop. He heard you. He's like, yeah, you're right. Let's go into game 3 and see if I can clinch it out.
Because I think this game took about 15 minutes. So if we're looking at approximately the same showing, then I think the first game was 20.
Yeah. First game was about 20. Second game was about 15. So you can do it. You just have to be, you got to be a little quick on it. And not anything that we weren't expecting already. We're not too surprised that this gets down on the seconds as we can think. But I think both players will maybe try to play a little bit faster in this game 3. Yeah, and we do have an extra 5 minutes compared to, I think, like general best of 3 due to the online and trying to buffer that out a little bit. But yeah, it's crazy. These games do go very long. Let's see if we know any other tables that have finished because we did want to watch. The only reason we didn't watch All Force this round was because it was playing against the blue hybrid we saw in that last.
Correct. So let me do a real quick look up.
Looks like Skylar was able to take it. So with blue hybrid, that's the only one that I was kind of on my radar. Besides the DarkKnight, also.
DarkKnight has the loss.
No. My variety.
I know, right? So yeah, blue hybrid won that round.
Let's see. Avault is still 4-0, so that's pretty good for him. I think he's playing Metal Garuru, but
Merva.
Merva? Okay. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Merva. Checking the other 3 that we have right now, because Herman is currently undefeated, but he's playing Dan Vang at table 11.
And he's playing, it's Examon versus, I'm guessing Dan's playing Crossheart again?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, because that's what he played yesterday and got 17th place. Big rip for Dan. If you get 17th place today and there's anyone who won yesterday who got in top 16, you do get the pass down, which is nice.
And some of the players yesterday also already have their invite from like weeks before.
No, I did check. Because I felt bad for Dan, but based on my own note keeping, everyone who topped yesterday had not gotten an invite.
Gotcha. Well, looks like Neil just started off his turn by going into a Salamon and then playing a Karikamiya, and then on the other end of things, Bobby Lau went with Dori to
Tank.
Doru.
Tank.
And then Tank.
Yeah. Ooh,
that's a bit expensive. Tank.
That is a chunky tank for 6.
Yeah. There are quite a few wins that have already been submitted, but not enough to really give us a data on, who is playing what.
Yeah, because it's different. But we had undefeateds up to table 26 this round. So, 26 undefeated after this. That seems kind of low. Less than 30.
26 undefeated after round 4?
Yeah.
That seems oddly no.
Yeah, we do have quite a few ties. But not as many as you'd think.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to keep watching.
We'll check them all out after this.
Yeah. So we'll try to, if we don't get the 26 undefeated, we'll definitely get the 13 or less undefeated after round 5.
Mm-hmm. Because right now, you're right, 26 tables, there's 13, potentially 12.
Yeah.
12, 6, 3. So yeah, probably about the same situation like yesterday.
All right, getting the Flame Hell Scythe, using it with the Viximon effects to draw 2. You don't have anything in your trash to get back, unfortunately, but the removal is nice enough. Playing into the Chikurimon.
Oh, hello. It's Akari.
That is nice there, too. And I believe he played the... No, he Digivolved in Raising and passed 3 back.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if Machinedramon had a memory fixer?
That'd be pretty nuts.
Yeah. Does Bobby run Death X in his build?
I don't think we've seen a Death X from Bobby. No, I don't believe we have.
So there's the Digivolve into a BT11 Machinedramon, looking to slot that BT11 Metal Tyrannomon for that trashing security. Very powerful effect. Chaos?
Yep, Chaos. And,
Chaos.
And 6 minutes left in this round now.
Ooh, there's the attack. It can attack unsuspended Digimon. The Megadramon is going to... The Metal Greymon gives it plus 3k. And then the security will get trashed.
Yeah. So no effects off this. It gets to be a Lonky?
Which would have bounced it, but...
Yeah. A trash is a trash.
Yeah. The ratios moving forward is going to be really weird for this deck.
Yeah.
Because even for Beelzemon, I'm currently at 7, and it feels a little high.
For sure.
Black Memory Boost going off, revealing Analog Man. I have to double click to just see these. Doru and Megadramon. And then a Machinedramon. Ooh, I probably get the Machinedramon. Oh, he's like, I'm done with your shenanigans and purple tamers. I'm done with that.
All right, another Lonky.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I was about to start a song, and then I was like, "Oh wait, I can't do that because copyright."
Yeah. Your voice is too good. You get immediately claimed as the correct version. Yeah.
You knew where I was going with that song.
Yeah.
There's the deletion of 1 purple tamer.
All right, and 3 to work with. Again, you do have the yellow purple up for now, but not for long if they're able to go up into their chain. And just all right, getting a recovery, which it actually just makes this cost 4, which is absurd.
Ugh. Yellow still feels like a pretty busted color.
It can be, but have you seen blue?
Oh no, I agree. It's just interesting to see that like yellow hasn't gotten really good standalone yellow support in like 4 sets.
Yeah, what's the best yellow deck right now?
Generically or like?
Yeah, generically.
Would you say like mono yellow or like dual colored yellow?
Ask for both. We'll see with both.
I would say for like dual colored yellow, I'd probably go with Mastamon.
Mm-hmm.
For mono yellow color, I'd Sec Con.
Yeah. Because like the only yellow that really exists is for like Crossheart right now. And that's kind of a red yellow deck, but
yeah,
we really haven't had a yellow, like a solid yellow centric archetype since like Yellow Hybrid.
And even like Shine Greymon is still like red yellow that I'm like, it doesn't really count. Like Venusmon is like the main boss yellow monster right now. I just feel like main yellow deck wise, it would be Sakuya.
Man, I don't want to say that deck is good. It's fun, but
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
Well, on the bright side, we've cleared. Wait, how was the Chaos Degrade? Was it trash?
I believe it was trashed, yeah, off the Metal Tyrannomon.
Cool. Yeah, Yellow Hybrid's really the only true pure yellow deck.
Yeah.
But like if you were to ask like what's a pure blue deck, it'd be like Melga, Blue Flare.
Yeah. All Force, right? All right.
Yeah.
And there is the Wyvern's Breath there to get the removal.
Yep. Goodbye again. I think the most rage-inducing thing about security control is that you build up a stack and then it's like, okay, it dies. Goodbye.
Yeah. You just oh, another one. All right, cool, solid.
And we had this discussion yesterday. Like, people originally thought, chaos degradation is, not good, and then, oh no.
Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, when people found out like they had to have both yellow and purple for the requirements, like, man, this is gonna be like a really situational card. It's gonna be hard for it to be really strong, and that is not the case. Honestly, I think like the main issue with security triggers are there's just all the effects are free if you hit them, right? There's no cost for them. Like, imagine if like even this is like an older card, but let's say maybe not have the cards out for it, but let's say like Gaia Force had a condition that said, oh, if hidden security, pay 3 memory. If you do, you get the deletion of something, right? Like,
yeah, like that's what I would have thought. But like, and that's kind of what they're doing now with like the Ace evolutions for BT14, where I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah. But you're really pushing down that security. I believe turn 0 is right now. Yeah. So this is turn 0. We got 5 minutes left in the round. This will be an unofficial timer here, but we'll try our best. So 04, about this. Yeah, this timer's not legit. It's just close.
This is, he's so close. Look at that. He's so close. Neil has only 1 security, and it's like, come on, dude.
If you have another, okay, calling for darkness. Yeah, so that gets a recovery there.
Oh, never mind.
You are less close. Yeah. See, Ruben, I knew you were playing Crossheart yesterday, but are you saying it needs to be banned because it's carrying you, or you lost to there? Oh yeah, does he not have? He doesn't have purple.
Wait,
he doesn't have purple.
How can you do? Yeah.
Here,
like,
One second. All right, fixed.
High level stakes. We got to do this.
Yeah. I generally don't jump in, but this is that makes a big difference.
Great. It's like the Watcher.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not supposed to do anything, but just this one time.
Yeah.
You done goofed.
I mean, again, this is a really wonky matchup because this late in the game, you'd assume your tamers are around, but there it is.
Okay, what do you do? Does he not have a purple tamer? Death X would pass turn if he had one.
Yeah.
I will admit, Crossheart having Blinding Ray and Gravity Crush is silly.
It is silly that it gets the and like a good card to dump it into, right?
Yeah.
All right, so Lonky there. This is probably still enough to not lose.
Yes, I would agree with that statement, because you needed to have both bodies on board or a way to attack the Salamon, and but it wouldn't matter because then the Salamon would just recover.
Unless you have a Grumblemon into Attack of the Heavy Mode Digimon, which could exist. We did see Grumblemon for game 1 or game 1.
Oh, you are correct, sir.
But he's not immediately playing it, so.
Correct.
All right, that could draw into it though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the mem. Oh, he could still.
Yeah, because you have the mem boost.
Yeah.
All right, popping the boost. All right.
What?
Thinking. Yeah, Grumble
he
here.
Has the Grumble. There's the Grumble.
Draw for Digivolution.
Oh, no. This is going to be bad. Okay, never mind. We good.
Yeah,
yeah!
Let's go.
You called it.
Got there. Whew.
What a game.
Super close. 1 minute left in time. All right, we do have round number 5 here, and it is we're at table 2 right now. We do have Arvind here on the top. I believe he's playing Crossheart, and we're playing with Jeffrey Evault Nguyen, or Jeffrey there as Evault, playing Merva on the bottom. I think specifically the loop version too.
Mm-hmm. This will be an interesting matchup because I think Jeffrey might have a little bit of an advantage to use stuff like Ignitemon to delete the Digimon that are in Crossheart.
Yeah, and we did look through. There's enough Crossheart undefeated right now, especially compared to yesterday, that are just undefeated. They're just still there. So most of these matches are Crossheart ones. We're trying hard to find one without it, but no
They're
luck.
evenly divided, actually. It seems like a lot of the Black War Greymon players are playing against some of the other non-Crossheart players, and the Crossheart players are also playing against the non-Black War Greymon players. So it's a very interesting dynamic in that, in the end, we might have a rematch of Worlds.
Yeah. Both players are setting up here. I wouldn't be too worried about either one of these matches being into time either.
No, but a lot of the rounds that we've been looking into are really fast-paced ones. So if this one ends early, we have a few already in reserve that we could jump to.
Yeah. So we did have 25 players undefeated into this round, which means that our top 13 tables, we did have the pair down on table 13, which is Jesus. And we'll have to see how. So what? We will have a max of 7 undefeateds going to this next round.
Yes.
So I think we're almost already. I don't think we can get to 9 rounds anymore. So 7 at the end of this round.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll go potentially 4
at the end of round
6.
End of round 5 we'll have 7. End of round 6 we'll have 4. End of round 8 we'll have 2. Okay, so we'll see how it goes, because there are ties and pair downs and stuff, but I think we'll probably be in a situation the same thing as yesterday. That round 8 we'll probably have about 3 undefeateds and we'll have a 50-50.
Jeffrey going into security, hitting a Mervamon right off the bat. That's the first time we've seen an Eismon scatter mode not have jamming.
Yeah. And gets the discard of an Ignitemon.
I think the first discard was the Eismon, which
that is sorry, yeah.
Thinking on the other discards right now.
And I think that's a Pandemonium Flame.
I might have to double click because his camera is a little wonky on my end. It's a Death Slinger.
Death Slinger, okay. Interesting. Yeah, Eismon, limited to one for a good reason. I remember we got we got like one set where we could use it at 4, right?
No, we had a week.
We had like 1 week in a set where we could use it there, and
yeah,
which was also the set where like Chimeramon was live, so you could get 2 Eismon and then Chimeramon it for another attack if needed. A lot of flexibility for some very strong plays from this card, especially because you could Digivolve it on top of it with a Ginkuamon promote as well. We never had 4 eyes in Chimeramon. Okay, I must be thinking of watching Japanese players. Like, yeah, this needs to be gone.
Yeah, because that's why like a lot of our Japan and North America releases, they might have the same cards, but in terms of our metas, they are going to be drastically different.
Yeah, even for something like set 12, where and even the past couple sets for us, because we didn't have those security rookies, which Japan has had, I think, for almost a year at this point.
Correct. It's looking pretty good right now on Jeffrey's end, but at the same time, like the Darulamon is also pretty good for the fact that, you know, there's been a lot of recycling and draw on Arvin's end.
All right, Deathslinger. So 2 for 2 of options in the security there.
Oh no, my Darulamon.
And there's Zenjiro there to play. Man, getting all the luck with finding your pieces right when you need to. So this will choke at 1. This will play a blocker. This will draw you 2 cards. Very good position here for Arvind.
And there's another Darula.
Eismon attacking again. And yeah, considering the block too, because that will, you know, guarantee the Eismon trigger as well.
Letting it go. Starmon jamming.
Nice. Maybe. I don't know. This just depends on what Jeffrey wants.
Jeffrey could potentially go Deathclaw here. I think there's 10 cards in trash right now, if not really close.
Yeah.
Ghazi on the memory block doesn't do much here, but it does present a threat for game. Both players very aggressive here.
You kind of have to be. And,
oh no!
Hits into the Jack Raid. Doesn't pass turn, but that is a good amount of memory there.
It's scary.
It is. It's very scary.
Now, potentially what you could do here is the Ballista attacks into Eismon, and if you have another Zenjiro Tsurugi in hand, you could then replay the Ballistamon as a blocker. However, if Jeffrey discards like a Nidhoggmon, for example, then it just passes turn immediately.
All right, hits into the worst card in his security so far, just a Witchmon. Sorry, Demi. Ooh.
That was unexpected.
That is very strong. So that will get a full board clear, and you can't play stuff off of effects, which you generally like to do as Merva. And I think it's going to be very difficult to additionally get the destruction of cards on this. I don't know. Crimson Flares.
Crimson Blaze.
Crimson Blaze, yeah. Crimson Blaze is such a strong card.
There's a Crimson Flare that I've been confusing it with in BT 12 or 11.
Yeah, Crimson Flare is from their Crimson Blaze from BT 8.
Yep. And it's kind of rough too that the Eismon, it doesn't get the extra DP on your opponent's turn. It's only your turn.
Yeah, because otherwise you'd be able to get around that Crimson Blaze.
Ignite in the Rays. What did you do? Oh, a Death X here is pretty good.
All right, that is another board clear, and you have 2 cards on board, and the Ghazi. Okay, you are in a really good position for this next turn now. And I'm going to assume that they're playing the Merva version of this, not the Cross 7. Especially, yes. I don't think I've seen a Cross 7 version of Crossheart this entire weekend.
We have not, because most players right now have done away with it for that you don't care about removal anymore, since Black War Greymon isn't as big of a threat.
Yeah.
You can just outrace them. And we're seeing a lot of Gravity Crushes, Blinding Rays. He has all the colors up, so he can use them. Honestly, I'd probably drop all of them. Blinding Ray, Gravity Crush, just to do it.
And just deciding there. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, Cross 5 in hand can help you. I mean, if you go Cross 4 into Cross 5, you do win. If assuming you have all the pieces with it, which you might be able to.
I don't think he has all the pieces. Oh, so he has Shout, Ballista, Darula, and Star. The problem is if he runs into like a Jack Raid, I think that's the issue here.
Yeah, but we've seen so many good cards in security. Surely he doesn't. It's just a rookie in there this time, right?
He's checking trash to see what he could potentially pull back if he decides to go the Mervamon route. Yeah, there is a lot going on in that hand. If he plays the Merva will immediately... I don't think I'd want to play the Merva.
Yeah, because Merva, I mean, it could potentially buy you another turn. You don't get any memory back from the Ignite underneath it. You'd get 1 memory back from the Zanjiro, so it would still pass 6 to your opponent.
Which is huge, and then keep in mind you would delete a certain number of Digimon based on the Death X, because if you have 2 level 4s out, they both pretty much go away depending on play cost.
Yeah, I mean, you could play then like a Darulu to get rid of the Ghazi for one of them, and then you could play, and then the Darulu gets popped if you play like a Cross 4 or something. But yeah, this ends up being the play here, being able to draw 2 cards and be at 0 memory.
Yeah, and this doesn't have Rush, so it's a little rough here.
I guess, okay, you can sequence it where if you play Darulu off of Minerva, pop the Ghazi, and then you gain the memory from the Ignitemon, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, so playing that just simply to have a blocker on the field to survive the next turn?
Irrelevant, because Jeffrey here can just promote attack with Death X and then attack with Ignite to delete Death X, to delete the Cross 5 before it can block.
Yeah.
Like if that's he has to block the Cross, the Death X here.
Yeah, and if he had if he had a rookie in raising, it'd be a different story here. But looks like instead, yeah, just attacking with the Ignite first. That doesn't seem like the play.
That makes him choose. That gives him the choice.
Yeah.
I probably would have attacked with Death X first, and then that would have either forced the block right there.
Yeah, so that forces the block. Was that? Oh, because Pagumon was underneath it, yeah.
The inheritable Pagumon from the starter deck.
All right, there's a Cross 3. Popping the boost and...
Merva?
It'd have to be Merva, right? But you don't have enough memory for it. Unless it's like Jack Raid into Merva, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing right now. So there's probably 6 cards in trash right now.
Yeah, okay. Jack Raid into... Yeah, that should be enough for you.
Yep. and that would be the game right there.
Yep. So Merva comes out. You do have, it's technically for 8, but with the Ignitemon underneath it, you get the memory back after playing it, and then you'll have anywhere between 1 and 3 attackers to end this game. So I think I'm going to press the button. There it is. All right. Jeffrey gets it. All right. Jeffrey's on game 1 there after 15, going into game number 2 here. So honestly, pretty close. A lot of back and forth. You know, with both decks playing Merva, you do have an ace in the hole for potentially getting a lot of you know, unexpected swings in if needed, and or a lot of unexpected blocks that your opponent's not expecting to play around, and either buying one more turn and or ending it one turn earlier can really swing some matches like these.
It definitely provides value. I think for Arvind, he could have had game last turn if he had a rush Shoutmon instead of the other one.
Yeah. All right, and we'll have to see. Okay, so Arvind, would he want to go first or second?
I would say second.
Second, really?
I'm playing up against a Merva deck. I don't want to be the one going first because then I will give at minimum 3 memory, which means that they can accelerate their play on me.
Gotcha.
That's my logic behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point, it's more so not what my deck is, whether I go first or second. It's more so what is my opponent playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think that you would want to go, what, as a Tamer Reliant deck, going probably second, and then I don't think Merva likes to go first either, but
I don't think so either, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I know players weren't very happy with Crossheart being so heavily represented, so and that, to that end, it's more of a, would you want to restrict something from Crossheart?
Yeah, and I will say, like, and I've said it, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, and I'm looking forward to saying this and then it being like 15 out of 16 decks in the top 16 being Crossheart, but for the amount of people playing the deck, it is not overwhelming topping these events. It is underperforming based on how many people I've been perceiving playing the deck itself, right? Yeah, it's very good at times. It's not, I don't think, it consistent enough, and it does have some polarizing matchups to where you can't win, and sometimes you do brick, but yeah, I don't think it's anywhere near like a tier 0. I think it's a good deck and probably one of the, if not the best decks in format, but I think a lot of its results are skewed by just how many people are playing it too.
And looks like Arvind decided to go first because aggro.
Okay.
Me go.
Understood.
That is a purple memory boost. Finding a Demi-Devimon from EX1, and then cycling the Death Slinger, missed memory boost, and another purple memory boost. I believe.
Yeah, and the Tri-Tamer is usually not something I see in the Merva versions of these lists. So, obviously we didn't see all of the cards in deck. There could be maybe a Cross 7 hiding in there, and it being like a hybrid version, or maybe not hybrid. Hybrid is not a good word, but a mixed version between the two. But I'm not sure.
I like it because it's sequences, so you can gain memory and also draw cards. So you're finding more pieces. You're drawing into Blinding Rays, Gravity Crushes, because those are really your only ways to get cards by cycling through.
Yeah, and it's really good turn 1, but later in the game it just feels dead in your hand too, especially if you're being aggressive.
I agree. I agree. And opting not to suspend Zenjiro Tsurugi to gain that memory back because you can put your opponent at exactly 1.
Yeah, and I think that's the right play.
Blocker set up.
All right, going.
I feel like you can risk it. You can just.
Yeah, but deciding not to, and it's a shame because like there's a lot of potential for Tamers to be in that security, which get you even more advantage.
Like if you were to hit a Akari Hinamoto right now, you would get Darulumon out in play.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's just worried that if he doesn't block with it now, it's going to be deleted in a different way. because you are giving your opponent, the potential for a lot of advantage by letting them go through this cycle.
You do see the Death Slinger, so it is kind of an indication that, this is something that can delete level 4s, and I think that's a really smart play on Jeffrey's end, too.
All right, playing the Ghazi to push back 2.
Oh no, my memory. Oh wait, they're tamers.
Yeah. And with the triple tamer too, putting Merva underneath it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you rarely see that one, huh? All right, Starmons.
Already have that in circulation.
Another triple tamer. All right. That's like 6 tamers.
Why? I was like, I count 7, and I'm like, oh, yeah. God dang it.
Yeah.
You sure you're not having kids over there?
As far as I know, yeah.
Grade A dad jokes over here.
That's all I got. So going back to turn, looks like deciding not to put any cards underneath the tamers. So just attacking with the Starmons, hitting into a Death X, which is at least you hit it on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, we'll go ahead and pop the
Ghazi, and then choke them to 1 and get a card draw. So nice little turn there to get some advantage.
It's very different from the first game where we saw, where he was very hyper aggressive. He's more defensive in this game in particular.
Yeah. And this one is definitely a Kari, not a Kari.
Yes, we had a Kari in the last game that was purple. Now this is a Kari.
Yeah.
Another Death X. Is that Death X?
Yes, sure is.
I'm getting a little glitchy video feed on my end. And then a Dark Lizard. And then Dober's effect doesn't trigger because nothing.
Yes, because it's still on the board, correct. And 3 security left for Jeffrey right now.
You gonna tuck another?
Maybe.
I saw a lot of Blinding Ray Gravity Crushes in there.
I sure did too, and I haven't seen any red cards.
Nope. No Shoutmon.
Shoutmon is needed to make your crosses have rush, and also to have these Gravity Crushes online, so really unfortunate for that there.
Do you attack into the Dober and then just...
Ooh, Jack Raid, all right. Yeah, does stay there. Yeah, he's got a handful of gas, but he doesn't have the keys to the car, so...
The Sparrow, and there's the cross. We'll be crossing probably Ballista, Darula, and that is honestly it.
Yep, unless he just top-decked a Shoutmon, but that will put them back to 1. That will let you draw a card and look top 3, 4. Fine, we'll take red cards for sure. Yeah.
What? Passing on the Taiki for the stable red?
Yeah, well, I think like you're feeling confident that your cross 3 will survive, and that also you could just like cross into your Star Sword if needed.
We saw at least 2 Blinding Rays and at least 1 Gravity Crush, so I guess at this point he can gain at least 8 memory. Oh no, here comes...
All right, there's Merva number 2.
It's about to be really bad though, because the Doberman is going to let Jeffrey draw some cards and then trash them, but then he'll also be able to reclaim a card, and I suspect Death Xmon will be the choice.
Yep, Death Xmon would be great. It would get rid of your red source here as Arvind, and just make it a little bit trickier for your opponent. And also it's played for, I think, what, 2 memory?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
That's a pretty good 2 memory play.
Oh look, look who it is.
Oh man, who'd have thought that was gonna be coming down?
Here's the board clear. You have to do it, because he's thinking about it.
Yeah, because you have 1 memory on your side right now. I think he's just deciding if he wants to pop the memory boost, which he decides to do. And then for 2, play that there.
But why keep it on your turn, though? That's the question.
Yeah, unless he's just digivolving something and raising, or has like a follow-up here. I think he just passing to 1 would have been fine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, he left the... Oh, just from the save. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the Darulamon was underneath the Ballistamon, so you don't get to keep that too.
Correct, because you did the Digivolve.
Mm-hmm. There goes the other memory boost. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm really excited for those training option cards coming in the future.
Yep, so Jack Raid.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Yeah.
21 cards. Probably setting up blockers for the turn.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. If you could do a Merva for cheap here, it'd be very difficult for Cross to get around that board.
Typically, how many Mervas do you run in a Crossheart deck? 2? 3?
3 or 4. 3 or 4. Okay. When we've already seen 2.
Correct. 1 was in security. 1 is currently tucked under the
Triple Tamer.
Taiki Kirihan Nene, which I'm surprised they haven't made a card yet that you can really pull from underneath Tamers. Oh wait, isn't that in Nexat?
You're thinking of the Hunter deck.
And there's the Ghazi to stop memory gain. So there's currently 1 blocker. Yeah, just 1 blocker. That Psychmon is...
Yeah, Psychmon. I think someone in chat was asking earlier if they run that card, and you definitely do. You definitely do. With just how much people are playing Crossheart right now, it is such a good card.
Now what do you do? Because you need a way to really... Oh, we found the rush, boy.
All right, we got there. Great, because that Ghazi is just going to prevent all the cards in your hand from doing anything.
We need an Akari out right now, because if Akari can out the... Because you could attack with Sparrow, and if Sparrow draws you the Akari, you can...
I don't know.
Oh, he has a Crimson Blaze. But
okay.
he has no red source.
He has no red source, that's correct.
Interesting that you'd tuck the Shoutmon if it was your only red source.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't recognizing that, especially since like if you got Taiki instead, you would have been able to get that value there too.
Yeah, and that's the other reason why it was like, no.
You don't have a red source, my guy.
Jeffrey.
Judge.
The judge heard us.
yeah. They got. There's a judge watching. They called it out.
Yeah.
My hands were hovering on the mute button, like.
Yeah, because not having that stable red is going to hurt you so much.
Yeah, we see the hand. Yeah, it is.
He has a Merva.
Yeah. Yeah, that Taiki was definitely the ad from it. And you can't digivolve. The Star Sword has to be on top of a yellow, a red level 3, I believe.
Correct. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, it's too bad. Like, I don't think the card would be too busted if it said like you can just digivolve on top of any level 3 with cross art, but
to be fair, you can still cross into it. It's just going to be the full cost.
Yes, yeah, of 5. And then you get the deletion of something.
Which then you can delete the Gazi and then go into your full combo.
That's true. You could do the double deletion. Yeah, you don't get the reduction here either, so this would be a full 11 here.
I'm trying to figure out why we're going this route.
Because you get to delete the Darulu, or like you get like a double delete here, right? Or a single delete here.
Single deletes. You either delete the, I think Arvin's gonna go Darula, delete Gazi, and then the Starmon is gonna be the target that gets deleted from DeathX.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do think there could have been a better way to do that.
Is he? He's saying that the cost reduction should have been a thing, right? It should not have. Okay. He's fixed it. Yeah. Yeah, and there's no take backs for something like that because you you can still make the play.
So you delete the Psych over the Gazi? What?
Yeah, that seems interesting. I definitely would get rid of the Gazi.
I would have gotten rid of the Gazi for sure.
Yeah, so he's at 3. It costs 11 to go in there, so he should be at 8 memory, right? And he got a memory back off the Zenjiro. And then the Starmons get saved off the DeathX because it costs less.
Correct. And then you have 3 blocks.
That's something. Not great, but it's something.
I think we all agree. Taiki should have been the pick.
Yeah. And it's just been such a weird game. Or even just I don't know, get the less cycle and have it so like spare like your Shoutmon could have been in raising, and like you could even just play the Shoutmon. You get the reduction from Zenjiro, and then you could Crimson Blaze too.
Correct. And then you maybe that would have been the play.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of like if you could have done the Starmons, if you had like the honestly no, you could have just Digicross the Star Sword, and then for just 5 memory, you'd pop both the Gazi and the Psychmon, right? I think that could have been a great play for you too. It'd have to be for the full 5 cost, but you get rid of 2 cards on their board.
Correct. And that's the value right there. That was kind of like you get rid of 2 things that were really negatively impacting you. Because this is your only Mervamon that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And you give so much memory that kind of stinks, to be honest.
Yeah, this is his 3rd Merva. There's 1 underneath it that was tucked, and also 1 underneath the Triple Tamer. So it's not unheard of for him to be running 4. But if you're running the Triple Tamers on top of everything else, you do have to make room for them somehow. So we'll have to see.
Because by not getting rid of the Gazimon, you were completely locked out of using your gas.
Yeah.
Like I get you want to cross, but like I don't think it would have been as relevant.
Yep. So doing another cross here, and I think you get to keep it your turn with Ignite Mons under both of them, and this could be a push for game right here.
Yep. Like a Crimson Blaze here. A Crimson Blaze last turn would have stopped this.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and just even saying Taiki into Crimson Blaze, you would have also just passed 1, and you would have been in a good spot. But I think you were a little blinded by the Shoutmon.
So first check. I mean, if you hit any of the Tamers, it's okay. But if you don't, it's really bad. Like a Zenjiro would help here. Akari does help.
Oh, yeah, that does do that. So you will be able to get rid of a Gazi, and you will be able to get 1 more blocker. So I think that does buy you another turn.
Correct. So you can... Two blockers. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
Losing the Gazi definitely hurts.
Yeah.
I think you'd leave up your Mervamons here.
Yeah, you have to now be on the defense side. Make sure that they can't, have the potential great hand to get it out.
Because you attack here, you just use the Dorulamon to block,
Yeah.
and then they attack again. You trade Mervamons.
Sure. Which might be enough. Yeah, just asking what card's underneath it.
Another Death X.
Yeah, another, in case, yeah, Death X is on there. So it gets the block there, gets the trade. And I mean, if they play like a, we do see like Devimon in the list too. So for 3, you pass 3, but then you have another block route thanks to the other Merva.
The retaliation, yeah. And then pass the turn at 1.
Yeah, getting rid of a Dark Lizardmon to get back. Looks like another Merva. And you
must be nice.
We'll be able to get the Aandroidd to draw 1, discard 1 as well. Which they could keep their turn if they have a Nidhogg in hand, but I don't know why they do that. I think another Death X.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there's the Eismon.
It won't have blocker, but another body on board is good.
Yep. Now all the gas is active.
Yeah.
Except for the gravity crushes.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to maximize the memory. I mean, you can use Blinding Ray now without really any problem.
Yeah, literally 0 problems because you have no cards left in security.
There's 2 security left on Jeffrey's end, correct?
Yes. 2 security, no blockers up.
I'm curious why he tucked the Mervamon still. That's one of those, like, why tuck the Merva?
It could be that there was an Ignitemon, and it could also be because I'm not sure if we've seen one of those yet, and the other reason could just be afraid of being de-digivolved by Death X.
Mm.
All right, there's a cross 3.
Shoutmon, Ballistamon, Dorulamon. He's like, I don't need you.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. There it is. All right, and you get to draw 2 and then top deck 2.
So many cards in hand right now. That's so crazy. Oh, look. Will you forsake Taiki a second time?
I think you got it, right? Like, I mean, unless you play Taiki to get red, and then you have like a bunch of gravity crushes to overcome the. I guess so. Yeah, we got Taiki. It could be needed for a 3rd Digicross if needed as well.
Correct. Yeah. He has so much gas in hand. That's insane.
He sure does. Blinding Rays, a couple gravity. Like the gravity crushes will make it cost efficient to play the Taiki.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 Blinding Rays. Okay, actually, this is trouble territory now for Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blinding Ray.
There's the 3rd one.
Sorry, I got that card lost in my hand. I forgot I had it.
Yeah, he has 3 gravity crushes in hand right now. Like, he's like, in case you have a Jack Raid.
Yeah, just in case. Okay. I mean, not a Jack Raid. You do get the deletion there, which is good. That's actually very strong for you.
Yep.
All right.
He's like, go back in there. No, I need you.
All right.
Plenty of Ballistamons in circulation too.
8 memory to play with, but you do not have any Mervas as far as we know. So another cross here into our Star Sword.
I think he's good.
I think he's good now.
He's good here. Yeah,
so
I think he's good.
That's for 3. You are able to now Gravity Crush.
Gravity Crush, do it.
Now,
do it.
Your first time having red available to you. Yeah. Giving the minus to the that you do get rid of that technically with the Star
Yeah,
Sword.
because it's -2 then -3, or -3 then -2.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's only your opponent, your turn where you get the boost. Mm-hmm. All right, let's casually spend a lot of memory, or get a lot of memory.
Come on, do it. Because the thing is, we know he has a
No,
cross.
no, 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 no.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Just get the. Well, you still have a red source. Deathslinger. Okay. I mean, you get the save again.
Yes.
And it's a save of 1.
You save 1, but I think he already had 2 Starmons in circulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a cross.
Yeah,
right
playing
there.
Taiki. Now you have a 3rd search. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you've got Shoutmons for days now. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't play Gravity Crush, because
I would have definitely played the Gravity Crush first, because
I mean, yeah, but technically, I guess you don't need that at this point.
yeah.
So
Jeffrey had the right idea though to bring back all the floodgates.
I'm pressing the button. We're on game 3.
Yeah.
Yep. So you do have enough sources there, and that will be able to attack for game. Yeah, and honestly, Jeffrey really only losing to the that Akari hitting a security and getting that one more blocker up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. That was the only reason why.
Yeah. And Arvin had to play very awkwardly this game just because of what the sources that were available to him and just the colors for it, and but was still able to sneak out into a game number 3 here.
Oh no, there's less than 10 minutes left.
Yeah. Luckily, both these decks are on the faster side, but they will definitely need to continue to be on the faster side to not get a tie here. Yeah,
100%.
So we'll have to see what gets this again. Like if you get all the gas in the world, like you did see for Arvind, and honestly, I think Jeffrey didn't get as much aggression as he probably wanted to. He gave enough time for Arvind to sort out that messy hand, but we did get there.
I think both you and I can agree, though. If you have the red source out, use what you can before you attack. Hold on. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, I can hear you again.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Because like you faded off, and I was like, "Did my headset die?"
No.
I charged it.
Yeah.
All right, would you go first or second? Let's play this game again.
As Jeffrey, I would probably go first.
I agree. Crunch time, 8 minutes. And this is our first match today that has been Crossheart.
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, with the Merva, yeah. So.
And looks like Arvind is keeping their opening hand. Jeffrey is mulliganing. He's going to have to go fast.
Jeffrey did have a lot of security bombs in that last game.
Yeah, he did. So. And the first game for sure. Like the first game, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 55 minutes to deal with mulligan rounds. Oh my gosh, I don't know, man. 50-minute round is already quite a lot.
I am glad that it is restricted to 1 mulligan and not multiple mulligans.
That is true. Yeah, so this was, man. There's just a lot going on in these card games now. So Sukamon in the back, that's a pretty good card there. And then Dober in the back to pass 2.
Looks like Dober.
Yeah, I think it's Dober.
Definitely a Dober.
For sure, Dober.
Arven goes into Pikmons and then Starmons. Pretty common opening. And then probably a Tamer to pass it back.
It's hopefully a Taiki.
Oh, what we wouldn't give for a Taiki.
Who would have thought a red source would have been super good? Well, there technically is one. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so definitely the Taiki.
Take that Taiki. You take that Taiki and cross 4.
Yeah, you sure do. And passing there, yeah, definitely don't want to attack with this until you have a Tamer secured to help you, generate your resources. And playing the Dober, attacking there, hits into Sparrow, so you are fine. And if you have Deathclaw, This is actually a really good trade for you right now.
For sure. That works too.
That also works, yeah. So Pandemonium Flame, able to just...
Deathslinger.
Sorry, Deathslinger. Yeah. That just...
Yeah.
All the resources you just got are pretty much gone.
Taiki will come down, though, to stabilize a Tamer. He did lose one of the Rush Shoutmons, which makes it really awkward now.
Yeah, that's probably the most important material in the entire deck.
But to be fair, he does run Merva, which makes it more possible to...
recycle.
Yes, yeah. Recycling is good. Sorry, I was looking at his hand because I was trying to see what he has in there.
Yeah, so you could have a Tamer out. You could use Merva to bring it back, and then after it gets deleted, you can save it with your with its effect. Yeah, just immediately there.
He's like, no, I need this.
No. And then Ignite and passing there. Just maybe even just for a rookie to be able to get some advantage next turn. So attacking there, getting the draw, hitting into Jack Raid, and that is your turn.
Huzzah! Now, does Dober attack the Starmons, or do you attack the player?
That's a good question. I do wonder if... yeah, because I think you want the deletion on it. Yeah, that's more important. And you got the deletion on it.
Again, a Mervamon just chilling in security. That's rough.
All right, and Dober effect activating.
Trash top 3 cards of your deck, and then return 1. That is a Digimon or a Tamer. So
no option cards, yeah.
You can return the Dober, which is pretty nice. Like the recycling on Dober is really nice.
Yeah. 2 memory for Jeffrey right now.
Going back into Dober in the raise, and probably Psych or Ghazi.
If you have it, yeah. So probably, yeah, definitely Psych there, passing 3.
What so good at predict? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you are more accurate than the weather nowadays. So you're in a good spot for your
I always think of it as a worst case scenario. Like, what is the worst thing that could happen to me? And it's like Psychmon is bad.
Yeah.
This Starmon is so much value. It has drawn 2 cards.
Wait, does that mean you're role playing as the Crossheart player? Finally, are you finally a Crossheart player?
It's not my preferred deck choice.
I thought we got him, chat.
Nah, I'm more of a Greymon player.
Yeah. Which means you're living quite healthy this next set.
Oh, for sure. Interesting. Psychmon attack. Oh, over the stars.
Yeah.
Get rid of that. Yep, that's the right move.
Yeah, we'll get him next time. Zenjiro, any Ballista in hand?
I don't think so.
No Ballista. Yeah, we need to we'll get you playing Hunter first, and then we just sneak into Crosshair and see if you notice.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
He digivolved over the Psychmon into Dark Lizard.
Yeah, you are going the aggressive plan, and that just means if he does want to attack over the Dark Lizard, you will have to trade for it, so you get some advantage there. And maybe he's just playing, you know what, there's only 2 cards left in that security, I can rush them down. There's 2 mids left in time as well, so...
Both players showing a lot of aggression right now. I think Jeffrey has 3 security left. That's
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Taiki can cross into the cross 3. The cross 3 can rush. Interesting.
Hits into security. Another Jack Raid. You hate to see it, unless you're Jeffrey, and then you are very happy.
So now there's only really 1 memory you can spare. Difference this time is he doesn't have the yellow source.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The Starmon's peeking at, or the Pikmon's there, but it's not a source at the moment.
Yeah.
And 1 minute left in regulation play. Have you ever
Again,
gone to a hockey game?
No.
No. So the timer for that game's really fluid. You
Oh.
don't take a lot of breaks. So whenever there's a minute left, there's always like the announcer's like, there is 1 minute left in the third period. Like
Really?
Yeah. Because the game doesn't stop as much, so it's like a big announcement.
Oh, we got some Akaris now, but I don't really know what you can do because, nah. Whenever I see a clock that hits 30 seconds, I'm like, oh, it's like that scene from Digimon the movie again, where
Yeah.
TK's like 30 seconds left.
It takes like clearly like 5 minutes. Like.
Oh yeah. Oh, because at 1 minute to go, that's where they're like, 1 minute to go, the cake's almost ready. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
All right, so I
No
believe
blockers.
Jeffrey will be turn number 0 here for us.
Mhm.
My clock is, I think, a little bit off. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is definitely turn 0 here.
Mhm.
Attacking with the Dober. Hits into
no.
another Akari. Do you have
Nothing.
no Darulu? Oh, that's such a good thing for him.
That's so disappointing.
Okay, attacks with the Dark Lizard. Hits. You know they have to be somewhere.
We know not hammer sparks. We know 2 jack raids have hit the trash at this point. So I guess the question is, how many jack raids does he have? Because if he has 2 jack raids.
Oh, and a Nidhogg out of hand too. So you have 3 memory right now. You need to get up to 7 to be able to do there. And that's a purple mem boost that you can delay, right?
That's correct. And it has been enough turns that he can delay it.
All right. So you just need to get 2 more memory somehow.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind. You do get to save the Shoutmon, but
what about? Oh, do you Digivolve the? Why didn't? Oh, Ignite doesn't have save, right?
Yeah.
I was like stars, and I was like, oh right, it's Pikmons.
Yeah, but you're still in a really good spot. It's gonna be tricky for, like, if you drop like a Gazimon or a Psychomon, you probably just win this next turn. Oh, okay, popping the Dobermon
to get back Psych.
Yeah. Oh, you get the Nidhogg, which you then.
Oh, and choking at 1 too. That is brutal. However, yellow is out now, so we can use the blinding rays.
That's true. So you need to find either a Gazi or a like both will help you there. Yeah, getting the Psychomon.
Yeah.
Playing it down. And then for 1. Yeah. So
yeah.
1 memory open. I think he's just making sure on the memory for it. Yeah, so because he drew and pitched the Nidhogg, yeah.
So this is turn 1.
This is turn 1, yeah.
Okay.
So you have 1 memory. No cards left in security. And I think he's just confirming that the amount of the memory left.
Verifying, I guess, cards and trash.
Yeah, he might need to be at 2. Yeah, he is at 2 because I don't think he might not have paid for the Deathclaw itself.
Oh, right. You have a lot of cards there, my dude. I see at least 2 blinding rays and 1 gravity crush.
Yeah, I mean, if you are able to, well, you can't reduce cost, right?
Play cost, yes.
All right, so going up to 3 memory. What's your out here? Playing Merva?
Merva would be your biggest out because I don't think he's drawn one is the problem.
Yeah, it's only been 1 in security. Yeah, it would be the full 11 for Merva. You do have like some blinding rays, which are, I think, essentially free in hand right now, which would help you, but
Correct, because you can't reduce the cost before you play it to play Darulu and then delete the psych. So. What's the time for overtime typically?
It's 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Akari for 3, which would be you can use for the Darulu to get rid of the Sukamon, and then you get to draw 2 cards and gain a memory back. So that's where you start. Honestly,
yes.
If this can be used to find and play a Merva, you actually could win right here too.
He
drew
the
Merva. All right, do you have enough memory for it though?
I don't know. We'll see. I got red sources. I got yellow sources. I got blinding rays. I got gravity crushes.
Yeah, so you just need to. I think there's an Ignite Mon there too. So gravity crush to go to 3. You just need to get to 7, and I think you win this game, assuming bad security.
He has it because isn't he at 3 memory right now?
Yeah. So this goes up to 7, and as long as you can keep it your turn, or like and play your Merva, you should be in a really good spot.
I don't get why he's not just playing the blinding rays because he's at 0 security.
Yeah, but I think it just hit time in round. Unfortunately, yeah, it sure did. So,
yeah,
unfortunately, with one of those cards was Deathslinger though, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So you wouldn't have been able to win, anyways.
Correct, because Merva would have. Well,
no, because you need to get both cards have to be impactful in security, right?
No, because Darulumon also has Rush now once you play the Merva.
Yeah. So you need to get 4 hits in. Deathslinger would have reduced it from 4 to 3, but
there's only 2 security though.
So you need 3 hits, right? Yeah.
But he would have had 4 bodies.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah. So he would have been fine with just one. It would have had to be like 2 Deathslingers to get out of that.
Yes.
So
correct.
Anyways, that ends up being a tie. So we're done here with round number 5. Honestly, a really solid match back to back. I wasn't expecting that one to go 2 time in general. So it is Joshua on the top.
Crossheart?
Yes, on Crossheart. And on the bottom we have, I will say, like for both for One Piece and for Dragon Ball Super, like you see your opponent's leader, you know what they're playing, right? Like at least a little bit. Like this is like the only game where there's like some secret sauce, but even like when you open up like the first egg, you still kind of know what's up, right?
Yeah, and there's always some confusion though when you know your opponent's playmat is usually what is the giveaway for what they're playing.
Yeah.
Usually,
yeah. I mean, you do have the sleeves there, that other Crossheart one, so there's that. But we are going to be going into this game. Timer has started as well, so they should hopefully be starting pretty soon. There's already 3 minutes left on that clock, which 3 minutes in that last matchup would have made a huge difference.
But this is what happens with mulligans.
Sure does.
I don't know. Do you think mulligans were a good or a bad thing?
At the end of the day, I think they're a good thing. In the very least, I think it will help get players into the game. I think a lot of people who play other card games who try this game out.
By the way, I think it wasn't Exa, it was Grandis.
It was Grandis. Oh, that's right. Man, I'm just everywhere. All right, that's the. Did I say Grandis or did I say Exa when you start this one?
That might have been on me this time.
Yeah. Well, then he's like super confused. Like he's got the green eggs on Exa. I said Exa. Perfect.
I saw Terriermon and I was like, wait a minute. And then he played the Goku and I'm like, okay, yeah, I goofed on.
No, Grandis versus Crossheart. So this will be a fast match, I would assume. I'd be really surprised if this one went to time, but we'll have to find out.
So it looks like Joshua is also playing the same variant as the other player from our last round, Arvind. It's going for the hyper-aggressive matchup style of using Merva. We are seeing elements already with the Kiriha, the Taiki Kiriha Nene, the Akari, and also the Cross 3.
Yeah.
However, setting up the Taiki is what actually will help for sure in the long run.
Yeah, and we saw in that last game, as we said, like, the Taiki's, I think, generally the best tamer in the deck, especially if you're playing a deck that you need those red option cards to be able to be used. It's very strong.
Grabbing a Sneemon to Digivolve up. Now,
interesting card. Did he only show top 3?
4. It was double Sneemon, Grandis, and Mimi Tachikawa.
Okay, I must have missed the Grandis, because I saw the Mimi, I didn't see the Grandis at the end.
Shoutmon, Star Sword going into security, hitting the Pomu. So the Pomu was the main thing that I was going to talk about, because this is one of the main floodgates that is really good against Crossheart and could have been what's been really helping Neil throughout this entire day, depending on his matchups.
Yep, and we'll have to see on the decision here as well.
Playing another Taiki. So many options here. Interesting. This is a Cross 7 variant.
Okay, all right. And again, most of the versions, at least we saw yesterday, were the Merva variants, and
correct.
All the ones at least that topped, which I think there were about 4 or 5 yesterday, were the Merva. So we'll have to see if the. I mean, you're in this event, you're 5-0 with it already with the Cross 7, and there are some builds that go like the half and half with it, but not a lot.
So that's a mistake another on me, because I thought this was the Merva variant again, but nope, this is the Cross 7.
No, I still got the most mistakes for this round so far, so don't worry about it. You got some catching up to do.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it was my fault on some of it.
All right, so we were attacking there with the Star Sword, and hits a Mimi. So
no!
That's great news there for Neil.
Joshua, do not play a Digimon. Do not play a Digimon. Because the thing about Pomu is, like, if you hit like specific tamers in security, you actually can't even play the Digimon off of that effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you could do okay, you do have that Shoutmon, because you could use the Star Sword as the Shoutmon part of it. All right, running the Crimson Blades, getting 2 more tamers.
Oh, he put something out there. Oh no.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. And the reason that is because you can get some free memory to climb up your stack, but feeling like he needs to go aggressive with this, so attacking into security.
Mm-hmm. 1 check, piercing. Security does get reduced by 2,000 DP because of Darulumon's effect. And there's the Okua X. It will delete that Digimon, and then material save 2. Gotta play Tamer. Usually helpful. Grandis is currently at 2 security. That's pretty low already. But they do have to catch up on 3 minutes. Third Taiki. Slotting the Omni Shout. Probably the Sparrow. And I think he did take the Sparrow. Ooh. So this here could be the full Digivolution all the way up to Grandis here. Ooh, this could be it. Okua X. Nothing suspended, so no memory gain, or memory loss, I should say. That cost 2 memory? Suspend Mimi? Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't suspended the Mimi yet. Okay. Yeah. Correct. Oh no, if a Tamer gets hit here that plays a Digimon, that'd be really bad. Do not play the Darulu. No! No, that's so bad, because then end of attack you unsuspend, and then it suspends a Digimon. Correct. Nope, did not remember the memory. I'm equally surprised that he did not suspend the Mimi to set up another stack and raise. But this goes back to one of the topics I covered in Tactical Tuesdays, where if you have a card effect that goes under a Digimon and you forget it, whose fault is that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. They can't hear you, by the way.
I don't know what's going on. All right, so they you gained the memory back there, right? And because he remembered on the attack with the Drurulumon, but not with the suspension there.
Mm-hmm. The setup should have been very different, because even though this Cross 7 would have come out, it doesn't have blocker, so it would have basically all of Crossheart's security would have been checked, and there would have been another Digimon in raise.
Mm-hmm.
So this would have been a simple, promote and then attack into security.
Yeah, and again, we don't see any cards in raising for Joshua either, which means you will have to probably try to do another cross next turn without any ways to set your memory either, which is kind of tough.
Oh, Death Examon play? I mean, I guess.
That is what, moderately free. You get the D-Digivolve, but you don't
Yes.
get to any extra help there.
Grandis. Still attacking the one copy of Death Examon. The Insectoid Wait. All of your components are kind of trapped underneath that Omni Shout. That's another problem, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which you won't be able to save any materials if you attack with it either. All right, hits into that. So I think it's into the cool.
It survives.
Okay. Yeah, because of the Durulu underneath.
Correct.
Because it is a Shoutmon, technically, so
Mm-hmm.
that's really interesting.
Yep.
I mean, if you have a cross 3, you can do it, but the amount of thinking means that he probably doesn't.
Yeah, I think he has, 5 cards in hand?
Yeah, I believe not a lot. Actually, okay, never mind. He's got like 8.
Yeah.
Since 0 to play your blocker would do it, but then you'd get popped by the Death X, right?
Correct. That's the issue too. Like, you can't really set up a defense at the same time. And for cross 7 builds, they typically don't even run any option cards that are defensive. Maybe Long Key at Estocto, but
Yeah.
He does have yellow, so if he does have a Long Key in hand, he could do it.
Yeah, or if like you have, if you're playing the Merva build, obviously you have enough yellow and red sources for any kind of memory extension, but just deciding, you know what, you gotta play Zenjiro, I'm gonna play the blocker's gonna get popped, but you only pass 1 memory to your opponent. And not saving it? Okay.
What?
Okay. I guess, yeah, with Mimi it doesn't matter anyways, but yeah, weird he's deciding not to save it. And it don't matter, and we're going to game number 2 here.
Same result in the end. It was an interesting overall play.
Yeah, because it was double weird because like he did remember it on like the attack on the next turn, and it's not like an optional effect either.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, also weird like he played it to he didn't save the I mean, it didn't matter, but
Ballista.
Yeah,
Saving the Ballista one was another thing, but keep in mind these players have been playing all day. Some players have actually also played yesterday's regional, so they are almost 20 hours deep in Digimon.
Yeah, there are also some commentators who also commentated yesterday, and you're getting a little tired. Perhaps.
Royal Night Dragon and Big Insect, right? I mean, it looks the same. It all looks the same after a while.
Yeah. And some webcam setups make them look even more the same. So we're gonna have to see. All right. So the question of the week. So Crossheart, you think they want to go first or second?
Against Grandis, I think you want to go first because the problem with Grandis is they're green, so they can memory choke you at 1 regardless or not. That's the major thing. If they go into their perfect evolution of Kokuamon, Kokua X, and then Weedmon, you're at 1 memory. So going first and then giving them 3, it's like, whatever. I went first, I have setup ready to go. I don't care.
Yeah, so deciding, at least, I think he must have, I think both players did do a mulligan because they just put their cards down and then they put their security, so.
Yep.
Yeah, and deciding to go first, yeah, we're in agreement.
Yep. Pretty good opener, going to Pikmons to shout for the rush, and then Taiki Kiriha Nene to just start cycling through your deck.
Yeah, again, like the triple tamer is always like the best tamer to play turn 1, and then like every turn you don't have it, it just gets a little bit less value.
How did I know? Kokua X. Because that search is going to give you that Grand Kawagamon. You could go into a Weedmon in the Rays, or you could just go into blocker. And this blocker setup is actually going to be really good against Crossheart because they can't out it really that easily. Oh, that's the best opener possible. Setting up blocker, having Weedmon ready on standby. You can slot 1 underneath with Taiki Kiriha Nene. Shoutmon can't attack here, but the Kabuterimon can block.
Yeah, this is a really, really nasty opening, and if they're able to convert it into your their level 6s, you're just going to be in a really good spot.
Mm-hmm. Five, 6, 7. So there should be about 6, 7 cards in hand right now. Keeping it at 1. Z Gray is really good here. I'd probably slot the Z Gray underneath and then add Darulu, because you already have your Shoutmon in rotation.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay, just deciding not for Zeeg. So maybe having Z Gray in hand, or it's either that or just recognizing the blocker doesn't really do much in this matchup.
Oh, right. Zeeg is Blue Flare, so you can't do it for this particular one.
Oh, yeah. Yep. True.
Right. It wouldn't be like Cross 7 that has Blue Flare and Crossheart.
Nope. Only Blue Flare.
That's a pretty... Ooh, they run the BT1 Okuamon.
Yeah, it's usually like a one of, if 1 or 2 of, but...
Yeah.
Just for, more consistency for level 5 and having the Okuo X play, but... It has a nice little inheritable, too.
Nothing in race. You're kind of good right now. You can just be defensive. That was a Ballistamon slotted under the Triple Tamer. I guess they grabbed the Shout because they didn't have a rookie to Digivolve into. So that helps fuel their hand. What will you cross here is the question. You have Rush. What could they be thinking? Because Cross 3 would be the best card to play here. They have all the components. Cross 4, they'd be missing Starmons.
At least available on board that we see. Maybe they're thinking about just doing cross 7 to get rid of the Chimeramon.
Or Kabuterimon?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, the Kabuterimon.
Yeah. I don't think you'd want to go cross 7 yet. That's a lot of memory. And even then, if you had all the components for cross 7, that's what, 6? Yeah, 6 cards, right?
Yep.
Omni, Zeke, Ballista, Darulu, E at 6. So it'd be 16, but typically your Grandis goes up to 18 for the first turn.
Yeah, so just deciding to do there, looking top 3, getting the Sparrow and the Shoutmon. So I think 2 pieces that were missing in case you were going to the cross 7.
We're missing a Zeke. There is the Grand Coagumon.
All right, deciding what you want to save.
You already have Darulu still in the rotation, so you probably keep Ballista and Shout.
No.
But you also have a Shout. What? What?
I'm deciding to just keep the Akari or the Darulu.
But why?
I would not know. I mean, there's such a thing like when the secret areas for like this deck make a big difference because they have materials in hand that we don't know about. But yeah, it looks like another Ballista for sure.
So switch Ballista and Darula order, and then you don't have Star.
Yep. So this will be for 2.
Luckily, you have Reboot, so this is going to be Security Attack +1.
Yep. And it has Piercing as well, so if they decide to block it, you'd still be able to get the damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this could be rough, though. You're going to basically put them to 3 memory. Three memory here would be really bad because they can go up their entire chain if they have it in hand. Oh, 4 memory. Oh.
Yeah, with an OG Shoutmon, looking at top 3, playing a Death X, cross 3, and an Akari, and looking like, yeah, you can get the Tamer and the cross 3.
Oh, I think this might be GG right here.
Yeah, this is definitely something. If you have the full stack here for your play, and you don't have like a way to get rid of the Kabuterimon or something, this could just be it for Grandis.
Because Akua, and X, you can. They lose 2 memory because there's 2 Digimon in play.
Yeah. Yep. So that will definitely help. But so there's the Akua, but you need the X. Well, the X won't help you there. Yeah.
Correct. You needed the promo Akua to gain that memory, but this will work in some ways too, because yeah, this will work. So you can suspend the blocker now. There's no memory gained though, or lost here, because that's the old Okuamon. And there's no piercing.
Yeah, there's no piercing either. Yeah, I think he's just reading the card real quick too.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the reduced cost for 2 in a Grand Coagumon. So and then you can attack. Oh, he's just going to attack over it. And that is going to material save 3.
Yeah, so
and then
missing the Grandis for that is actually pretty big and does give Joshua a little bit more time and chance to come back for this one.
Oh, the Pomu! Ooh. Oh, that's so mean.
Yeah, Pomu being able to pretty much stop Cross from doing a lot of the things it likes to do. Not being able to play stuff off of effects. That's actually not too bad.
So if Akari Hinamoto is played right now, you don't get to play Darulu. If you play Zenjiro Tsurugi, you don't get to play Ballistamon.
Yeah.
It's rough in some ways.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it's rough.
It's not as you can still Digicross though, so it's not as bad as like Psychmon or a Psychmon-like effect, but it's still not a card you want to see.
Mm-hmm. Like you have to hard play a Darulumon right now, which is less value. The moment he drops a Tamer and tries to play a Digimon, that will probably be the end of the game.
Yeah, but I think he has the potential to. It looks like he's just starting with the attack, getting the draw with the Shoutmon, getting the block with the Kabuterimon. If you do have Cross 7, you can get a lot of value from that right now.
Oh, for sure. Cross 7 would do a lot of damage. Because he was missing Grandis from the sounds of it. Otherwise, he would have been able to unsuspend and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and if this was a Merva build, that Palmon I think would be a little bit more impactful. But since this has so far been more Cross 7 focused, that not it could be worse. It could be worse.
Security check, hits a Kokua, deleted, and save. You have 2 crosses, so on the bright side, if you have 2 cross 3s, you can cross into them for 1, and assuming the Digimon gets deleted, you can recross into the other one.
Yeah, so you could just win here as well. But it looks like Cross 7 is going to be the play here.
Mm-hmm. Omni Shout, Ballista, Darulamon is the Zeeg in hand.
No Zeeg.
No Zeeg. Ooh.
Yeah, and if he had pressured the security a little bit earlier, that'd be maybe an issue, but he's still at the full 5 right now.
Mm-hmm. And of course, deleting the Grand Kawagamon.
And you do pass 2 over, and with the green memory boost, you might be able to climb into a level 6.
It's a little close, and it's a little awkward at the same time.
Because what you can go up to 4, you can Digivolve for 3. Let's say into the promo, best case.
Mm-hmm. But you also don't have a Weedmon, so you lose that memory too.
That's true. Yeah, I don't think you can really establish a level 6 right now.
No.
Oh.
All
right. That will also help you there. But also just means that he's got no rookies too, so really looks like Neil is not finding the pieces he needs to.
And this also indicates that Joshua is not finding any of his either right now, because all he has left underneath those Tamers are Shoutmons.
Yeah,
I see a Crimson Blaze.
I mean, that would clear board.
That honestly wouldn't be bad.
I wouldn't be too upset with that right now.
Mm-hmm. Crimson Blaze here would be free. Well, not free. It would put him to 1 memory.
Yeah. Yeah, that ends to be the play.
Electroshocker?
Yeah.
I was curious why you threw that one up.
Isn't that what he played for?
Grandel Soul.
Was it Grandel Soul? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Return to Hand. My bad.
You got bottom decked. Oh, nice. This is going to cost 1, so this might be it. Oh, finding all the Shoutmons must be nice. So you attack here. There's the lethal on board, yeah. There's the promo Okua, yep.
Yeah, I think this
is... surprisingly...
Oh, yeah, keep going.
Surprisingly, Grandis typically seems to be like, the fast-paced deck.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're almost going to time for this round, too.
Yeah, we're pretty close, so... just passing 3, and I can't imagine anything from Grandis is able to recover from here. Yeah, and they agree with that. So that is game number 2, and we're going to be going to game number 3 for our match here.
Taking a brief look at all the other tables so far, no one has reported anything in yet, so it looks like our top undefeated tables 1 through 6 are still in the middle of their round.
Yeah, and we are round 6 also right now.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, round 6. What did I say?
I had round 7 on the screen, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Yeah, so I think there should be able to finish this out.
Oh, easily. I think as the Grandis player, I'd probably go first.
Yeah, and just hopefully find the pieces you need.
Mm-hmm. Looks like... Did the players... I looked away for a second. I didn't know if they had mulliganed.
I think they're just starting that as well right now.
Yeah.
So Neil looking at his hand. Deciding not to keep it.
Yeah. Okay. And then Crossheart.
Crossheart, I think, is looking as well and deciding to keep it.
Keep it, yeah. Grandis had a really good hand the first game. I think their second hand was a little... well, they mulligan, so it's hard to say, like, you know... What the heck? Oh, 10 cards to the bottom. I was like, what the heck is happening?
Mm-hmm. Just the ask. All right, and I mean, especially like for something that's, I'm not. You guys can let me know in chat. Chat, let me know what you ask your opponent whenever you play webcam. But normally just say half. But sometimes against something like Grandis, where the combo like the linear combo matters so much, sometimes I like roll a die, or I usually don't do like the triple piles. Like, all right, the first pile goes to the second pile, but then the third pile gets shuffled. You know what I mean? Like, I've had some weird ones like that.
Interesting. I need to double check Taiki, because I was like, wait, Taiki can add tamers? I thought it only added Digimon.
No, it can add anything with
crossheart
yeah.
trait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's the trait.
Just generally, like you get some times where you get only tamers, so you have to like slot a
rookie.
or you can't. Yeah. Ooh,
Find the Terrier though, but what he bottom decked was rough. Starmon's going in, and you know what? Bam! Security check. Antibody. What a meme security! Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a lot better right there. So you got Sparrow, and you also have Ballista. I'd probably slot. Ooh, that's a cross 7 though. I'd probably take the cross 7 and slot Sparrow.
Yeah, that is what they decided to do. Yeah, and you're correct. Sorry, I was mistaken. Yeah, you can't slot tamers. I can't remember what interaction I was thinking about. There's one where it might just be the fact that you have to add something to the hand first. So
Weedmon doing work.
Yeah. You know that Starmon's.
Never seen that. Oh, that Mimi is pretty good though. Stable 3 is nice. Yeah. Was it worth taking the Sparrow and slotting it rather than taking it? It's hard to say sometimes. I like cross 7, but if I don't have my pieces yet, I'm probably gonna opt for the Digivolution and Raise.
Yeah, well, I don't think he had like a better card to go underneath it, but okay, so this is what, like turn 2 or 3? So we have 2 pieces so far. So this now costs, all right, 8. 6. So this is a reduction of 4. Or yeah, so 4 pieces, 8. So yeah, 6. Yeah.
Oh,
reduction
man.
of 8 to play it for 6, passing over 5 to your opponent, but getting rid of their Weedmon, who
that puts
quite a bully.
That puts Neil on a time clock because we know that he's struggling finding his rookies right now, and if he doesn't Digivolve in the Raise immediately, that is an indication that he doesn't have a rookie.
Yeah, and you do have security attack +1 on that cross 7 as well. Not a lot of resources though. So if there's a Grandil Soul in his hand, that can really set both players, like just even it out.
If he pops the Mem Boost, then we know he has Grandil Soul, but...
Yeah.
There's the call.
There is the Grandil Soul. All right. Both players pretty much starting over, losing a lot of their resources.
Neither has a rookie, so this is this is rough.
Yeah. Yeah. But rookie found for Josh.
Huzzah! Kind of chilling, figuring out what to do next.
Yeah. You have 3 memory open. You have 2 Taikis, but no sources underneath any of them. But man, you're getting really fortunate with your cross plays here. So look at top 3. Darulu and the Akari is really tempting.
I would probably go Darulu and Akari, but opting to add the Digimon instead.
Interesting. So getting the attack there with the Shoutmon Inheritable, hitting into a
Kabuterimon, 5,000 DP, and it survives.
All right, and a 3rd Taiki.
There's the other Darulu, so you weren't missing out on Darulamon.
Yep, and probably get another cross 3 to hand.
Yeah, because you have another Shoutmon in the raise just ready to go, so that's minimum 3 checks next turn, depending on how much memory you hand over.
Mm-hmm. All right, they found a rookie.
Oh. Probably don't have a level 4 though, from the sounds of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're probably cluttered. Oh, never mind. They do. Probably Okuamon promo and never mind.
Okay, that's actually pretty impactful too. So, with 4 out, that will reduce it by 12. So this will cost 8. You'll get rid of the cross 3, and then you also lose one of the Ballistamons as well. So able to probably buy a little bit more time for you. And again, like most of the time for Grandis, you just want to attack with a big stack, and if you have another card or 2 out just to get that final swing, you get the win.
Mm-hmm. Kokuamon, and I believe Shoutmon is deleted here.
Yep.
So you'll save it.
We know there's a cross 3 in hand, and at least 2 materials for it right now, but we'll see if that is enough. And yeah, cross 3 using the Taiki.
And the Darulu and the Shoutmon. No Ballista, so I think we've lost 2 Ballistas in circulation now.
Well, there's 2 Zenjuros and a Sparrow, so yeah, the 1 and 1 there. And you probably go for the attack.
Yep.
Hits into
Sneemon.
Yeah, Sneemon, which
doesn't suspend anything.
Nope, but we'll potentially get 1 more attack next turn if needed.
Mm-hmm. So there's 3 attacks right now.
Man, I wonder if he's stacking it like he's trying to do another cross right now.
He's thinking. I think he wants to go into a cross 7 to delete the Death Exmon just to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so rough though, because you're handing a lot of memory over, and then you're also losing all those cards in your hand.
Yeah. Yep, just taking a thought. Yeah, so with 1, like what's the best play? Because again, we have the Death X on the other side of the board, so that will get a deletion of the lowest play cost.
Mm-hmm.
If you play another cross 3, you will get like they'll both get deleted. Oh, okay, into cross 4.
So this will cost cross 3 to get deleted.
Yeah, yeah, using the one underneath there. So this will cost 9 minus 4, so this will cost 5. Give your opponent 4. You will be able to draw 2 cards, and the cross 3 will be deleted instead. So just opting to say, you know what, the card draw is more important, even though that cross 4 could be in a bad spot. And yeah, it gets the deletion of the cross 3 there and the save underneath your Taiki.
Promoting out here, I don't know if promo Okuamon would necessarily do anything. Even though you're at 4 memory, you still don't have enough memory to go up your entire chain.
Yeah, so you would want to have a way to get a suspension, which that would be able to do there. So Mimi effect to hatch, so you can Digivolve on top there. Having a blocker is nice right now, and nothing in raising for Joshua.
Right.
All right, double Digivolving in the back to get some more cycle.
Okua X would be good here to suspend the cross 4, and then you could attack over it with Death X or even the Okua X.
Yeah. This is...
Oh, just going into Grandis.
Yeah.
Straight Grandis here.
Yeah, because you would be able to... I rarely see it with the X antibody, but you can redirect it, right?
Correct. You suspend and then you switch the attack target.
Yeah, the one Digivolving effect for that. So if you do have Grandis, you would be able to, but Crimson Flare to get rid of the blocker, you hate to see it. That's very, very good for Joshua there.
Luckily, it's not 7,000 DP.
That's true.
So this will cost a total of, I believe, 3 memory. So it will cost 4, but because he suspends, it'll cause him to lose a memory.
Yeah.
I call green the color that's the experimental color before it goes to like red or black.
All right, so it hits into a cross 7, but yeah, the +2 4K makes you large enough.
Yep.
And yeah, you're passing back 3, and you get the restand there. But no blocker means that if they're able to get 2 cross attacks onto the board, you will get the W there.
Wait, did they not lose the memory for Okua?
I think they did. Because you were at... How much were they at?
2, 1, I believe.
Yeah, so you Digivolve for 4. Yeah, I'm not sure. They did lose the memory. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay. Well... Not much resources left on Joshua's end here, but there is... Game is presented on Neil's end right now, because this Grandis will have 2 attacks. Death X is 1, and I'd probably attack with Okua X first, if I'm going to be 100% honest.
Yeah, and I look back at that clock. We got 6 minutes left in this round. That's silly. For Grandis versus Crossheart, there's like a lot of times where this whole match is over in like 15.
Right? Yeah, I thought he was at 1. All right, whatever. But in regard to green and black cards kind of like going to red eventually, you remember Chaosmon from BT4, right?
Yeah.
That eventually grew to be the effect for Blitz.
Yeah.
So Grandis effect is now like, oh, this is the new raid.
Yeah. Because which again, was with the kind of the red vaccines in this past set, and now in BT12, the War Greymon line gets it.
Oh, are they trying to converse right now about the memory? Because I think that's the...
Yeah, it looks like they fixed it.
Huzzah!
All right, so also we had Joshua Stedner lose on table 4 with Crossheart, with let's see who's playing that. So Blue Flare winning on table 4, and Yovarni winning on table 5.
I believe Yovarni is Examon.
Yeah, that is correct. And we still have top 3 tables, and table 6 still playing.
And there's less than 5 minutes left in time right now, so. Joshua's in a pickle right now, but he hasn't really made a move in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to start making some moves. Now, you could play, if you had another cross 7, you'd be able to play it and get rid of the Grandis, right?
Correct. If you can remove the Grandis, that's one thing, but then you'll also lose the cross 7 to the Death X.
That's true, yeah. So you need to establish both, unfortunately. And again, if the Grandis lives, it will be able to have attack and unsuspend due to having the cross or the X antibody underneath it as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so deciding on the cross 7 as probably the only play he sees that he doesn't lose next turn.
Correct.
So that is 3, so the reduction is 6, so you play it for 8, so you give your opponent 6. Get the deletion on the Grandis, which does mean...
he hasn't specified the target yet, because...
I don't think you're big enough to get rid of the Death X.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's only 3 sources, so you have to delete the Grandis.
Yeah, because the cross 7 says anything with DP less than or equal, and right now it's at 14k.
Correct. So Grandis will be deleted, but then the cross 7 will also be deleted.
Yeah. Which
does it save?
It should save 100%. Pretty sure it saves. Yeah.
Okay, we're going back. And that's the second cross 7. When I played cross 7, I didn't run more than 3.
Yeah,
so
3 is the max that I usually play.
Now the question becomes, does Neil have enough to climb all the way up to another Grandis? Because, I mean, heck, even a Grand Kuwagamon here all the way up to +2 security would be enough to win here. Okuamon, Okua X, Grand Kuwagamon would win here. Never mind. Oh, he's going to set up the raise? I don't know. So you attack there in the security. Would have been funny if it was another Crimson Blaze.
Yeah. All right, Terrier there to just...
Terrier doesn't really do anything in this matchup. I think Pomu would have been the better option if he had it, but...
Yeah, with 1 memory and none of them... Again, the Taikis are really good for finding your consistency, which I think it has done all game. It's not very good at giving you the memory to make your plays.
We're nearing 1 minute left, so... I like the dramatic attack and then Neil's like, block. Akari comes out, plays Darulu, deletes Terrier, and then gets deleted by Death X? Question mark?
Seems like it. Again, 1 minute left.
Why is Darulumon still in play?
It needs to be deleted, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. So you're at 3 memory. I mean, you probably just attack with Death X first before you play anything. Wait. I don't understand that play. Oh, Death X meets Death X.
Yeah, another hybrid in hand is the play for there, and we do have it. So it was interesting. I mean, it's 1 memory cheaper to do the Digivolution on top of the Kabu?
Yeah, because you go from a level 4 green, so that's where it is cheaper. But I think part of me was thinking, you know, you could just attack with the Death X first,
Mm-hmm.
and then attack with Digivolve into the Metal Kabuterimon, attack, and then attack with Kabuterimon.
Yeah, it's I think the math is a little bit better your way. Like assuming you have the double hybrid, right? Since you have the Mem Boost and the Mimi, you still had enough memory for either. But yeah. Okay, here we go. Got table number 2 for you guys. You guys wanted Examon, you guys wanted Beelzemon, and we committed. We have that for you guys. So it is going to be an Exa versus Beels.
We got it right this time. It is Examon.
Oh, please, I hope so. Oh, man.
We are on our 17th hour of Digimon commentary.
Yeah.
Rolled over from yesterday's 10-hour day. We are back. We're on hour 7. We got this.
We sure do. And luckily it's BT11, so we there's some neural pathing to kind of remember what's going on. If this was a new set, my goodness. It would be a little tricky.
And it looks like Giovanni's going to start off with Bebidomon to, I believe, a Dracomon, and then Cordramon for the security one that lets you draw 2, but wasn't in security.
Yeah,
and then on Benjamin Moore's end, he's going to go, I think he plays the Yamon and then goes to BT2 Impmon. That is the Tamer's Evolution Box variant art.
And real quick, who do you think wins this matchup?
I'm going to go with Examon.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, I get it.
you like the blunt Examon.
That's really all I need. Like, most of the time, like, I just need, like, the, you know, to fill the space for time. But you just being like, it's that perfect. Cut it. All right, let's jump into it.
Yep, just Examon. I'm not going to even explain why.
Yeah. Gut feeling. Gut feeling.
For me, it's because there's so much evade from destruction, and since a lot of your removal is level dependent, the thing that happens here is that you can avoid a lot of that, and it also depends on how fast they can trash their deck.
Yeah. All right, and let me just finish setting up this timer.
Oh, is Benjamin going to Digivolve on top of the Impmon? I usually like to... Never mind, we're just gonna...
Yeah, get rid of the stack.
Gonna delete that, yeah. So, unfortunately, in the case of Rivals Barrage, you don't get to pick the level. It's literally the highest level. So, you know what? We're going to do it again.
Yeah, well, with one level on the board, it's not even a choice. How does... Okay, wait a minute. How does this card work with cards without level? Does it work?
It doesn't.
It doesn't work? Okay, I didn't think so.
Correct. One of Beelzemon's greatest weaknesses in the game in general is like D-Reaper, because D-Reapers don't have level. Kalumon is another one that you can kind of avoid level destruction based effects. Now DP and other stuff, that's a whole different story.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I remember like EX2 had both Beelzemon and D-Reaper coming out at the same time, and it was just some weird lopsided matchups because of it.
Correct. And because Barrage was played from hand, it does not have the delay effect. So,
yeah, which is again like it's a really interesting card for that. I think it's cool how flexible it is. All right.
Oh, the trash is going to be out there. Okay. So which one Digivolved over the Impmon? I don't really like Digivolving on top of the BT2 Impmon because I like to utilize it more for trashing. But in the case of this, you don't get to choose because of the fact that the which one is going to do all the work. Plus you're using Yamon, so there are benefits there as well.
Yep, so I believe do you not get any additional trashing from the deletion? No, because it's the Yamon.
No, because it's Yamon.
That's right, you just said that. So yeah, you got the 2 deletions. It got the wizard into the trash to gain the memory, but passing 3 because of that Davis on the board.
And now here we do have evade now, so if an option card is played that's going to delete that Cordramon, you can evade to avoid it. The major thing is once you get your Examon out, I think you're in a really good position. Oh, double evade.
so these are going to be a little bit tricky to get rid of on the board. And if they do survive, we can potentially go into a big DNA the next turn.
Playing the BT10 Balmon. This Balmon, when attacking, you trash the top 3 cards of your deck. It also has the persisting effect that when this Digimon specifically is deleted, if you have 10 or more cards in your trash, then you can play a Beelzemon from trash without its paying its play cost.
Yeah.
So a lot of value. I think a lot of people will be switching to the other one come BT12 for the fact that it's conditional. So basically, even though it is only for the turn, the best part about it is that if you get de-digivolved, effect still persists.
Yeah, because it just gains the stack gains the effect, right?
Correct. Now the worst thing to hit here would be like a Gokaitis Breath, a Megadeth. It would just really stink here if there was a security bomb here.
Oh, and then another Rivals... Oh, no, putting the Rivals Barrage on top with for the devolution, right? Or was it attack with a Wizardmon underneath it?
So she triggered the effect, or he triggered the effect of Yamon first, then triggered the effect of Wizard, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay, and then so Rivals Barrage on top of the deck, which means that you get to put it on your area delayed.
Yes, correct. I'm probably going into Beelzemon here.
Yeah, if you go into the EX2 one, you would be able to get the deletion of one of these. Well, attempt to, right? Because they both have evade still. Yeah.
Correct. Now, if you happen to trash 2 cards that gain you back memory, then you can keep it on your turn. Granted, the Balmon is already attacked, though, so you can't attack over it now.
Yeah, so instead just deciding to go to the Ghazi, but now this is a dangerous spot because you could definitely just lose to a real big DNA right now.
Correct, because the Cordras can both go into Groundra and Wingdra respectively, and then end of turn DNA.
Yeah, but those are a lot of specific cards, though. You need to have both those and an Examon in hand, and we'll have to see if that is available to them. Ooh,
man, all this chat talk about pizza is just.
I mean, I blame Benjamin. He's. I mean, I guess you earn a free shirt, and then after the free shirt, you get to earn free pizza. I think that's the hierarchy for it.
And you also had pizza earlier just now, too.
Yeah, it was a nice little flatbread. Hopefully, again, stabilizing that coffee. I don't drink coffee very often, which is what I'm blaming the mistakes in the last round for. But we'll see.
I see. No DNA still, so there's no blocker, nothing. And I need to refresh on some of these effects because EX3 was one of those sets where I largely didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, it was a weird spot because EX3 wasn't like a super amazing set, and then we had like 2 months without really any events too. So
correct.
It was a weird drought for this card game.
The issue with EX3 also was the fact that I think for Japan's meta, it was predominantly cross-hard. So when EX3 came out, nobody really bought it.
Yeah. Which could be, maybe explain why we got such a, the emergency ban for us shortly after the release of BT10.
Oh, only 1 memory was gained?
Yeah, and going into the Star deck one, yeah.
Wait, what deleted the... Oh, that's the Star deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I was trying to figure out where the other stack went.
Yeah, because we were talking about the EX2 Beals earlier, but it's the Star deck 14 one.
Ooh, that is a deletion right there. Wait. There's Slayerdramon, but is it DP buffed?
I don't think so. No, it did get the deletion on there.
But trashing the Beelzemon Blast mode, when you trash it, doesn't it delete a Digimon that's level 3 or lower, and then for every 10, it deletes?
Yeah, I think one of these CoreTCG's should be at least evaded right now, right?
Correct. That's what I was thinking.
All right, using it to get back Beelstar?
Yes, but if you play it, you're still going to pass a lot of memory over.
Yeah.
So many CoreTCG's right now, but at the same time, I don't see... Well, there's the level 5.
Mm-hmm. So if you go into another level 5, which you do, all right.
End of turn DNA.
End of turn
Seen it
DNA.
now? But man, at 1 security, that just seems really risky.
Yeah, you're pretty close to losing it here, and again with the 2 cards on board, yeah, you're it's quite close. You need to make sure that you have like a blocker inheritable too, which I think you do have, right?
Interestingly, don't you get double evade now, so you can evade twice?
Technically, yeah, because you do get the unsuspension, but you got the good combo now though.
Yeah.
With both Slayerdramon and Breakdramon and Examon out, now you can really do a lot of good damage and control there.
One thing I like to do with my piles when playing Beelzemon, I usually do piles of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I move cards from one pile to another, I just add a random card back to the other.
All right, so you get the block there, and then after the block, you get the suspension on the Beelstar, I believe.
And trash the top security.
Trash top
too.
security. And it is a... I believe that's a EX2. Yeah.
Yes.
All
I
art.
can confirm for you. It is possible to go for the deck out, but the fact that the X1 has double evade is very powerful here.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you evade, you get to suspend something too, is great.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a Witchmon and pass, yeah?
Correct. A hard play Witchmon. Imagine if Examon's effect wasn't once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if the Examon were to be deleted by an effect, you can evade. Then unsuspend with its all turns once per turn effect.
Yeah.
And then if they play a second option card to try to delete it, you evade again.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you get the suspension there, hitting into an EX2 Beel. Yeah, Imp.
Yep.
And then
it's the slow burn.
Yep. Yeah, once you get into this position, it's kind of hard for a lot of decks to generate any advantage or really get like any of like their higher windage evolving effects just because you won't have enough time or way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hitting over the Witch. And I'm actually surprised you didn't use the Examon to hit over the Witchmon. Are you not? Or you wouldn't be able to do that? Yeah, and keep it up.
Ice Wall?
Just in case.
It's a little mean.
Yeah, when you're forced to attack, it's a very good card. So, forced to attack with the Imp, then get the suspension, and then you get to trash the top card off security, and then they lose 2 memory, and they hit. It doesn't really matter because another one of these, and then trash 3, so they don't gain a memory at all because of the Betamon out. I think we're in a good spot. Yeah, we are scooping it on up. A little mean there.
But seeing when to, scoop it up instead of playing it out for the remainder of, 2 security, that could be easily 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, being able to use Slayerdramon with Ice Wall with like that full stack. Once you get Examon out with Breakdramon underneath it and Slayerdramon out, like you're set up against most decks in the game. I feel like right now.
Very effective. I do think that Bandai limiting Ice Wall to 1 was an appropriate choice.
Yeah. Why would you say something so controversial on this stream? I told you, keep it simple.
The days I don't even think we got Ice Wall at 4, did we? I think it was immediately at 1 when we got it.
We had it during Worlds not this past year, but the year it came out. So 2020, well technically 2022, but it was the end of the 2021 season.
Oh right, because that was Gabu Bond, right?
Yeah, we had Bond, but we also had Blue Hybrid.
Gotcha.
It was awful. It was awful.
Yeah, because I remember blue players were like, yeah, I got 4 Ice Walls, I got 4 Hammer Sparks, and I'm like, man, you guys eating good. I got Gravity Crush in red, like that's all I got, and it doesn't do anything.
No, I commentated probably about 10 hours of blue hybrid mirror matches with Ice Wall at 4. It was miserable for everyone. Not fun. Not fun at all. Because we got EX1 released January of 2022, but then I don't think we had any events. We went straight to Nats, I think, we might have had, like, Nats was the first one with it, and then we had, for Worlds, we had, what is it? With Worlds, we had the new set, maybe. I can't remember if it was Blue Hybrid or Arc Bond. I think it was both.
Yeah. Looks like Benjamin is going to mulligan, so we are going to have a little bit more time on this topic. Arguably, what has been your favorite set to play?
My favorite set was probably, there was a little bit of time like EX2, and EX2 really didn't impact too much. I know like Mother's Day Reaper was a mean card, but like when Green Hybrid was a thing, I think that was a really, really cool part. And I'm a bad person, so I think like Yellow Hybrid was fun to play. So I don't know. I don't know if my opinions are popular ones on that.
You're good. All right, so BWGX going into Dracomon to Groundramon. We have a blocker ready in the raise. Now, the question is, has he learned not to Digivolve out in the open, or will he be punished again? Ooh.
All right.
BT2 Entmon.
Mm-hmm.
So good. Adding Bal. He almost pushed out again. I was you sure you want to do that?
Nah. Yeah, so Davis there looking at the top 3. Nothing too big there, so probably getting the Draco.
Interesting. And, I would have added Madoki, because Madoki Betamon was the real blocker for the last game, but might be a little too early for that.
Yeah, I think he's missing pieces, which is why I went for the Draco.
Mm-hmm. Coming down with more on the Witchmon. Witchmon trashes a wizard, so that is a memory gain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we never had this format in rotation, but if we had BT8, but we also had Tommy to 1 and Jet Sophie to 1, I'd be curious to see what that format looked like, because I think we got those limitations as soon as BT9 dropped, right?
It would, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And it would be very different because, Yellow Hybrid was so popular still in Japan's meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the one I want, because BT9 changed the game for one way or the other.
Substantially. Very substantially.
Yeah. And also, if we're talking about imaginary formats, just sneak in Magna X from BT9 into BT8, and then it'd be great.
Oh no, that'd be such a massacre.
Nah, I'd be fine. Just one card.
Oh, okay.
Just the one. You get 4 copies of it, but it's just one card.
So returning the EX2 Impmon with the EX2 Beelzemon's effect. Keep in mind that effect is May. You do not have to mandatory do that effect.
Yeah, but especially in early game, you definitely want to.
Yeah. I only stress it for the fact that moving forward into BT12, which pretty much everyone is starting to be doing that tomorrow, you will want to potentially not do certain effects with Beelzemon because the EX2 version is May Trash 2, and it's May Play Impmon.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's we kind of talked about this yesterday too, where you get all of this. Well, you get potential for better play, but you also get potential for mistakes when you end up having some of these effects being optional.
Correct. But also mandatory effects can also be painful if like you trash your entire deck and then you're like, oh, oops.
Yeah.
So there's the Beelzemon. It does have security. Well, it doesn't have security check +1 now. Ooh. This Dracomon doesn't add Examon though, unfortunately. So you have a blocker set up now. It's also interesting that for this game, we're seeing kind of a reverse for Giovanni in that we are only getting double Groundramon. Last time it was double CoreTCG green. Last time it was double CoreTCG blue.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, you can only block once, but...
Yeah, but just definitely a lot more momentum and setup, I think, for this game for Beals, for Benjamin.
Mm-hmm. Benjamin attacking, gonna trigger the effect of the Yamon.
And what's your thought about using the Yamon egg versus the Pagumon?
I think it depends on what you want to do. I think with Yamon, you're going for more of a linear stack build, versus with Pagumon, you're going for more of a wider build. Spoiler, I'm covering a lot of this in my Beelzemon deck profile tomorrow for BT12, so...
Which you guys can check out that YouTube channel in the chat right now. Weird, how did that get there? Crazy.
Who knows? Maybe I should just make the video almost active, but like Premiere.
You could.
I'll do that later. But no, like those are my honest thoughts in that if you want to build wider board, you go Pagu. But if you're also
All right, so you get the suspension of something, and then you can bounce something else back to hand.
I would probably suspend the starter deck 14 Impmon, and then return the Beelzemon to hand.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best way to do it. Yeah, I think he's saying the same thing.
But yeah, I'm more of a wider board builder when it comes to Beelzemon. I don't really like the linear stack because I feel like I'm committing too much to one strategy. Versus with wider board building, it's more fluid and I can kind of do multiple things at the same time. Oh, that Megadeth was clutch.
Yeah, pretty good.
For you, which do you prefer? Do you prefer linear stack or do you prefer wider board?
I think I prefer the wider board too. Like just being able to have like a bunch of Impmons on board to potentially just one by one go into the security. I feel like that's just a little bit harder to answer right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I also haven't been doing as much BT12 testing as I want to, so I could do that game plan, be Crimson Blazed or Death X or just a lot of other cards that do accomplish that.
And some players are still going to be playing Beelstarmon, for the starter deck version moving into BT12, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just, in my mind, I'm seeing Beelzemon. I want to go to Beelzemon X. So if you're going to run Beelstar, you can't necessarily climb up at the same time between the two, because you can't go Beelzemon X off of Beelstar. That's the big issue for me.
For sure. And also, it's just a reminder, since we're in this game, we do have 6 undefeateds going into this round number 7. There's 2 Examons, 1 Black War Gray, 1 Blue Flare, 1 Beelze, and a Grandis as well. So that is what our player or our undefeateds are looking like right now. And
no one has reported in yet, so we are still playing.
Yeah, we're about halfway through this round. Next round, I will assumedly have 3 undefeated unless there's a tie. And if that's the case, we have a 50-50 of going to 9 rounds.
Luckily, well, Slayer-Dramon's out to play now, so you don't have Evade, do you? You have Blocker.
I don't think Evade's in that stack.
That's really awkward, considering there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm actually really happy with Benjamin's trash because I can actually count how many cards are in trash.
Yeah, it's not aesthetic though. And that's what the real thing you gotta shoot for, right? Being aesthetic.
But he could. Oh, your comments, your chat is where I'm like, I mean, there's logical reasons where you use Beelstar, but I don't think it goes in a Beelzemon X deck. That's just my opinion right now.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like, you have flexibility of like just not using the X package if you don't want to. Even though it's the new thing and it's very popular, it doesn't mean it has to be the best. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's player preference. Like, I give my logic, and I'm not saying that you have to necessarily follow it. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Yeah, but I in general, I'm looking forward to BT12, and it always feels like it lasts a little bit less long every time. But just for the oh, these are new cards, I can play with them. You know, there's some new routes I get to discover something, which we do have again a little bit of unique format compared to Japan, but yeah, I'm excited for it.
I have to double check Ben's inheritables because I don't think if that's a Witchmon, it's 14k, so pretty good.
And again, this is
no.
Oh my gosh. Come on. I mean,
why are you doing this?
Did it have blocker? Did the Slayer-Dramon have blocker?
Yes, Slayer-Dramon does have blocker, so you can suspend the Impmon again and then return the Beelzemon back to the hand.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. So then you don't even get the Impmon warped evolution there, and now you're just starting all the way over.
Yep. Well, you have a Wizardmon, so you can kind of get there, but there's the Deathslinger to delete Slayer because you're at 20 cards in trash.
And there's no evade, so you still have a shot, but man, double Mega Death is just crazy. His deck is here. I'll use the power of magic right here.
The ice wall.
It's right there.
Wait a minute.
Right there.
Oh, that's a core draw. I was like, wait, is that wing draw? I'm confused. I was looking at his memory gauge trying to figure out what it was. It looks like a Gunpla.
I think so too. So,
which is also Bandai sponsored. So
yeah. How much memory is he at? Is he at 3 memory right now?
He should be at 3 memory completely. So
then, I mean, if you hit a Hammer Spark, you lose.
He has 4 cards left in deck.
Yeah, so I think you just have to.
You don't have to warp Digivolve.
No, you don't.
But you will gain a lot of memory back. I almost said life. I was like, wait a minute, this is the wrong game.
Yeah, so you draw for that.
So you'll put one back on top and gain a memory with Iron Mako.
Okay, memory back, Ravel's Barrage. All right, and then you are decked out. All right, so you.
No. The Impmon EX2 Impmon is optional.
Gotcha.
It is not mandatory. That's one of the big things I need to stress every time because I'm like, it's optional. You don't have to trash any number of cards. You can choose to, but it says up to 3.
All right, and then back up to 3. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that final security?
I swear, if it's another Megadeth or Gigadeath, I'm gonna be like, what?
I think he's literally asking about the EX2 card if it's a May or not.
Yeah, it's May.
Yeah, I think he's looking it up. Yeah, he sure is.
That is one of the cards that I want to stress to people, because moving into Beelzemon, it could be the make or break, but when this card is trashed from your deck, if it wasn't trashed by EX2 039 Mmon's effect, you may trash up to 3 cards from the top of your deck.
I believe you.
Oh, I'm just making sure the audience knows.
And I think, but the Rivals Barrage should be in play, right?
Yes, all the Rivals Barrage should go into play when they're trashed. So, yeah, the starter deck Impmon is your saving grace from Floodgates. You don't care about memory blockers when you have the starter deck 14 Impmon.
All right. Yeah. So I'm curious what the discussion's about, because this should just be attacking for game for that last security and then attack for game, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
All right. Hits into Beelzemon and then there it is. All right. We figured it out. We're going into game 3. We got 19 minutes left, 1-1, and we'll have to see who's able to get to undefeated on the other side.
Now, there is another interesting timing that I actually learned from a judge the other day.
Okay, hit me
where
with
if
it.
you attack with starter deck 14 Impmon, it's a level 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your opponent has Takumi Aiba in play, what interaction happens if you have 20 cards in trash?
Try me one more time. Let me make sure I understand it.
So you have a starter deck 14 Impmon
Okay.
in play that can attack.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 20 cards in trash.
Sure.
Your opponent has a Takumi Aiba in play.
Yes. So which means that you lose memory when attacking with a rookie.
Correct. So apparently, when you attack with the Impmon is in a middle stage of being either level 3 or it warps into the Beelzemon.
I see.
The player basically gets to choose whether they lose the memory or not.
Okay. And so 9 times out of 10, unless they want to choke at 1, they do not.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll repeat it again because her name is Alice. Just had an ad start playing.
Yeah, we gotta play them sometime. So it's either now or, I mean, you guys can't hear this, but it's either ads now or we'll explain it again in 30 seconds. I'll let you know when we're back.
Cool. Let me know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think Examon mulligan, but Beelzemon did. Yeah, Beelzemon mulligan, didn't they?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Examon has been pushing out of the rays a lot for this game. That makes me a little concerned.
Yeah. Keep the
Don't
secrets.
be like that, American Bash. But it's an interesting interaction. Okay, so Examon's already starting. I'll repeat the ruling later when we see the starter deck 14 Mon. So going to Dracomon and then playing a Dracomon to add some cards. Pretty standard. And then going into a BT2 Impmon. The thing about BT2 Impmon is if you're running BT2 Impmon, you should run Pagumon. I don't think you should run Yamon if you're running BT2 Impmon. Because they don't mix. Adding a Beelstar. I'll just type it in chat. Be right back. Now repeat the ruling. The ad's up, right?
Yeah, that's over. Yeah.
Okay, so starter deck 14 Impmon, when you attack, the Takumi Aiba would normally lose you a memory because level 3 is attacking. Because the level 3 Warp Digivolves into a level 6, its status goes from level 3 to level 6. So as a result, the player can basically choose whether the Takumi Aiba fully resolves or not.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, Takumi's not really. We saw Takumi like the other day, but not.
Yeah.
Not in a minute.
It's like it depends on what you're playing against. I don't see Takumi Aiba being played as frequently. It's just a weird like ruling that may happen in a blue moon. Because I talked to a judge about it for a lengthy while, and they were like, yeah, they basically get to choose whether that memory is paid or not. So, anyway, going into the Beelstarmon, so the good thing about Yamon is that with Beelstar, you do facilitate the trash and also simultaneously be able to play Emons for free that have Rush. So, that's one of the great dynamics of Yamon with Beelstar. As for Beelzemon, it doesn't really have the same interaction. So here we'll see the same thing happen where you don't have enough cards in trash, but the EX2 Emon can proc now, and you can choose. You declare how many you want to trash. So you could trash 1, you could trash 2, or you could trash 3.
Yep. And you did hit the Wizardmon too, so you get the memory back. All right, and so what has 6 cards in trash, and then using the effect on play.
No hits.
Yep, no hits. So putting Deathslinger on the top of the bottom of their deck, I suppose, if there's a better way to say it, and then hitting into an Examon. So unfortunately, that Beelstar does not live another day.
And the Rush, does it go away or does it stay?
The Rush should stay, I would think.
Checking the deck text again. The Digimon played by this effect gains Rush. So yes, it does have Rush.
Yeah. So it's, since it's given to the Digimon, not an effect of the Beelstar while on the board.
I'm reading chat to make sure that what I explained is correct.
Yeah, you can't just like drop a ruling and then be like, "All right, I'm gone, peace."
Yep. Like I'm totally an expert. It's like no. I'm more of the informative guy. Like I will give you information and then I will correct the information if it's wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, weird rulings are kind of interesting in this game because there are just some that you're like, what? That's how that works?
Yeah, I don't know. I always have some issues with it of like, especially coming from Dragon Ball, where it's a little bit more like there's kind of like phases. I feel like there's sometimes like a hidden step in some of these rulings at times, or like
it's a little chaotic in Digimon. I agree.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it. There's one way to do it, right? There's one strict way to do it, but you have a little bit of ambiguity, especially like comparing to like rulings to other cards at times. That's just been my experience with it.
So then trigger Balmon, trash top 3. Oh look! Who knew this Impmon was here? I think my least favorite ruling that I've ever experienced in the card game is Blinding Ray. Blinding Ray is the only like card I hate in the entire trading card game, and I use hate because it's kind of.
You rarely use hate.
For me, it's more of a I view it as do A, then and if you do A, do B. But it was do A, do B. They're independent of each other, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, it's not if you do A, do B. It is 2 separate sentences. Yeah, I don't think you realize what you start in chat.
Yo, I didn't know that about well, it won't have the extra security attack. That's the thing for Metal Greymon.
Also true, yeah. It's like
that's on me.
Yeah, it's like the community meme. Like you just drop that and you go back for pizza and you come back and like there's fire and just like, oh my god.
It's like, oh no, what I missed.
Yeah.
well, the main thing is with Beelzemon, you're typically, you look away and you're like, okay, it's still your turn. I haven't missed anything.
Yeah. But I don't know. That trash is.
That trash is huge.
Yeah, almost 20. I mean, it is good. It is good for that. I will say, like, I did think about I did have like this idea, like, what if I made a scale that I could put there, and so it would weigh the weight of the cards in my trash, so it would tell me how many cards were in trash without having to do it.
You could.
And then
the average card.
Yeah, and then I didn't do it because it'd be wacky, but I have thought about that.
The mind of an engineer is still with you.
Yeah, it's lurking. Shows up every once in a while.
Yo, playing that to
draw 2.
To draw 2, so strong.
So, do you have Slayerdramon underneath the stack?
He does.
Okay, so Slayerdramon's in it, Breakdramon's not, which is fine.
I actually think Breakdramon is.
Oh, it might be.
Because it was a Slayerdramon, remember? And then he DNA'd with the Grounddramon to create the Examon.
Gotcha. Okay,
and then
yeah.
he tucked Breakdramon underneath and played Cordra.
Yeah, so you get both cards. So first you're asking them to swing with a card, which it could be an Impmon, which means you're, I think, one card away from Warp Digivolving?
Correct.
Man, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunately here, so Messiahmon is a wizard type, but wizard trait. And you will be able to trash cards with the Yammon because of that trait. And then as a result, it does have jamming, which is also a little convenient. But now you can just block with Exa and then suspend one of the Impmons.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, the Impmons themselves don't have the Yammon underneath them, because then you would also be able to do the same thing.
The Death X.
Yeah, just deciding to let that through. And and it does have jamming, so right?
Yeah, like, bye. Definitely saving the Examon for blocking a Beelzemon, because that will be security check +1. This one will also be security check +1. But I'm pretty sure I know what chat wants to see in the Digimon trading card game at this point.
Oh yeah? Let's find
out. Probably the other 7 Demon Lords. We have Beelzemon. Give me the other 6 in an actual cohesive archetype.
Yeah, maybe. That could be pretty good. Chat. All right, first response, side decks. So I don't know.
I'm iffy on side decks, to be honest. Like, that'd be a little much. Yeah, we have not seen a Lucamon Shadow Lord mode. Man, he is letting these through? Why? That one can't attack, is what he's saying. So if you Digivolve into an EX2 Beelzemon here, you can delete a Cordramon.
And what, like, about 4 cards left in deck? 5?
If he Digivolves into that one, it's a mandatory draw and Digivolve. So man's got to be careful here.
Yeah. And yeah, we got 5 minutes left in round. I don't think time's gonna be a decider for this match.
Oh, is that it right there? That's it. That's his deck. You block and then you suspend the other Impmon and you win.
Yeah. The only other thing is, yeah, with no Tamer out, like, that's the only other thing. If you use the Tamer effect to Digivolve to reduce cost and put a card back on top, but which you do have the memory to play another Tamer.
Well, even if you go into blast mode here, you still have another block. Let me count cards. There's 25 cards in trash. The Beelstarmon would cost 5. But the problem with Beelstar is you don't have a way to trash cards.
Mm-hmm.
Because its all turns effect is when a card is trashed from your deck, you may play one Impmon. So because of that, it's awkward. And you wouldn't play Avenge Kid in this type of deck because Avenge Kidmon is a Dragon Kid, not even not a Three Musketeer.
Yeah. That'd be crazy though. Or you could be playing what, Junomon, right?
Mm-hmm. Junomon is an option, but yeah, the blast mode here unsuspends and you can attack, but you still have an Examon blocker here.
Yeah. Or not even a care in the world for it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and I think he scoops it up. So we do have Yovarni with Examon taking it 2-1 in this round, and bringing us to 3 undefeateds going into our 8th round. All right, and it's been a bit. So we are back. They are shuffling their hands, freshly deck checked, and so there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I got the deck check curse. I had to show all the cards in my deck, and now I have to reshuffle. It's stacked in a way I don't like it, and definitely taking a little extra time to shuffle here.
Pile shuffle. It's the best thing to do. I always do piles of 5 just because you can get 10 cards in each one.
Yeah, and so we have Yovarni, who we saw last round, be able to beat Benjamin Moore's Beelzemon, and then we also have Neil making it back with the Grandis that we saw earlier.
Yes.
And again, Grandis, I don't know, it's a weird format. A lot of decks can find success, but we haven't been seeing as much success from Grandis in the last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. And I have my own variant of Grandis that I've been playtesting, and I think that you kind of don't want to bounce Digimon, you more so want to stun them.
Yeah. And and even we saw like the match that we had with it earlier. With that, we'll have to see. And I'm just making sure we set up the time. They have their own separate timer, so it's a little bit might be a little bit off. I'm gonna put 49.
And we're both keeping an eye on table 2 right now, and that matchup is Black War Greymon facing off against Avolt, who was the one who earlier went into a draw with Crossheart playing Mervamon.
Yeah, so we do have that's the matchup that depends if we go into round 9 or not. So there we go. Let's see. Also, shoutouts to Varney, the X1 player, one of our co-hosts for the Digipod. Definitely really cool there. If you guys have a link to that, make sure you can post in chat. I'll go for it. And if it doesn't let you, send it to me, and then I'll post it in chat. And I'm pretty sure Vault is streaming on YouTube, their run as well. So if you guys want to see that match, I'm not saying you leave this one per se, but you can open another tab and have both open. I think that's acceptable.
Have to open this browser now just to make sure I can see stuff.
All right, yeah, and there is. We're going to try pinning this message.
All right, and looks like we've started. There's the Wingdramon for the Digivolve, and it's for 2 memory. You could, in theory, well, never mind. There goes that theory. I was half thinking that he'd promote and then Digivolve into a Okua X and then swing over Wingdramon, because then it would be suspended and cannot evade.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, getting the Mimi and the Green Mem Boost just means you do have a lot of that flexible memory that you need for it. And let's see what our options are from here. All right, getting the double hit with the top 3 of the X antibody and also the Kabutery, which would probably be in raising there. And you would be able to pass 1.
Sorry, my Chrome crashed, so I'm trying to fix the Twitch on my end.
No, you're good. As long as we can, as long as you're still heard, that's the important thing.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I didn't want to mess with that tab, so I'm trying to just make sure I can see your comments and stuff too.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out the memory here. I feel like you could hard drop the level 5 and go into your Examon, which would be really huge in some ways, but it also... Yeah, I think at this point Grandis is going to have a harder time because promoting out...
Yeah.
Examon's effect. Oh, there's the break. Is there Slayer coming down too?
Yeah, Slayer here would be very, very important. And just a CoreTCG's, so you can't force the swing. And at the same time, you can't you can't use the Grandis to force the suspension because you get the bounce back.
You can suspend the other Digimon. It's just that the Examon is the one you don't want to suspend.
Yeah. So this is not like, again, like you'd want Slayerdramon and not the Breakdramon in this stack. Breakdramon is nice, but it's not exactly the pieces you need right now.
Because you're gonna need to time this in a specific way that might require the X antibody.
Yeah. So it looks like it went into the promo Kuomon.
Suspending Mimi to probably raise another egg to start another hatch, because why not?
Why not, indeed.
And then Pomamon doesn't really do much in this particular matchup. I think the actual floodgate that would work best in this matchup would probably be the Terriermon to prevent memory gain from Dracomon.
Yeah. So with the Akuamon, you will be able to potentially give it the pseudo ice wall effect.
And we'll see though if they remember it, because that is something that has been forgotten several times throughout this tournament.
Yep. So going into the X for free, letting you draw a card and then get the suspension, which means you get the memory back.
There's the Grand Kuwagamon.
Right. And with how many sources you got?
You have enough, so you would be able to trash for 3 security here.
Yeah. So that's security attack +1, and that's security attack +2.
Yep.
And if you do go into the Grandis, you will become 16, which should be big enough.
That is it right there.
Oh, okay.
You needed the X antibody in particular because when you attack, you can Digivolve into the Grandis Kuwagamon in order to suspend the Examon. Your Grandis is already suspended, which means that they can't target your Grandis. They would have to target the other Digimon, and your unsuspend only occurs at end of attack.
Gotcha. So they would be able to get the suspension on your
Examon.
Yeah, your rookie right there. But going into the Grandis, as said, go Digi for 1. Yeah, it's an end of attack, so it is a 16k, and you do get the suspension due to the
It's 18 actually, because they also Digibursted the Yokomon from
true.
earlier.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then evade happens, I believe, with the Wingdramon here. So no security check goes through, and then here's where the Grandis can take out the Examon. Now the unsuspend should have suspended the Dracomon too. And that would have also been an additional 2 memory, since the Digimon did suspend twice.
Yeah, that's true, because like normally we don't get a lot of times where you get more than 1 in suspension per Digimon, but yeah.
So they should be at 3 memory right now.
Yep.
They are catching the promo promo Okuamon effect this time, so that's good. And that's 3 checks right there.
Ooh, Megadeth a little late, but you'll take it still. So you do get Grandis back to hand. Not in time enough to, like, I don't know, help you get rid of that. You know, keep your Examon around, but you're in a good spot.
Kind of abandoning the Kokua X now because you already have your next tech set up.
Yeah, you sure do. And you have, again, potentially 5 memory to work with next turn, and your whole another stack. And looks like they're just starting to swing with this. So hits over your rookie there. You lose a memory due to the attack, and then you Digivolve up there, passing back 3.
And again, the promote out here, you definitely want to Digivolve, not Digivolve the Okua, but use Mimi to raise another egg to create that next stack. It's kind of like...
Unless you have a hybrid that you could potentially go for game 4.
True. I think my biggest concern right now is there's a second Megadeth.
That's true. We have seen a second X antibody though. Man, that's very rare. Like most people I see who tech that card only tech it at 1. It's very rare to see a second one.
So you'll attack into probably the CoreTCG's.
No, into the CoreTCG's, but you go into Grandis.
Yes.
Which then you'll get the suspension of the Draco because you have the X antibody underneath it, and then you should gain the memory from doing so as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Are they not going to gain the memory?
I suppose not, yeah, because you should be suspending something off the Grandis.
Well, it would have been on the initial attack.
It would have been the initial attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. From that, yeah.
And so both Digimon should actually be suspended right now.
I believe that's correct. But if you have if you can Digiburst into hybrid, you win there, or delay into hybrid.
Yeah, I think. Never mind.
Yeah, so they should have one more memory here.
So the memory gain, memory loss, I should say, for Yovarni happens because the Okuamon was Digivolved into an Insectoid Digimon this turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's such a good setup for next turn. The Bebidomon is nice, I will say. Because you will be able to threaten, and then also you have evade.
Yeah, but going into Breakdramon, I don't think this is it.
Breakdramon does have blocker, but yeah, I would move to game 2 from here.
Yeah, your Grandis is just too big.
Wait. Why did he pull Grandis down like he was going to Digivolve?
Who knows? All right, so you get the suspension there, but end of attack, and then you go for it. Yeah. All right, so Grandis taking game number 1 here in our potential finals.
And that is the real, like, Grandis speed right there.
Yeah. So, when we were talking about it before, Grandis definitely has the potential to just be strong enough. And also, it's just a deck that isn't really, if you're already set up, 16K is bigger than 15K. So you're also not really worried about that.
Correct. So Death Examon was kind of like, okay, whatever. But the Examon, the big issue with Examon was that if it was just vanilla Grandis, no DP buffs, no Yokomon from Grand Kuwagamon, you can challenge and evade. Easy. But because that Grand Kuwagamon did Digiburst that Yokomon, that was the make or break between that attack right there.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is round number 8. We have 3 undefeated, so we're on table 1 right now. If on table 2, if the pair down loses, this is the finals. Otherwise, if our pair down, which is Lychee on Blackwood Greymon, if he loses this round, we're done. If he wins, we get to go to a round number 9.
Now, as Examon, we've been wrong about these throughout the day. We've talked about this many times.
I think I got a better hit rate today, but
yeah,
I think Examon would like to go second because I think Grandis likes to go second as well.
In this particular matchup, I think Grandis would want to go second.
Okay, well then I am wrong, and that is okay. So we had Examon going first, going to the Dracomon, and then going to CoreTCG's just passing too.
I would have agreed though. I would have said that as the Exa player, I would have gone second. And the reasoning for it is because if you go second, you will push out second. So that means you force them to come out first, and then you can hit them on the crackback. With Grandis being the one going second, they have the opportunity to basically utilize your monsters that are already out there for their effects, for value.
Yep. So green memory boost found a rookie, and are pretty much like level 3s and level 4s. So not seeing the top end if it doesn't exist in hand quite yet. And over back to Varney, just a Groundramon into passing.
Then there's Mimi passing back.
All right, I think the Grandis player is breaking a little bit on their level 5s.
Weedmon's really good. Like, this is a good setup for Grandis. Now, unfortunately, even if the Examon player here can set up Examon with Slayerdramon to force attacks and also have Breakdramon, I don't think Grandis can win.
Yeah, so unfortunately that is just a CoreTCG, and I think but did he put a Slayerdramon underneath, I think? I think it's a Slayerdramon.
No, it's the Wingdra, because he used the Wingdra as the DNA.
Yeah, well, whatever it was, it did get Grandil sold, so doesn't really matter.
So that's one Examon we'll probably never see for the rest of this game.
Yeah, at least that one's particularly, which is a real shame because, he was able to get into it very quickly, but just got punished by there.
There's another Groundramon setting up, so we do have a blocker ready to go. I feel like you'd want to attack with the CoreTCG just to not have it present. Ooh, there's the Slayer, there's Draco, and then there's Dracomon.
Yeah,
Again, sorry. I almost called it Dracmon.
All right. Well, I think I agree. I think I would be a little like that. The CoreTCG might be nice there too, but if it survives, then you can Digivolve on top of it to do another DNA play. So I get both sides, but yeah, playing a little bit safer this game for Grandis.
That is really good. Double Mimi is a really nice setup because you can push out and also set up another body for next turn.
Yeah.
So that's one attack. Kabuterimon survives. Really would only lose to a Grandis in the security. Going for it. No! Not on the second stack. You can't evade.
All right. Well, you did use... Oh, okay.
Oh, it does have plus 1k from the Bebido.
Yeah,
so
we
good.
All right. That was a play and a half. Do you see that? That was a neat little thing. All right. So, nail-boned to get a source underneath. Kaiser nail. Yeah, Kaiser nail to get one underneath. Play a body out, end a turn DNA with this essentially the same stack to get the Examon out.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I think that's a good card choice to use too, because you can also bring back out your Slayerdramon, but you do have force attacks now because of that Slayerdramon, and you will also be able to suspend your opponent's Digimon when they push out of the raise. So, yeah, I don't really know what you can do here because you basically have to go into your
Grandis now, right? Like you have to go Grandis and raising, and because it would be big enough at least to trade with. Because it'd be 16 to 16, right?
But they have evade is the other issue.
That's true.
So the big issue is you can't tuck X antibody underneath before the effect triggers, and then it's also suspended anyway. So this was what I was talking about earlier, where I think Exa has the advantage in this situation, where if they set up first and then they have the force attack, you can't really do anything.
Yeah, I agree. Like once there are so many decks that once you establish your Exa, you win, and I think this is one where it is a little bit hard for Exa to be fast enough to survive kind of the OTK mechanic of the deck. But there you go. Okay, I do like this play though. So what you're doing is you're establishing another attack for next turn, so you can play another guy and hopefully swing with your Grandis, but I don't know if it's enough.
It doesn't matter though because you'll suspend with Exa. So the resource here trade-off is really unoptimal here.
Yeah, the other way you could have done it is like if you have like 2 level 5s. If you had another level 5, you could raise the Grandis from raising with the Mimi, which would be pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could do this next turn. So if you're forced to attack with the Terriermon, which oh, they're just going for game. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That is so unfortunate. You just lose now, right?
In theory, yeah.
That is, I mean, there could be mega deaths on the other side. Don't get me wrong, but you went from being so far ahead to now this is troubling.
I don't think Xros runs hybrids.
I don't believe so. I do not think there's room. I think you have to literally have mega death in that security, and if you don't, then you just lose.
You sounded like you walked away for a little bit just to check if there were hybrids in the deck.
Nah, I've seen a lot of X lists, and at least the ones that I've seen top, just they don't find room for hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if this one ends before table 2, we will jump to table 2.
Mm-hmm.
But man, this is so unfortunate for Examon player.
So you will be able to attack with the. Oh, you don't have X antibodies, so you need to tuck that in there first if you want to unsuspend.
That's true. That's true. And it's only one attack, so it's not.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
You need a blocker, my dude.
Yeah, without having the extra security attack on the Grandis, you aren't pushing as much damage as you usually see for this, right?
Mm-hmm. There is no unsuspend this turn, and there's also no piercing. So you will be able to gain memory from the Kokuamon. Oh, there it is, the X antibody. We found it.
Mm-hmm. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4 damage most right now.
4 damage at most, correct. And there is one body coming up from the raise, and Yovarni will go to 3 memory, so that could be a potential Examon play as well.
Okay, so you would need to clear this guy.
I'm gonna say Megadeth.
Yeah, well, Megadeth and security would help a lot. You do get a memory here. If you're able to Terriermon into a blocker, okay, Akuamon. You're at 1, which means you don't have enough memory to go into your Grand into Grandis again. So attacking security. All right, Slayerdramon, don't care.
Mm-hmm. You might actually go. The unfortunate thing is he didn't get a promo Okuamon, so your sequencing is a little more awkward.
Yeah, and that's it. There's no. Yeah,
no
he's
blocker,
like no. You see the hand move on the ask, and that is going to be game number 2. They're going into game number 3. Man, that Grand Soul, I was like, oh man, that's just winning the game. That's crazy.
It was crazy.
Crazy timing on that one.
Unfortunate that it wasn't like the check before, because that would have probably been able to stop maybe another check. I don't know.
Yeah. Here, give me 1 second. Let me hide the cams for just 1 second. All right, we're back. Just asking our judge on table 2 what the score looks like over there.
Update? Question mark?
Yeah. I asked.
Oh, I didn't know if you were gonna say like what it was right now.
No. I was asking.
Are they in game 1 or 2?
Let's see. They are on game 2. Lychee won game 1. So we're gonna have to, if we're going to round number 9, Lychee just needs to win 1 more game. And yeah, we'll repeat that in 30 off the ad. But we are going into game number 3 here for our table number 1.
I have the YouTube up too, so I can see what's going on there.
Yeah. Our fly on the wall.
All right, so Dracomon and then Davis to locate quite a few things. Adding the Dracomon, and I didn't catch what that last card was. Yokomon goes to Kokua. Kokua, maybe Kokua X. Really, really great opener right there.
Yeah, and when we checked in with table number 2, so they are on game number 2 right now. Lychee's ahead 1-0, and if Lychee wins, we do go to round number 9.
Oof. Only one hit here on the green memory boost.
It's a good one, though.
It is a good one. It just sucks that you see 2 other green memory boosts go away.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the Mimi, putting him to 4. Ooh. So yeah, Grandis did go second in this matchup. So yeah, there's a Mega Death. So a little bit of freedoms there.
Yep, knowing it's not a security feels good.
2 hits again, so pretty good.
All right, passing 3, which with this board state, with potentially having 5, I don't think it's quite enough to be able to go off on your combo. Mm-hmm. And but you're getting dangerously close there if you're able to stack it the way you want.
He does have the 2 level 5s, I think, so he could go into the Exa. We just don't know if he has the Exa.
Yeah, so deciding to go into the Okuwan and then also into our rookie here. So looking at top 3.
Cannot grab the Metal Kabuterimon, so you have to add either Sneemon or Okua.
Yeah, so probably the Sneemon, yeah. No, design Okua.
The Okua is better in the hand because if there happens to be a Sneemon in the security, that will give you a little bit of protection, and it will also be fodder for you to Digivolve the Okuamon on top of.
Yeah.
Not pushing out yet, so interesting.
And then just playing another Drekmon, and we see that that Kaiser
Slayer
nail. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, we just opened into game 3, but this could be the end right here.
Not finding this is one problem with also Examon in that they don't have enough consistency finders yet. Like Davis is really good, but the Dracomon just being the only one that can search for both isn't great. Like when comparatively you look at the archetypes of Agumon, for example, Agumon just has so much search power.
Yeah. And when are we gonna get like Davis like effects for other multicolors? Like that's gonna be I don't think they'll ever do it, but you just get so much advantage there.
I did make a what if for that featuring Yoli, where she found a red yellow, and then there was a Cody that could find blue yellow.
Yeah,
obviously the terrible idea, but
yeah, it's just silly. Just how like Davis has just been a staple in so many decks, and even decks just tried to play him specifically because he just finds cards.
Ooh, the suspend here for the Dracomon, and we have piercing here, so. The funny thing is you can actually promote the Okuamon.
Yeah, I was looking over there like, you could.
Oh, no.
All right, so this is going to Digivolve into a Grandis with the X antibody underneath it. So you do get the deletion there. I don't think you get piercing, but no memory back. You do get the restand and passing back 2 and 3 with the Davises.
Wait, why is there no piercing with the Okua?
There was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's no memory gain. I was saying, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I can't check card effects either right now.
All right, Lychee did win on table number 2, so we are going into 9 rounds today, assuming this doesn't tie in the next 30 minutes. So
oh yeah.
Good chance there. So we will have a finals of Black War Gray versus the winner of these guys here on table 1. So one more round confirmed. And not finals quite yet.
Is there Slayer in his hand? He can do a force attack, but he can evade with the... Okay, so no forced attack here?
Yeah, and it's going to be a 16k as well, which is kind of rough.
Mm-hmm. For some reason, I have a feeling that Neil has a Grand Kuwagamon in hand.
Yeah.
because there's no way to force any Digimon to attack right now, correct?
I don't think so. No.
Because promoting out and Digivolving into Grand Kuwagamon first, and then Digibursting, he doesn't have extra memory as the problem. So he would need to have the Okua X here. Because Okua X here would guarantee that he suspends the Breakdramon. But because the Breakdramon suspends, it would suspend one of his Digimon.
Yeah, and then also the Examon as well.
Yeah, if you suspend the Examon, you get one of your Digimon suspended too, so...
Yeah, confirmed. One more round. We got one more round in this tournament here.
Grandel Soul?
Grandel Soul would be okay. Sorry, just the juxtaposition of like, oh, are they gonna drop a really powerful card? And it's just just a little plug there. Oh, he's gotten so many double hits with that X antibody. That's crazy.
And that's like the only one that does it too. So that's why it's like, Kukuamon, why are you so good in green? And then it's like, Salamon X, why do you stink? Guilmon X, why do you stink?
Yeah, Salamon X doesn't do any searching, and it's pretty much why like the whole like the X antibody line doesn't even go all the way up, right? Like it goes from I guess you go into what's its name?
So when attacking, you suspend one of your opponent's Digimon, or is it only when Digivolving?
It's only when attacking when Digivolving. It's when Digivolving, I think, when attacking. I mean, again, we rarely see X antibodies in these builds.
Gotta open my folders, cause my internet's being weird. It's when Digivolving only.
Yeah. So it's when Digivolving, suspend one of your opponents, and then if this is attacking, you can switch the target.
End of attack. Yep. I see what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to... Yeah, so he's going to attack here. And there's no one Digivolving, so it's just... Wait, what?
I'm unsure.
Why is it suspended?
They might have done a shorthand between where he attacked, it got suspended, and then... I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's suspended. Unless he got the blocker, and they restood, and he got the evade.
Yeah, but they would have been the same DP.
Yeah, but then he would have evaded, and then he would have been restood at the beginning of his turn.
No, I'm saying the Grandis would have gotten deleted.
Oh, yeah. I honestly don't know.
What a weird game 3.
Yeah, how did he swung at security and didn't block. Okay, so just hit the one card in security. Okay. Okay. All right. Always on time. Grandel Soul.
Here we go again. We suspend the Exa, and then Exa gets returned to the bottom of the deck.
Maybe.
And then evade. Yeah, because evade prevents bounce or deletion.
Gotcha.
Gross. Double Exa. Wait. I'm kind of lost at this point, because you can't evade if you're suspended. So doesn't Grandel Soul suspend and then return?
Yeah, so because you have to finish the effects, right? Like you don't get the unsuspension until Grandel Soul finishes its effect, right?
The Grandel Soul was trashed because of Breakdramon.
Oh, okay. That's okay. That's
okay.
fine then.
It's not communicated to us clearly.
Yeah, we're just observing this. We can't hear what they're saying.
You really can't promote now. I think that's pretty much it, unless you have a Grandel Soul.
And even then, you're facing down 2 Examons.
That'll be interesting to see though, because Black War Greymon versus Examon, who wins in that matchup if that's the case?
I think it's pretty similar to the same matchup where, you know, if you're able to set up your Black War Greymon, you're in a good spot. But most of your effects you want to be digivolving in the battle area where Examon kind of controls that area, right?
Mm-hmm. Promoting out. Isn't there a Slayer Drum underneath one of these?
I don't think there is.
No, there isn't. So there's no forced attack here. Yeah, you have to go into this again the other way. I really wish that he had a Grand Coagamon, because Grand Coagamon here would let you trash for the Yokomon at least. Oh, perfect. We're good. And now the effect is active for Okuamon.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so deciding to what?
You pretty much get rid of everything except piercing.
Yeah, yeah. So you are now going to be able to do 3 checks with this guy.
You'll attack. Do you suspend Mimi for the raise or not is the other question.
I guess so, because like you don't have... Oh, is this...
He attacks here and goes into the X antibody because he'll be suspended.
Yeah, that's true. But you also won't be able to keep it your turn, unfortunately.
Not true, because the Okuamon was digivolved into the Grand Coagamon this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So now the memory loss effect is in play.
If they block it.
Correct.
So like if you just let this attack go through.
Mm-hmm. So this will suspend the... I probably would have suspended the Examon, to be honest. But it would have unsuspended itself anyway.
Yeah,
so...
yeah. And then, but it wouldn't have gone the suspension for yourself. All right. So this will get... This does have piercing. This has 3 checks. Mm-hmm. And you will be able to suspend again next attack?
Correct.
All right. And assuming that the Examon that's standing doesn't have... Okay, yeah. So it's attacking over that.
Mm-hmm. And then make a death.
Yeah, three checks. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. No mega death.
You get the restand. You get to it.
You mandatory suspend a Digimon.
Okay.
Which unsuspends.
Yes.
I would have targeted the Examon first because this will suspend your Grandis.
All right. So you are using the effect there of Mimi to get something in raising.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because there's still blocker.
Yeah, if he suspended the Examon, he would have won this turn. But now there's a chance for Examon to just get the block here.
Unless he plays like a Grandel Soul and gives 8 memory over. Because I believe Neil is at 3 security too.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, yep. I could be wrong with this too. Is it the end of attack you suspended the Examon and then you got the unsuspend to suspend the Grandis?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah,
because all turns once per turn, the Examon, when it's suspended, it automatically suspends itself.
Yeah, gotcha.
So because of that, I would have targeted the Examon first when I attacked with Grand Coagamon and Digivolve Grandis.
Mm-hmm.
Switch attack target, go into the Examon first because the Examon was unsuspended.
Yeah.
With its own attack. But Grandis is already suspended, which means nothing happens.
Blue Memboost though is not inciting confidence there. Slayer, I guess, helps you.
Kind of. Remember, I think at this point there's 2 Examons in trash, 1 at the bottom deck, so you have to really cycle through to get to that Examon. My theory right now is
you need a blocker now. You trade with the Breakdramon, yeah.
they crash there. So Groundramon is a blocker, and then Slayer can force the attack.
Yeah, yeah. So this is okay. You're in an okay spot.
I think he's just gonna promote and then go into. Never mind. I didn't know if he had the Metal Kabuterin.
Yeah, and it looks like he forgot for the one memory from the Kuomon, because since you did have to suspend to attack there, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it looks like the judge is saying something about that. Potentially.
Probably not. We primarily only intervened when
it's an illegal
color
play.
wasn't present.
Yeah, it was an illegal play.
Like if it's completely the color isn't present, I think that's a more obvious call out than it is these subtle inheritables that are sometimes difficult to keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of shiny.
Yeah, but I definitely agree. Like this is Neil is giving his opponent opportunities to steal this game away. I think that's like 2 games where, or like 2 points where if he sequenced it we'd remembered his plays, we'd already be done here.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a long day. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, and it's been, at least for me personally, it's been 2 days of this, so I'm ready to not thinking about digivolving.
So that does stop a lot, because this Examon is a double blocker, and you also don't have enough memory to go into everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't tell me that's another Grandel Soul.
I mean, okay, I'll be quiet. No, okay.
I put up 2 walls.
Yeah, but still, like, it's just so crazy. I mean, we got 10 minutes left now.
You'll suspend one of the blockers. Wait, what?
Yeah, he just attacked and into security. He doesn't get the pop, but all right. I think he was thinking if he wanted to block or not, and he decided not to. So.
Oh, because it has no. It doesn't have piercing.
Yeah, so attacking there to attack over it. Another one for 2. Only blocker around still Examon. Ooh, okay, and then getting the Kabuterin back to hand.
It's a little rough now because of the fact that you promote and it's a forced attack because of the Slayer Dramon inheritable underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it will suspend the Okuamon X too, so it makes it kind of moot.
Yeah, and this is like such a tough position. How many Examons has he played this game? 3 or 4?
2 have been bottom decked, and then this is the 4th because 1 was in security.
Yeah, I think this is the last Examon in the deck right now.
Wow.
I guess okay, that's not true because you said we bottom decked 1, but
we either bottom decked 1 or 2. I don't remember at this point.
This is the last unique copy.
See, putting extra bodies out would work, but you're also going to lose so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2. Is there 3 security left?
I believe there's 3 left for Neil.
Okay. Because Giovanni is taking his time on that security.
Yep. So resting the blocker. Oh, All right.
Yeah.
Grandis still on the last one? Okay, no, we're good. Yeah. And he does take it. Varney takes the W over the Grandis on a really interesting game, especially game 3. Interesting game 3 there. Okie doke, here we go. We have our table 1 here. We have Varney here still on the top, and then we also have Lychee here on the bottom with Black War Grey X. We've seen Varney a couple times today, but I think this is our first time seeing Lychee in action.
Mm-hmm. And this will be interesting because I believe this will isn't this our first Black War Greymon game too?
Today, yes. Today I believe it is. Yesterday we covered a couple, but I think our first one today.
And I actually have no idea what Lychee runs in his build. Also, since my web browsers are being really weird right now, I'm not going to try to access it.
Yeah. No, we want you on. We want you here. So.
Yeah, I just automatically cut out, and you're like, "Hello, co-stream, are you still there?" And I'm like, send a message. Hey, my computer crashed.
Man, that play just broke his internet, I suppose. Just he's gone. He's in the digital world trying to recoup from that.
Mm-hmm.
So we are in the finals, though. Looks like the timer has already started too, so they do kind of got to get a little bit into gear here, but should be a strong one. And again, we do have a prediction in chat. We got a couple more minutes on it. 3 minutes left for it. And yeah, definitely a lot of those egg points on that Examon.
Crazy. I wonder how many people donated to one of them.
Yeah, who could be anyone in this chat here. And real quick, I kind of cut you off as we were setting up. What is your thoughts exactly for this matchup?
Oh, no, you're fine. I knew we needed to jump to this, but I do think that whoever sets up their big boss monster first will probably control the tempo of things. Because if you look at Examon, if they attack into a Hades Force, for example, they're just going to evade. And yeah, and likewise, if Black War Grey X attacks into a Megadeth, it's like, I don't care. I'm just going to trash some sources here.
Yeah, but we've seen both these players. They've gotten multiple top 16s. I've known Lychee a little bit more personally, especially since he is not down the road, but he's in the same PST time zone as me. So nice. I have seen him play some games and stuff. So normally liking either the black deck. So having a Black War Grey X list here with some potential spice is nice.
Ooh, the one-of right off the bat, and the memory choke there as well.
Mm-hmm. So we were talking about if you're able to get up into your... It's really who can get to their stack first, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lot of importance there, being able to get some interaction with you. And both of them kind of need to be out in the raising for their good stack. But going back to 2 for Lychee there on the Digivolve, and we'll see what his decision is there.
Even though he's already used the D-Digivolve from Metal Greymon, he does pose a threat right now with this Digimon on board, because if Examon does promote out, putting it back to his turn while it is like a Black War Greymon X could make it big enough, because it does have an additional 1, 2, 5,000 DP, which makes it 18,000 when you are your Black War Greymon X.
Yeah, and there is like some decision of what if... traditionally, like Black War Grey only has the 1 stack out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is a bit of decision of, if I have a couple rookies out, that can maybe just be my attackers for when, for example, a Slayer-Dramon effect activates. You can get some good interaction there too.
So Slayer-Dramon suspending here to force one of the Digimon to attack, and then it will unsuspend. So the question is, what do you choose to really attack with at this point?
Yeah, without having the X antibody underneath there, it's probably one of the Agumons there, and then potentially having like a Gaiomon or something to be able to attack over that Slayer-Dramon afterwards.
And that'd be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the timing of this means that he can't slot the X antibody underneath his Digimon before attacking, so we won't see a Black War Grey X play here. He'll likely attack with the Augu. Yep, that has no Digivolution sources.
Yep, and you were able to do some damage there. And again, you would want to have... like a Gaiomon here would be fantastic.
Interestingly, there is no Cool Boys, no Tamers played yet, which is typically what you see Black War Greymon players doing.
Mm-hmm. Additionally, like if you have like an X antibody and you go into Black War Grey X, you can get the reboot to get the get the hit of the Slayerdramon. But does that Slayerdramon have evade right now?
It does, I believe, with the Groundramon blue effect.
Gotcha. So that even wouldn't be enough either if you're able to like the Digivolve with Gaiamon and the Blitz is really what you'd be able to, clear that board on the other side.
Not finding the pieces still. That's really rough to not find your level 6s. And for all we know, we don't even know if Lychee runs Gaiamon. This could be a straight Black War Gray X since, the popularity of the deck has seen a decline.
Yeah. And thinking here, so playing a Cool Boy. Oh, there's a Gaiamon. Just one card short, unfortunately. And you might be able to rebuild a stack with another Metal Gray over there, but you won't get that cost reduction that you'd want either.
Correct. So at this point, if Varney were to play a Groundramon, or even, I don't think he played a Breakdramon, but if he plays the Groundramon, that could be the DNA into Examon, which would then force attacks and suspend the other Digimon.
So that's the one piece he's missing. So Ice Wall is not it, but is okay for what you're doing. And then there. So unfortunately not being able to keep him at 1 because that would just make it so he wouldn't have another turn, which is pretty silly there.
And here's another force of attack here.
And again, not slotting an X antibody underneath there, but you will have to attack with this.
You can't slot it because you immediately have to attack,
No, I just meant like the turn previous,
Yes. Now this will be interesting because on the following turn here, if he... Okay, that'll survive. He can Gaiamon here.
Yeah, so looks like the X antibody... I mean, what does the X antibody give you besides? I guess just protection, right, with the Greymon X?
Yes, that is it. That is purely it. Now, a Black War Gray X here would be better, but you're going to have to use the Gaio to Digivolve because it's your only level 6 target, and then you'll have to pay an additional 2 memory because of Ice Wall. So Ice Wall is in effect right now.
All right, and decided to... I'm surprised decided to get rid of the Cordramon, especially with another one in Raising, right?
I probably would have done both. I would have gotten rid of the Groundramon because then you force 2 Digivolutions for level 5.
Yeah, that's not the play I would have made, but it's the play he did.
There is the level... Yep, so there's going to be the Examon play here. And with so much memory, that Examon can actually force the Gaiamon to suspend now. So...
Ooh, and with Breakdramon underneath as well. So you can attack into the Greymon X and then get the suspension on the Gaiamon and then get the attack over the Gaiamon as well.
Oh, the reason why the Grounder wasn't attacked because it can't be deleted since it had evade.
Oh yeah, because it was I was thinking the level 4 had the block and the level 5 had the evade. Yeah, that was my bad.
It can be confusing at times. I mix those up too as well. And again, we are approaching our 9th hour of Digimon. This would be our 19th hour.
All right, so attacking over the Greymon, getting the suspension, attacking over the Gaiamon, and getting the Breakdramon effect as well.
And a Black War Greymon was trashed based on the Breakdramon's effect.
Yeah, and this is where the point of the game is. This is really, really tough now for our Greymon player because there's just so much control aspect to it. You can't really raise something and then push it up, and you don't really generate a lot of cards on board without your Digivolving.
Correct. And the Black War Gray X was ideally the better choice there because that would have deleted the Examon, but then it also has evade.
Yeah, so I'm thinking this is almost game 2 territory already.
Correct. I agree with that statement.
All right, Cool Boy looking at top 3. Finding an Agu X. All right, that's some good value.
However, the Slayerdramon will just force the Agu into immediate attack at the main phase, so kind of rough.
Yeah. I think he's Yep. I've identified there's no coming back. Let's go into that game number 2.
Having Slayer and Examon immediately on like a turn 3, and like I said, the Ice Wall was huge in that instance because you just got extra memory from that.
Yeah, and this is a lot different than what this matchup I think would have been a month ago, right? With the idea that Black War Gray X is a little bit slower, a little bit less consistent with Greymon to 1. The fact that I think Examon gets a lot of benefits from the mulligan that's been introduced since April 1st. It's a whole different matchup now.
Yes.
So we just need one more game from Varney to secure this regional W here.
As Lychee, I'd probably go second because I want that extra card. But going first means that you do get a promote first, which means that you have a better shot to set up your Black War Greymon. And here's that situation where, like, if players aren't playing that much items that I really care to de-digivolve, like Crossheart, for example, Black War Gray X might be the better choice.
Yeah. All right, so 3 to the bottom, and then, yeah, they did get a mulligan there. And here we go into our second game of our finals here in round number 9 for CoreTCG's Digimon Webcam Regionals.
Blue Man Boost, finding Slayer Dramons as your only target.
I'm sending a Break Dramon and another Slayer Dramon to the bottom?
Yes, 2 Slayer Dramons, Davis and Break Dramon were the revealed targets.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's for you too. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of grainy video here, so.
Yeah, I'm going to click just to see if it cleans it up. So that's a Yuya Kuga. So we now have a memory fixer on the other end here.
Yep. And already climbing that stack.
Found it. Ooh. I think Lychee's feeling a little pressure right now.
I think that's fair. I mean, good thing is, you no matter what, you have your regional invite for the finals, so that's nice.
Ooh, a double hit again.
Nice. I haven't seen X Antibody hit this much off these X Anti rookies in a long, like they've been popping off today.
Yes. No Greymon, so you have to go to the Greymon X.
All
X
right.
Antibody to
get you don't even get protection with this.
So you don't have protection from option cards, but you do have protection from bounce.
Yeah, but why do you put the X Ante underneath it?
Style choice.
Sure. Okay, you got me there because you don't have the. I mean, if it was a BT11 Greymon X, which maybe that's the reflex there, it'd make a difference, but nothing different here.
Yes. So starting in the raise again, we have a BT5 Agumon in the raise. We might see.
It's to play around the X effect, so which I said last time. Man, I'm a tired guy. Oh, game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, why does he put X anybody? And he does it game 2. Like, what is he doing? Oh my!
Remember,
goodness.
Viewers, we are on our 19th hour of straight Digimon. It's been a long day.
Yeah. One day of the last 2 days has been streaming. All right. Well, Slayermon is moved up here. I mean, you can play a Groundramon and go into Exa right now.
You could. There's the Exa. No DNA, so they're just straight digivolving into it.
Yep.
Placing Breakdra underneath. But you do not get a spawn a Digimon because it was not DNA'd into. So there's no blocker on this Digimon, it just purely has evade from the looks of things.
Yeah.
1 instance of evade.
And you can force an attack, but you don't have blocker, right?
Correct.
What's the bottom source? Is it Groundramon though? Because if it is it does have blocker.
If it does have, yeah, if it's the Groundramon, I thought it was a Breakdramon. Yeah, it's a Groundramon.
Okay, so it does have blocker. It doesn't have Breakdramon underneath it.
Grainy videos.
Yeah, so you do get the Digivolve there, which is still into a Slayerdramon, which is pretty okay there. Cool Boy to choke to 1.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think this game's a little bit different for Lychee. I think he's getting a little bit more momentum, and you're getting really close as Varney to find the pieces you need, and you're just not getting it.
Mm-hmm. There's another Slayer. What do you put under this time?
All right, so that makes it a little bit different.
Thinking on the tuck right now.
All right, there is the. I believe that's the X, right? The BT.
Yes, the Metal Gray X. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
Metal
still
Gray X,
looking at I was looking at Varney's screen, so because I thought he was gonna tuck, but he didn't tuck anything.
Yeah, so this doesn't do anything besides get the security attack +1 and the plus 3k, 2k.
Yes, 3K, I
3k.
believe.
Yeah.
So much memory. So it's 3K from the Metal Gray, but you also get additional DP from the Yuya Kuga.
Yeah.
So it is big. So you're attacking in to the... Oh, this will be interesting, because if you attack into the Examon, it'll evade.
Yes.
But
it needs to be like a Gaiomon?
No, because if it evades, it unsuspends, and then Blackboard Gray's effect will delete it.
That's also true. Yeah.
Double checking how many evades. I only see Wingdramon in the sources, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because it's big. It is 12 or 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, he's attacking into security?
Yep, and then hits the Megadeth, and you do get the protection there. Playing another Cool Boy, passing the 1, but...
Right, but the reboot is when it'll happen. So, and it's an all turn, so it's going to repeat again next turn.
Yeah, so you get the evade, so that's the first proc of that, which will get the suspension there. You also don't have the Metal Gray inheritable, so no security is trashed.
Yep. However, the plus 3000 DP persists, and the plus 2 from Yuya persists, so it is big.
Yeah. All right, and thinking so. All right, easy peasy. So, choosing that because is there protection on the?
Yes, there's protection from option cards on that. Yep.
Gotcha. So, but then you can force an attack here, yeah?
Correct.
Which you wouldn't be big enough to get it out of this attack.
It is 16 because of the Greymon and the Coromon. It's 16k, so they match.
But then you'd be able to evade, and you'd be tied, yeah, because of your Digi-Egg.
Correct. So, arguably, if they force an attack here, I'd probably... I mean, if Lychee has, like, an Omnimon...
Yeah, because unless they have Omni X, right? That's like, I think you're out. So you use this Examon, they have to attack with either the Agu X or the Black or Gray X.
Correct. So you have to choose one to attack with, and the other one gets suspended by Examon's effect.
Yeah. But he only, but you only get one restand, so you won't be able to block and evade at the same time. You'd be trading at that point.
Correct. We know the Altaros mode is back in hand, so depending on what was drawn, he might have Metal Greymons. So yeah, the 3K is gone off this card now.
Mm-hmm.
And so is Yuya's protection. So is Yuya's option card protection and also the DP buffs.
Yeah, but looks like deciding if he wants to attack with this or not.
I'd probably attack, because if I'm going to lose the other one, then
yeah, and Yuya's only for. I mean, if you go into Omni, you're in a good spot, anyways. But Yuya's boost is only if you digivolve into something with Greymon on its name.
Correct, and nothing has been digivolved this turn. So even if you went into Omni, nothing would happen. Black War Grey X is going to be 16,000 DP because of BT5 Greymon and also the BT9 Koromon.
Yeah, and I believe that the Black War Grey X has a DP of, as you said, like, what, 16 as well right now?
Yes. So after Examon unsuspends, it'll be 16. Black War Greymon X will also be 16.
Yeah, from the Digi-Egg. And Lychee decides who attacks, right?
Correct.
All right, so it is going to be the Black War Grey X.
But at this moment, the Examon will also unsuspend because it's all turns.
Oh, no. He's got it though. Which Omni is that? I can't see it with that.
BT5, the good old one that is protected against Grandis.
Yeah. All right, so you get the unsuspend, and then this is just going in. You don't get the when attacking effect because it's already in the attacking step. So
correct.
You do get that. You do get some protection as well. You don't get the reboot, so or the destruction on that, but
correct.
It looks like he's going to be attempting to attack, so you can discard 2 sources to negate it.
Yep. If you don't need the Black War Greymon at this point, you can get rid of it and the Metal Greymon. Technically, all your Metal Greymons are useless at this point.
Yeah.
He got rid of the Agus, Agu and Koro, because they're only used for Greymons, and at the same time, he's trying to maintain 2 equal sources in order to make sure that he can prevent bounce.
Yeah, and this is a card. You know, Lychee really does like this Omni X. He's been running it for a long time, since it does have the neat little effect where you can digivolve on top of just any Omni. He's I've seen him using decks with the Zwart Defeat, especially if you play it for free off security. You can digivolve into this for free and get like a really big beat stick.
Yep. So you're going to force an evade here, potentially. Because the when attacking effect will trigger it. This Omnimon was more specialized for preventing the Grandis matchup from taking your security.
Yeah.
And it is 17,000, so it will delete this Digimon.
Yeah. Well, I think he deleted the Groundramon, right? Or the Wingdramon.
I don't know if he attacked into it. That's the problem.
Well, I think he got the deletion on the Wingdramon because of the attack, and now he's deciding if he just wants to defend it or not. So he got the defend, which did get the evade, and he's got 3 member to work with.
This Omni does buy him a little bit of time. I just don't know how much is the question.
Yeah, because it can stop 2 more attacks if you want to. And which means it has protections for itself, but yeah, you are on a bit of a clock.
You really want to put Varney at 1 memory if possible.
Yeah, especially since he has no tamer set up and no delay cards here. They're not going to be working with a lot of memory this next turn.
Mm-hmm. Because starting at 3 every turn is so nice. Another Greymon? Yeah.
All right, Greymon for 2, passing 1. He has 2 Greymon, so if he has any Greymon X's, you get a bunch of memory back with your Cool Boy. And he's got to be super afraid of doing like the double attack here too. So he's going to be attacking. He's going to use the Omni X effects to negate the attack.
And unfortunately here, the Omni X cannot trash the X antibody because even by effect here.
Yeah. So even though you have 4 sources, one of them is the X antibody, so he only has 1 more attack negation left.
And you have to choose between the protection or the...
Oh, I love this tech. So playing the CoreTCG's to be able to play it, draw 2, and pass it back over to Lychee.
There could be a D-Digivolve here, honestly.
Yeah, that and you'd be able to keep it your turn. If that happens, I think you almost just straight up win this game.
We know there's that. I think there's 1 more X antibody in Lychee's hand. Which means if he goes into the Metal Gray X, he can delete the CoreTCG.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if he's just deciding to use the Slayerdramon. He did use the Slayerdramon effect, right? With the CoreTCG.
Correct.
All right, so you're forced to attack, and this will allow you to have the evade and blocker available.
So when you attack, it will delete the Digimon with the lowest or lower DP than this Digimon. So the Omni is currently 17,000 DP, which means that you can delete the Examon.
Okay.
Examon will likely suspend to either evade and then unsuspend to suspend one of the Greymons.
Yeah, so instead deciding to get the deletion there and then not forcing the block with the Examon. So if you're able to go into Metal Greymon, I think you win this.
Oh, that's 3 extra memory right there. Also checking on... So he will also gain buff here with Yuya. So many cards in hand.
Yep. And just in that big think.
I think he's trying to decide how much he wants to draw because he only has a few cards left.
Yeah. We do have ads on, unfortunately, but luckily he's taken a whole minute and a half to think. All right. My apologies, everyone, for that ad. That was not scheduled at all. You should be back now. What happened real quick was that there was the Omni did get the attack in, and then there was the D-Digivolve on the Examon, and then Varney just played the Death X there as well. And I think that Death X will just win the game, potentially, at least clear out that board.
Yep.
Yeah, again, real sorry about that, guys. That was not on purpose at all.
Nothing in Rays. This could be it.
Yeah, I think that he was on a delicate line of being able to, get a D-Digivolve to get rid of the cards there, but not having enough memory to keep it your turn, and not having like a Greymon X to proc the Cool Boys to give you that extra memory is just real unfortunate. Yeah, so I don't, not a lot of cards left in deck, not a lot of options left here, and no eggs. There's a Death X out if you try to play some stuff. Like it is bad territory here for Lychee, unfortunately.
He decks out regardless here because he'll draw for Digivolve, add 1, and then I don't think he can even climb up the chain.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just out of resources here.
He was looking good the turn too, because I saw the ad thing come and I was just trying to figure out what was going on there.
Yeah, that was an unscheduled ad. I'm really apology about that.
Nah, it's been a long weekend for you, sir.
It sure has. But I think that is going to be it. Yeah, takes the scoop there. We do have Varney as our undefeated after 9 rounds today with Examon taking the W for today.